Since the day I was born, it was clear to everyone, my parents, the doctors, that I was born to be a gamer. I have an entire channel dedicated to non-stop gaming, Moist Critical Gaming, best gaming channel on YouTube. And I started to ponder recently, is there a way to elevate this experience of gaming? Something we all take for granted. And got me thinking, because realism is something that's very important to a lot of games, but games are somewhat limited in what they can make you feel, right? Because they're a game on the screen. Yeah, they can kind of scare you with jump scares, but you'll never get like that terror of feeling like you're actually in danger. You know, it's not Ready Player One where if you come in the game, you come in real life. And it got me thinking and stinking, is there a way to set something up that can get that kind of experience where, like, playing Counter-Strike, you can, you know, feel the recoil. You can feel when you get shot within reason, not actually like, you know, you get shot in the game and you get shot in real life. Not to that extreme. And I had remembered a while ago, I'd actually seen a couple of people experiment with something like that. Most notably, the guy who created the recoil machine. This was a viral video a while back. I can't find the original anymore, but he set up a recoil machine where you would obviously feel it, and it's fucking amazing to look at. And he's not the only one that set things up like this. I remember someone did something similar with a desk where, like, if a grenade blows up, the desk pops, that kind of thing. So I thought, why not combine all of these ideas, creating the next evolution of realistic gaming experiences for a first-person shooter? So we started kicking around the idea with a friend of ours who's an engineer, who thought he could make it happen, so he did. And I think the results are pretty great. Alright, here it comes. See, that's how games supposed to feel. Oh wait, I'm on SSG now.
Yeah, you're getting big shots. Oh my god.
Yep, I got that too, by the way. Alright, give me the auto again. So this is one of many features. So instead of having like the recoil machine that's blasting your shoulder and destroying the setup, I wanted something that was somewhat functional. So having recoil on the sniper in particular, it was set up with a hydraulic blaster that when you fire an op or SSG or the auto, God forbid the auto, you go on a whole roller coaster there. That turns this shit into a Sibian sex machine. It would then blast your chair. So you'd feel the recoil, basically. Another thing was flashbangs. Flashbangs we had a massive light set up, so the flashbangs would blind you IRL, so you'd really be mindful of trying to avoid flashes in game. He also set up a hydraulic system for damage, so if you took a lot of damage, you're gonna know because the desk fucking explodes like it just got hit with dynamite, like Wile E. Coyote got the plunger out and just exploded the desk.
Alright, bus driver,
Move that bus!
Cowabunga.
I knew that would be it. Imagine you're watching Long from B and you just hear tink, 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 tink. And then this.
And then you hear your teammate explode IRL.
You hear somebody just scream.
Oh, it did fuck up the bottom.
Oh,
Yeah.
Big old.
Yeah.
So cracked the corner too.
Yeah.
There's also the tack vest. I don't actually know what this is called. This is just a piece of equipment that already exists that he found and decided to slap it on to see what that feels like. So it's like something for your wrists and your chest. So when you're shot in the game, it'll like vibrate or somewhat like indicate through pressure where you got shot. It's a nifty little thing, but it's more of a novelty than like an actual realism thing. But the hydraulic systems to the chair and the desk were fucking extraordinary. It really amplified the stakes, and the flashbangs were legitimately debilitating. So, naturally, after making sure everything worked, we took it into ranked. It's been a while. I'm home.
Oh, there goes my Dust 2 rank.
Does SSG make it go off as well? This is just going to be a dead round. This is just me on haptic feedback playing Counter-Strike. Oh my god.
Oh, we forgot to put pyrotechnics in.
The chair lights on fire when you're in a volley.
Heated seat would actually go ballistic.
Is that like that new show, Heated Rifle?
Oh!
That was a kill.
If he peeks, man, I tell you.
You're racking up money for that op.
Mm-hmm. When you shoot.
And we're shooting at you. Oh!
My team just called me out, by the way.
What did they say?
He said, move up, bomb. I had bomb. Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, yep. Yep, I do it to him like that.
It's just winning the game.
Yeah, I just do it to him like that.
That's crazy.
It's no big deal, though. I mean, it's no big deal.
Alright, so what are you thinking? Well, you didn't die, you don't have to pump it up.
No, not yet, I don't. That table bounce almost got me killed, though, I'll tell you what.
Oh! Flash out! Those are actually so great.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, I got
What a shot!
Two shots.
I'll go in the hole.
Because he's immersed.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it's the immersion, baby. Yeah.
Better!
Matt, you might just start climbing today. I'm gonna tell you something.
Oh my
I'm
god.
gonna tell you something you don't want to hear, but I'm kind of doing it to him.
Is this enhancing your immersion? You feel like you're in the game?
I do.
Like you're locking in more?
Yeah, like I'm at the optimal distance, 10 feet away from the screen. I got my haptic feedback in my hydraulic chair.
Charlie can just see a pixel move a little bit and he shoots. He can't even make out the full screen.
Oh my god.
We got tangos,
Shots fired!
Shots fired.
You almost threw it in.
I almost did.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's pushing, he's pushing.
Oh. Okay.
Now we gotta go up
Oh,
somewhere.
he died. We gotta go up 5% on
Alright.
each.
Crank me up.
Yo, can you grab Bob and come along with us?
If this guy gives me another order, I swear to God, what a douchebag.
Actually, the nicest person I've ever heard. Count.
Legitimately, this guy's
Hasn't ripped a
sweet.
single slur at you.
Oh, I thought, yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
The tape held!
I think it pushed the monitor down. Like,
Yeah, it did. Definitely did.
No, that timing is so sad.
Oh, you're just lucky you didn't hit you with a sniper.
Yeah, I got lucky that the Molotov cooked me a bit first.
You want to go?
Yeah, you can crank me up. I
You
got
want
up
to
again.
crank up 10%?
Yeah, give me 10 more. Give me 10 more. I'm ready. That's fucking eagle work.
Playing in an AMC IMAX theater today.
Oh my god, I'm so bad at eagle peeking now. Holy shit, that was terrible.
You ever played during the case opening frenzy a couple months ago?
Nah, I didn't actually play.
Just open gates.
Oh, what a shot. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Got hit in the head.
Yeah, that was. I mean, once that desk jumped, I no longer had my aim on. It's weird how that works.
Sounds like a skill issue.
True.
You know what they say? War is hell.
Oh, you're lucky guy.
I can imagine this solo on that already.
That's so fun.
Oh! Oh, damn.
Oh, you got lucky again.
Yeah, I got lucky that he chipped me first. Well, I actually hit myself with a grenade first. Alright, we can crank the power up again.
Alright.
Alright, much better. Is he watching Cat?
Oh, you got him! Oh! He's back, baby.
I'm back. They actually thought Smoke would stop me. Watch this. Imagine though. Just imagine though.
It looks so funny. How much explosion.
When this gets to like 100, my bucket hat's gonna fucking fly off.
Oh, a little bit of a lag spike.
No! If only he knew how effective that flashbang really was. I'm not gonna. This ain't gonna get me airborne. See?
Oh yeah, what does that have to do for him?
If he flipped backwards.
There's no shot he goes back.
He's sumo squatting.
Yes.
Slowly, long push. Oh.
I can't wait.
Smoke speed. Hard copy.
It sounds like I'm.
Oh wow. Oh wow. You're gone. Lock in. Oh, I didn't even see him cross. We won that game, by the way. I certainly cooled off after the desk kept blowing up multiple times and the monitor got all cattywampus and I was 20 feet away from the table. But, you know, it's an experiment and we did end up squeaking out the W. Matt then hopped into the hot seat. Didn't go as swimmingly. I will spoil a bit for you.
It makes me jump every time.
You should ask your teammates on mic, like, do you guys have your desk at 30% or 40%?
What's the PSI on your chairs, guys?
Alright. Anyone want to start the next game here?
Yeah, let me give it a try.
Give this one a whirl.
This is crazy. This feels just like how I set up at home.
With your wrist weights.
Whoops.
Now try leaning back.
That's much scarier.
Feels good though.
It gives you a little whiplash.
You're a pee-hole kind of guy.
Not normally. I just bought a grenade, so. Oh, there they are. Oh, Von Winkeldorf got me. Oh, glass cannon up.
There we
It's
go.
off time, baby.
Fair time.
Show them what you're made of. Give them a little warm up. Yeah.
It really makes you flinch.
Yeah, I heard you buy that off. Now they're afraid.
My team has no comms.
You ripped it off. You gotta hit your shots, man. That won't happen.
There was a brief moment where
The piston's just hanging from.
it was deciding whether. Oh, is it stuck in the table?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's on the table. Oh shit! That gets the blood pumping. All right. Don't you shoot that.
Oh, they're voting to kick you, man.
Shoot them all.
Oh, you alright?
No, they voted to kick. My How about we go into a death match or something?
Well, we have no choice now.
Overall, just two. Where's he up?
Oh,
That
okay.
sounded
That one,
Yeah, that one's definitely.
that one got her.
That's what he's looking for.
Yeah, that's gonna get me up in the morning.
You know what we should do?
Oh, what a shot!
Damn right I hit it. I don't miss these shots. You saw me in the ranked game.
Oh my god, I'm cooking it on.
I'm online.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you know I'm good for it. You know I'm good for it.
At some point, you can't even get back down. It just keeps you on. Got him.
Oh man, you're cooking.
You just get used to the motion, now your aim's fine.
I'm like getting seasick.
Alright, crank it.
Yeah, I think we just let's max it out and let's see what it looks
Right.
like.
Alright.
Do you want me as the guinea pig when you max it out, or are you?
Yeah, you're already there.
Well, I think you gotta change it up to settings.
All right, here we go.
All right, get in there.
You got it.
God's a platform.
You need to scoot forward.
Yeah, you can chase off it and hop into the referee.
I'm in.
That's it. All right, maybe I just way too much.
Wait.
The auto's the one above it. People
Oh,
like
okay,
a
okay.
crazy ride.
Alright. that looks about right. That's about right.
Yeah, I hit that wall pretty good. Yes!
You should have brought a try here. Sure.
Oh,
Yeah,
there we go.
that a boy.
Oh,
He doesn't know how close he was.
does he grazed him?
Alright, do you want to turn the desk back on?
Almost at him.
Oh, good shooting.
It's that easy. She's not even zoomed.
Okay. I love the stamps that we have.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh man, it is like a sumo squat. I'm about to do some big shikos lifting my legs. I had her squirting. Alright, do you want to get the desk going again?
Yeah, I'd say let's turn the desk on, let's crank it up a bit, and then I think we just finish off with
That will be the end of it because it's gonna blow everything off. So you can,
Alright.
flash yourself for a good measure.
Yeah,
You can't see the table coming.
I'm gonna do what Matt said, flash and then grenade, but I'm not gonna auto it as well
Yeah,
because then I'm just gonna probably kill myself. Right. Alright.
A bit of a flash in the corner.
Jesus. Well, the monitor's okay.
Overall, this is what engineering is all about. We asked a question and found someone far smarter than us to invent the answer. And I really like the answer. I think there's even more potential with this idea. This was just round one of the concept, and I know it's a concept that's been explored by others in different ways, also using Counter-Strike. This is just our entry into it, and I want to see maybe there's even more fleshing out to be done. Anyway, though, that's really about it. See ya. You're looking at a man who finally broke the cycle. Can you tell? I'm glowing. I feel rejuvenated. I broke the Call of Duty cycle. I already told you I wasn't going to buy this game, but I know a lot of you really thought that I was going to cave in and succumb to the beckoning siren song of Call of Duty for some reason. So the game dropped. Stream chat was telling me I need to play it. I'm not playing it, but what I did see from Call of Duty Black Ops 7 is a skibbity toilet boss fight. And that's all I need to know in order to feel vindicated that I made the right choice. Now, I have seen some positive impressions from people that are glazing the multiplayer, gushing grannies over the zombies even, and that's great. I'm happy that you're enjoying it. Me and your mother are so proud of you for enjoying yet another Call of Duty game. Yeehaw. But I can tell you from everything I've seen, I know I wouldn't like this. So what the fuck is the point in me purchasing it just to be part of the same cycle every year that I have been for the last decade and some change probably, where I buy every new Call of Duty expecting something different, expecting something to change that's going to get me hooked on it again like I used to be back in COD 4 and Modern Warfare 2 era, and it just never comes. So I sat this one out, but I do still want to yap about a couple of things. Definitely the skibbity toilet boss fight, but also apparently this one is very lazy, like even lazier than normal Call of Duty, in that it uses AI art in a few places. Apparently there's a big hoopla about like the Jin AI that this game uses, which is crazy for a $70 game, for a Call of Duty game, a AAA game, to be so fucking cheap that it won't even just use real art. That's kind of nuts. So I was yapping about it on stream a bit, blabbering there, so I wanted to show you a couple clips. They're using Studio Ghibli AI art. And Black Ops 7? Here, in case anyone doesn't know, big spoilers. This is apparently the final boss, and it is literally a skibbity toilet boss fight. It's crazy. Very cool. But yeah, I haven't looked into the AI stuff. Yeah, this is the Black Ops 7 skibbity toilet finale, baby. Call of Duty is back. Apparently people like the multiplayer, though. I have no idea. I haven't really seen any of the multiplayer outside of the beta, but this I couldn't avoid. Almost looks like a Destiny raid boss. Only in terms of size, I guess. The only mechanic it seems to have, from what I've seen, is this. And all you do is just pathetically, like, jump over it. So it doesn't really seem like a Destiny raid boss in terms of design or mechanic. Because all you do is just jump. Activision responds to Black Ops 7 AI claims is the most recent article. Activision responded to the claims regarding the usage of Jin AI to create calling cards in Black Ops 7. The response comes in the form of an email statement sent to Insider Gaming by Activision spokesperson in the statement, which you can read below. The company says it uses a variety of tools, including AI tools, for the development. You don't say. Like so many around the world, we use a variety of digital tools, including AI tools, to empower and support our teams to create the best gaming experiences possible for our players. Our creative process continues to be led by the talented individuals in our studios. I hate these fucking corporate statements, man. It's so useless. It'd be so much better if they just said, like, yeah, we use Jin AI. Suck our dick. At least then it'd be like, oh, that's honest. This is nothing. Literally just fluff. You use generative AI for these calling cards just to save time and money. It's the only reason. No, this game is gonna still sell fucking 30 million copies. You can hate the campaign, you can hate the skibbity boss fight at the end, you can hate the AI, but at the end of the day, 30 million people will still buy this game. It will not matter. And they know that. That's why they get so lazy and do everything for as cheap as possible. It's just gonna sell. So who cares? Is what it is. There's another article with the AI art. It's literally Studio Ghibli art. You see? Which one? There's so many articles about this. I'll just type in Ghibli. Oh yeah, here. This is a Reddit post that was showcasing some of it. Nice. Very cool. They have certainly empowered the creatives over there at Activision. You can really feel the heart and soul. Awesome. It's just easy money. Well, like I said, it doesn't matter what they do. They could literally release this game with nothing but placeholders in everything except the multiplayer, and people will still pay for it, and it will still sell 30 million copies. Like, it could actually just be like 404 images and nothing else, but as long as the multiplayer's there with the same fucking regurgitated slop, people will still be excited. No matter what, Call of Duty legitimately is too big to fail. There will never come a Call of Duty that actually flops anymore. Vanguard. Vanguard is like the closest thing to a flop, and that still sold, I think it was 25 million copies. Let me see. I'm going off memory, so I could be wrong. Call of Duty Vanguard sold, nope, 30 million copies. Still 30 mil. Like, it truly, like, again, does not matter what they do. Vanguard sold more than Battlefield's best-selling game, It's Too Big to Fail. Agreed. Player retention is always low, though. For Call of Duty, who cares? It's a yearly cycle. It's not like they support the game for the whole year. They'll support it for a couple months, and then it's right on to the next one. They don't give a fuck. It's not like they invest in those games long-term. Just fart it out every year. Sell 30 million copies. Who cares if they drop it in a month or two? And that's the cold water of it. There is no reason Call of Duty ever needs to put even an iota of effort into their titles, because no matter what they serve up, no matter what slop is on the plate, it will be consumed by every little piggy out there. Their baseline for sales for Call of Duty games seems to be 20 plus million. Like, I haven't looked at all the sales figures for Call of Duty games post Modern Warfare, but I'm pretty sure most of them are in the 20 to 30 million ballpark. It is unfathomable how successful this franchise is. And it's very clear they just coast and have been for a long time. And I'm just tired of it. I'm not gonna bother buying Call of Duty games every year just to have the same shit again with a different coat of paint. Same shit, different toilet. Now, with them already feeling so comfortable and confident to use AI in Black Ops 7, I think it's gonna get even lazier. That's my bold prediction here. That's the crazy Baba Vanga Charles White predictions for the next Call of Duty, the next handful of Call of Duty. I think the future of Call of Duty is going to be mainly AI driven, where they're going to look to cut even more corners and squeeze even more money out of this franchise for even less effort. I'm not super surprised to see that they've already, intertwined AI art with Black Ops 7, and I think it's only going to get more and more egregious. So yeah, I think the state of Call of Duty is pretty pathetic and pretty embarrassing, but again, no ill will to anyone that is enjoying it. If you're having fun, all power to you. I just wanted to showcase a little wackiness here from Black Ops 7. A lot of quirkiness from Black Ops 7 here. Anyway, that's really about it. So yep. In gaming, there are a few titles that people have fantasized about for years, collectively feeding delusions about their existence and how their announcement is right around the corner. This year, this is the year. Jeff Keighley's Game Awards, he's gonna come out in a banana hammock and finally reveal to the world Half-Life 3 is in development and launches today. It's a shadow drop, actually. E3 is gonna get revived and they're going to finally tell us Bloodborne 2 is right around the corner. That kind of thing. But deep down, people know that these games aren't in development, and they're probably never going to be. But the hopium around it is so strong and contagious, people can't help but believe. These games include Half-Life 3, Left 4 Dead 3, Bloodborne 2, and until today, Hollow Knight Silksong. Hollow Knight Silksong is a game that people have been wanting for so long since it was announced many, many moons ago. And with radio silence and a lot of missed deadlines and unfulfilled promises, like with Phil Spencer saying, it's coming in a year, that kind of thing, people have just been hurt so much, myself included, to the point where a lot of us wrote it off as one of these, white whales like Half-Life 3 that we're just never going to experience. But against all the odds, Hollow Knight Silksong just dropped today. And on just Steam alone, within the first couple hours, it has already broken over 534,000 concurrent players. I can only imagine what it's like on console right now. Apparently, Steam, Xbox, and the Nintendo eShop all went down right when this launched. Presumably because so many people were, immediately trying to buy it because there was no pre-orders or anything. Hallelujah. Everything about Hollow Knight Silksong's launch, to me, is an absolute fucking grand salami. This is a home run. First and foremost, its price tag. It's $20. That's beautiful. I love to see that. In an era where every game seems to want to be 50, 60, 70, 80 bucks, even games that are only 2-3 hours long, or games you've never even heard of, Fart Smoker Massacre or something, some fucking AA horror experience being 70 bucks. It is so nice to see Hollow Knight Silksong come out here and just be hey, $20, enjoy. It really feels like Silksong is just truly here to be hey, play us. We're not really getting involved in all of the shadiness and greediness the rest of the industry seems to be trying to normalize. Just fucking fork over 20 clams and just enjoy. And it's refreshing. But anyway, let's cut into this peanut butter jelly sandwich and take a peek at the cross-section. I want to give you my first impressions here. Does Hollow Knight Silksong live up to the hype? And the hype was at, almost unheard of levels. Like I said, this is up there in the category of the Half-Life 3s and the Bloodborne 2s and shit like that. So it had big shoes to fill because Hollow Knight is a beloved title. I played Hollow Knight well after everyone else did. I played it, seriously, for the first time, 3 years ago. I streamed all of it and fell in love. I absolutely adore Hollow Knight. So, of course, I was scratching at my neck to sink my teeth into Silksong. Like I said, I really was starting to doubt if I'd ever play this game. I didn't know if it was ever going to release. I thought this was going to be dunking on a 10-foot basketball hoop. An experience I'll never have. I really thought that this was just going to be, always a fairy tale. And I am so happy that it's here. And I'm even happier to say that the game is amazing. I have put about 4 hours into it so far. I streamed it this afternoon. And of course, when I finish my playthrough, it'll go up on my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. Go subscribe, best fucking gaming channel on YouTube. I am already really enjoying my time with Silksong. I think it's off to a fucking banger start. If you've played the first Hollow Knight, you know what you're in store for here. That DNA is still very much intact, but it feels much smoother here. Like, I just got to the point where I get the dash and sprint, and you can combo out of the dash attack because it launches you up. You can combo out of it into like a down needle, which comes at an angle, and then you can combo out of that into just like a normal side needle attack. So there's like a lot of creativity with like the comboing you can do on enemies in this that feel really, really good. It just seems like there's so much skill expression that when you really dive into the spaghetti and the meatballs of the mechanics to the gameplay, you will probably find some really fucking cool things to experiment with. So I'm already like getting into the nitty gritty and loving that. I think pretty much everything that you liked in Hollow Knight, you will find in Silksong, but even more in-depth and fleshed out. And for some people, I actually saw that as a complaint in chat. Some people in chat were upset that the game is so similar to the first Hollow Knight. And I understand that complaint when it comes to things like fucking Call of Duty, where it literally is copy and paste with no innovation. It is just rip and ship. Don't even think about it, fire and forget, because people are just going to buy it no matter what, so what's the point in trying? It's basically you're getting the same thing every single time, just with other maps and other guns, and that's really about it. It's boring. I get that complaint for that series. For Hollow Knight, though, that just isn't the case. Like, yes, it is clearly very much like the same DNA as the first Hollow Knight. Like, the map is the same, shopping, all of that is very similar, but it is all expanded and improved upon. Like, everything is more in-depth. And everything that Hollow Knight, the first one, did well, is done, I would argue, better here, except for one thing. My only complaint about Silksong, and it is kind of a sizable complaint because this is a big portion of what the game is asking you to do, I don't like that they changed down needle. So to Pogo in the first Hollow Knight, you would do a down attack in the air, and you'd bounce off of whatever you hit, whether it's an enemy or like a spike, you would bounce off it to give you some extra air, which of course led to more skill ceiling. There was a lot more you can do with that. In this game, pogoing is still here, but instead of being just like a normal straight down attack with the needle, you instead come at an angle. You come at sharp angles every single time. You can't go straight down with it. You have to come at an angle. So what ends up happening is when you're traversing some places that are requiring you to pogo, such as in Farfields, I think it's Farfields, the place with the red flowers that are spread out all over the place with vines under it, so if you hit it, you take damage and reset. The platforming challenge there is doing the pogo off of the flowers to reach the next section, the next platforms. And in the first Hollow Knight, that's obviously there too, but it felt much more intuitive to just do a normal down needle, pogo off it, go to the next one, rinse and repeat. Here, since you're coming at angles, and since you have to go from right to left pretty often, you have like these sharp angles that you're doing that sometimes just feel inconsistent, and oftentimes actually, at least in my playthrough, you'll actually like hit the hitbox of the flower without pogoing, so you'll just like attack through it. It just doesn't feel as good as just the normal down needle pogo from the first one did. At least not yet. Now, again, I'm only 4 hours in. It might get much better as I get more familiar with it, but as of right now, I am missing the way pogoing felt in the first one. That's the only complaint I have. Pretty much all of my deaths in my playthrough right now are from pogoing. Like attempting to pogo either off an enemy or off of like the flowers. It is taking me a lot of getting used to, and maybe by the end of it I'll warm up to it and say I love it even more than the first Hollow Knight, because I see the vision. Like, it wants it to be even more demanding, like, and give you even more options for your movement. Like, I can see the vision, because sometimes I can string together, like, a really good set of pogos throughout the terrain and throughout the enemies, and it is beautiful looking. The way that you'll pogo into, like, a dash cancel or something, and then go right into the next pogo while still in the air. Like, it looks really cool because you can combo all of this together. And I do see, like, there could be a lot of cool experimentation with it. But right now, like, I just feel like more often than not, it's become a headache because I want to just do like a normal down hit and pogo offs or something. but instead I go off to the side, miss, and just go straight into the shithole and take big damage or just die. Like, I don't know. It's not that big of an issue, and again, it is still fresh, so maybe I just need to get more familiar with it. That is the only complaint I have about the game. Everything else I think has just been smooth sailing, and I absolutely love it. Every boss fight has been hype. Every environment I've visited has been nice. The characters are charming. The game's sound design is a slapper. Everything in this is exactly what I was hoping for a new Hollow Knight experience, and I imagine most people that have picked it up are probably pretty satisfied, would be my guess. Like, it really feels like it knows exactly what people wanted and just gave you more of that and more options with it. So I'm excited to keep playing it. I'm excited to finish it, and I'm very happy to see that it is doing so well for Team Cherry. This has been a lot of years, baking here in the oven, and it looks like everyone's really enjoying the dessert. So I'm happy that it's doing so well, and just wanted to give you my first impressions and say that, yes, it does live up to the hype so far. And I'm optimistic that it will only continue to get better as I get deeper into the game. That's really about it. So, barbecue chicken alert. Barbecue chicken alert. We got another classic YouTube blunder here. I imagine some of you might have seen a little bit from this, but there are tons and tons of channels on the platform being banned left and right. Very loosey-goosey here, and it seems to be AI moderation tools that YouTube uses going rogue. The ghost in the machine here. I just got made aware of this, and it seems like one of the first people to experience this, Penguinz0, was a YouTuber named Enderman, who is a tech channel.
The reason being, my secondary channel has been terminated off of YouTube, as you can see. And obviously I can do nothing about this. We're going to submit the appeal together and see how far it gets us now. The reason for this happening is AI. It wrongfully concluded my channel was associated with a channel that was terminated for 3 copyright strikes.
If we look at what Enderman has provided here, the reason for the termination here is this linked channel, which is a Japanese channel that is in no way actually associated with Enderman at all. It feels like it's a big ol' boo-boo here from the AI moderation tools, and he is not the only channel that experienced this. There were a few other notable examples of channels also being linked to this Japanese channel falsely, and thus having their channel terminated as a result. It's anyone's guess why. Maybe that Japanese channel is like a yawn, it's just contagious, and now it's spreading across YouTube, where for some reason on the back end, the AI has had a fucking conniption here and is associating like tons of channels on YouTube with that account and then just immediately banishing them to the Shadow Realm, which in and of itself is a huge problem, because why is there no human being coming to review a channel termination? Why would AI have that ability? Why would it be given that much unrestricted power and authority where it could not only flag these channels for being linked to this channel, but then also ban them for it without a human being ever stepping in? That's very concerning, because there is clearly a lot of wiggle room for errors with AI moderation. And it's not just with this linked channel epidemic here. We're going to get into a couple other examples, and of course we've already seen some in the past with it just kind of freaking out and going like bananas, actually just going ballistic for no reason. But in classic YouTube fashion, appeals are more useless than the hairs on my ass. So Enderman even made a video doing the appeals, which of course led to no results, which unfortunately is par for the course. I feel like I can count on one hand the amount of times in my own personal experience too that appeals have ever led to anything. Like, I've never even really heard whispers of someone having a successful appeal on my entire 18, 19, whatever-ish years on YouTube. It feels like that system just doesn't work. That's just all smoke and mirrors. Like, maybe the appeal system is there kind of as like an internal joke at the YouTube HQ. Like, the appeals, once you finish filling them out, what it actually does is just print out a piece of paper that goes straight into the trash can at the YouTube HQ. Like, I don't even know what it's there for. It never actually leads to anything that I've ever experienced nor ever heard of. It is truly just like, you do this only to reaffirm that a human being is not looking at it, or if they are, they're not actually giving a fuck and just maintaining the original ruling that may be incorrect. In this case, being linked to a Japanese YouTube channel that was terminated long ago. This kind of thing would take someone actually 4 seconds to realize it's a mistake. This is a big ol' whoops-a-daisy. But since the appeal system it needs a drastic overhaul, it is just archaic, and I truly think that it might just not even function the way it's advertised. It didn't work for any of these channels that were experiencing this termination, this wrongful termination. So they did the only recourse they could. Make noise on Twitter. That, and I've said this for years, that is the only way to get actual YouTube help here, it seems, for most channels on the platform, is to go make a big hoopla, big stink about it on Twitter or any other social media, because then they actually do see it, and then a human being does actually step in, and it takes them a very short amount of time to fix it. In this case, it did get solved. Enderman did get his channel back. Both of his channels got reinstated. It was very clearly a mistake that this happened in the first place, and the second a human being actually is alerted to it and does take the time to take a peek, it's pretty quickly resolved. But there's a couple of problems here. One, AI should not have the ability to ban channels. That is a big no-no. I think that is going to lead to catastrophic results in the future. We're already seeing some inklings here of that, being the dystopia we're heading towards. Like, you do not want to just let AI be the one to ban channels. A human being should always be included in the mega mix when it comes to that decision, without fail, period. Like, there should never be any reason AI can do that. And two, something's got to be done about the appeal system. It has got to be updated. Like, it has got to get better. This is it's just crazy that it's 2025 and appeals still just don't actually work. Because, again, look, Enderman and many others did make a lot of noise on Twitter. Someone at Team YouTube saw it, took them, a handful of hours maybe, and then reinstated both channels because they were very quick to realize, yeah, this is a mistake. Why didn't that happen with appeals? Appeals, when you submit them, it's like a matter of minutes where they're like, no, it's rejected. Yeah, we re-reviewed everything. Yeah, you're super wrong. You're a fucking idiot. Actually, you're super ugly as well, by the way. Did we mention that? Rejected. We're maintaining the original fucking ruling. Like, it's obvious that no one actually looked at it. So, especially when it's like long-form videos, you'll submit an appeal for a video that's like an hour and a half long, and you'll get a response from YouTube on the re-review in like 15 minutes about like how you're stupid for even trying to appeal it. So yeah, that needs to be changed. That's two big problems. But this isn't the only instance of channels being banned willy-nilly recently. There's been a lot going on when it comes to channel terminations that don't make a ton of sense. Now, from what I've seen, a lot of these have been reinstated since this has become a big issue that a lot of people are talking about now, because it is concerning why so many channels are getting kind of banned out of nowhere for seemingly nothing. Literally nothing when it comes to like this linked channel thing that was happening. Like, some of these terminations aren't even because of like a misunderstanding of the content they were producing. It was something that they did, like, literally was not even associated with anything about their channel and still getting terminated. So it's caused a lot of alarm from people on the YouTube platform. And from what I've seen, some of them have been reinstated, but not all of them. There's also been a lot of bans for like this really weird enforcement of YouTube policies that don't really seem to apply. The big one has been like scams and deceptive practices, which I think right now is out of control on YouTube with ads. Like, the biggest culprit of scams and deceptive practices are YouTube's own ads. I just made a video going over many of the AI ads on YouTube that are peddling legitimately fake products. Fraudulent advertising is plaguing the platform. That and like AI porn shit and like a lot of weird things have been advertised on YouTube directly that are very much against YouTube's own terms when it comes to scams and deceptive practices. But those don't seem to be getting hit nearly as much as just channels that aren't actually promoting scams or deceptive practices. It's just really ass backwards right now. And I was reading from the community with some other channels. A lot of them were tech-based, where they were like showcasing different things in the tech sector that maybe the AI moderation tool was getting confused by, thinking that they were trying to promote workarounds for certain things, and they just immediately slapped them down for it. I don't know. But either way, it is a problem. There, under no circumstances, should be the possibility for AI to just ban a channel. like outright. Even if a channel is in violation of rules and AI moderation tools flag it internally, a human being needs to be involved in this conversation about whether or not that channel needs to be banned. It should not be the AI that's the judge, jury, and executioner on it. That is a big problem, and one that is highlighted big time with this wave of bans hitting the platform. So yeah, I wanted to yap about this for a little bit. It seems like it's getting resolved slowly but surely, and I really hope YouTube learns from this and improves their systems, appeals, and getting rid of this immense power that they're lending to AI. Unchecked power, unlimited power. That's concerning. Anyway, though, that's really about it. Hopefully everyone else that's been, like, falsely flagged and terminated or got a strike or something, hopefully all of that gets resolved as well going forward. Hopefully it won't take too much longer. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. When I review a movie, the typical process is this. I'll go see it. Immediately after finishing it, I come home all giddy, full cocked, ready to just spit out all of my thoughts. And like Rene Descartes said, I think, therefore I am going to review this movie. I do it immediately, so everything is all fresh in there. Everything that I cook up in this wrinkly sack between my ears, and I post it pretty much immediately, all within like 30 to 45 minutes of seeing a film. And yesterday I saw the Chainsaw Man movie, and I really liked it, but I didn't post a review, and Stream picked up on this and started asking why, because it's pretty uncharacteristic. And the reason is because we actually have an official collaboration between our soap company Cheeky and Chainsaw Man. So this is available now. We have a Chainsaw Man movie-inspired line of new Cheeky scents. I was a big fan of Chainsaw Man, so this collaboration has been super hype. And like I said, I really, really liked the movie, so all of these scents are inspired by that and the characters. And with this partnership in mind, I was worried people would think by me reviewing this film that it would be biased or unreliable, and I'm only glazing it because we're working together with the property. But the more that I squatted and stewed on this, and from Stream Chat last night, I really just want to yap about the film. And I feel like over the course of the, 8-ish years that I've been reviewing movies and games, I think it should be pretty clear by this point that it doesn't really matter anything outside of, like, the actual product itself. Like, I try not to take anything else into account when just, spitting up my thoughts on something. So even though we are officially partnered with Chainsaw Man, I'm still going to give you my very honest review of the movie. And I do that for everything. So, like, even if my dad made, like, a passion project film, if it's a pile of dog shit, I'm gonna let him know that is some stinky trash, Like, it's just gonna be how it is. Now, in the case of the Chainsaw Man movie, there is nothing stinky about it. This film was fucking extraordinary. And I said this last night, it has been an incredible year for 2D animated feature films. Pretty much back to back, we got Demon Slayer Infinity Castle and now the Chainsaw Man movie, which I think is right up there with it. I think this movie was so good. So let's go ahead and dive into the spaghetti and the meatballs here. So this is a whole arc condensed into a single movie. And I was a bit skeptical at first because I always thought when it came to something like this, you'd need multiple episodes to build up and care about a character that gets introduced. So that way it actually matters and feels meaningful when big things happen. But I have really come around on this arcs as movies direction that the industry seems to be going. I think Demon Slayer's done it really well, and now Chainsaw Man has proven they can do it really well. Reze is a character who gets introduced in this film and develops throughout this film, and by the end, you do care about the character. I think they do a really good job at setting that up. I think they hit the emotional beats very well. I also think this is a film you can see even without watching season 1 of Chainsaw Man and still understand what's going on. I wouldn't really recommend doing that because you miss out on so fucking much, but if you have a friend or a significant other or something that maybe wants to go see it with you, I think they can without being lost and they can still really enjoy it. And this film comes in two very different halves. The first half of this film is setting up Reze in this emotional arc as well as Denji and his conflicting feelings where he's in love with Makima. Makima has his heart, but Reze is someone that's showing like genuine romantic interest in him, which is something he's never experienced before. So now he's also falling for Reze. So it's this back and forth of like these feelings he shares for two different women. And it's, really weighing heavy on him. It's stressing him out. and he's going on dates with Reize, but thinking of Makima, but really liking the time he spends with Reize. So the first half is really building that up and getting you to care about Reize. And I think they do a good job. The first half is very much like a slow burn where it is a lot of slice of life going on. And it's really well done, like it's detailed. Slice of life is my least favorite genre in anime. But in here, and maybe it's because of the time constraints of a movie, they're able to do slice of life without having it feel like it drags on or overstays its welcome. It feels like every single slice of life moment is there to build up this relationship and get you sold on this character, Reize, and I do think there are some people that will find that boring. In the same way where Demon Slayer had a lot of flashbacks to tell a story that people apparently didn't like that much and kind of tuned out, I didn't have an issue with it, but a lot of people didn't like all the flashbacks. This movie doesn't have any of that. There's no flashbacks, but instead they do all of that, fleshing out of these characters in real time across the movie. So actually maybe people will find that more appealing. But I just do think that there's a chance in the first half of this film where it is very, mundane tasks that Denji goes on, like little dates with Makima and Reize, where people might find it to be uninteresting. But I think it's important to understand that without all of this character building and giving all of that time and attention to actually making people invested in the story and characters, all of the action and all of the beautiful mayhem in the second half would have felt a lot less meaningful. Action without a good story and good reason for it feels flat. And in this film, that is not the case at all, because they spent a lot of time and a lot of care building everything in the first half. So then the second half, it feels like an even bigger payoff watching it all unfold. Something else I feel people might bump on is if you're not super familiar with Denji as a character, maybe you would be put off by how, highly sexual he views things. So, when he's, conflicted on his feelings with Reize and Makima, he pictures them in, lingerie type thing, and he sees 2 sets of boobs, that kind of thing. Though I would say in the context of the story, there's a real reason for that. Denji is a guy who has experienced nothing but misery and agony his entire life, and now all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's turned around for him where he is, having friendly interactions with people, which has never happened, and now women are actually showing interest in him, which he never even thought was possible in the first place. But it turns out that these women are actually just using him. He is very easily manipulated because of how little experience he's ever had in his life. So they use sexual shit as a way of controlling Denji and grooming him. So it does make sense in the context of the story, but I do think that some people might be put off by that. Anyway though, let's talk about the second half, because I think this is where everyone is going to be losing their fucking minds, throwing popcorn and how hype it was, because the entire second half of the film, the fights with Bomb Girl, are just incredible. Once Bomb Girl is introduced, once she comes into the fold, it is from that moment till the credits roll, fighting. She fights Aki, she fights fucking everybody, fucking civilians she starts throwing hands with. And Denji is teaming up with a shark fiend named Beam, and he rides the shark into battle with his chainsaw, wrapped around him, the chainsaw blade that is, wrapped around him. It's so fucking cool. And not only is Bomb Girl fighting everybody, but she actually has a tag team partner named Typhoon, who, from the name, you can probably guess, has the ability to basically controlling the weather in a typhoon, and it's just so chaotic and so fun. It's super, super hype. Also, big shout outs to the music choice here. I heard Maximum the Hormone come on during one of the fight sequences, and that was a joy. I have not heard Maximum the Hormone in, good lord, who knows how long. But when Maximum the Hormone track started playing, my god, it was time to lock in. That's what Dankin said as well on stream. It really is super hype. The entire second half action is breathtaking. It is so, so good. I will say though, when Chainsaw Man is directly fighting Typhoon, actually in the mega mix deep in it, since Typhoon is just, flinging so much shit around, there's a lot happening visually. Chainsaw Man's riding Beam, this fucking giant shark in there, there's a lot happening. It can be a bit visually cluttered at times, but I don't think it ever reaches a point where you don't know what's happening and you can't see the action. I think it does a really good job of keeping everything digestible, where you can easily tell what is going on. I just think when it gets to the Typhoon, towards the end of Typhoon fight there is so much that happens that it does get a little muddy, but never to a point where it was what the fuck is happening? I just wanted to mention that there is a bit of clutter there with Typhoon in particular towards the final section there of him fighting Typhoon. But overall, I think this movie was great. I really, really liked it. And hopefully you don't think that this is just a biased perspective on it because of our partnership. I am very excited by the Cheeky Chainsaw Man collaboration. Like I mentioned, it's out now. All of the soap smells amazing, and I'm very excited, very happy to be working with them. But that plays no role in my thoughts on this movie. If this partnership didn't exist with Cheeky and Chainsaw Man, I would still have the exact same feelings on this film. So, yeah. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. No long-winded intro, I'm hugging my knees to my chest in the cannonball position diving in. New Avatar movie just came out, and it is the lowest rated one so far, which was pretty surprising to see. Now, I just got back from it. It's 3:30 a.m. The long movie, I saw it at 10:45 p.m., and I'm gonna go on a little tangent real quick. I already said no long-winded intro, but I'm immediately sinning, because I have to just complain about how long previews are. I've made a habit out of timing each experience with previews before a film. On average, it's about 21 minutes worth of previews before the movie starts. In rare cases, I've had it go up to like 26, 28, and even one time 30. This time around, though, this rodeo lasted quite a while because they had like an extended preview. I felt like I was watching a whole nother movie for The Odyssey. They played what felt like a 10-minute full sequence there before this movie. Now, luckily, it slapped. But Jiminy Christmas, the movie didn't start until significantly later than even I expected, knowing full well the average of preview duration. So it was a late evening here watching this film. Anyway, in order to talk about some of the things I want to, I'm going to need to get into spoilers. So this is your spoiler warning here. Spoiler is going to be flying out the wazoo. Alright, I've warned you now. Overall, I liked the movie. I think it was entertaining. It was solid. There's nothing bad about it. By no means is there anything in here that I think isn't good. But honestly, I think it does deserve to be the lowest rated in the franchise right now, and I'll tell you why. My biggest complaint. This movie is extremely safe. Not only is it extremely safe, but it is extremely derivative of the previous two films. It doesn't introduce any new thematic elements or anything, and it borrows heavily from the first and especially the second. In the final act of this film, it is almost beat for beat, bar for bar, where the water concludes itself, minus one very important emotional high that the second film had. And that was an important character death. An emotional moment that I didn't see coming, that was a surprising death that felt very impactful and intense and carried a lot of weight. This film doesn't have that. There was no part in this film where I really thought any of the core cast was in danger. Even knowing in the second movie they made that bold decision that caught me with my pants down when they killed one of the brothers. Here, the whole film felt just very much like James Cameron being comfortable. It's clear he knows what works, and in this film it also still works. But we've seen it before twice now, and he doesn't go out of his cozy comfort zone. He's perfectly content to just cuddle up with all of the same things that we've gotten from the first two without introducing anything else. And for me, that's just a little deflating because for this film, I thought there were quite a few moments with a lot of potential to really wow you. And I thought that's what this would be going into it, given where Way of Water stops. I thought there was going to be like really, high stakes, big, bold chances taken with this movie, and it's just not. I expected this film to focus on fire, the same way that the second film focused on water, and I thought that was gonna be like super hype, and we'd see a lot of like new creatures, a lot of like new imaginative things about this world. Like Where the Water introduced, where so many things just felt new and fresh, and like we were going on a brand new adventure in this brand new part of a world we hadn't seen in so long, and it felt so fresh and exciting, filled with creativity and imaginative things and creatures that inhabit it. It just felt so alive and so different. But this movie, it's recycling all of the same, not only like locations as Where the Water, but also a lot of the same things that happen in Way of the Water. So you're seeing the same creatures, the same things that you already saw in Way of the Water, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but I just really thought this was going to be like exploring another new side of this beautiful world James Cameron crafted. I thought this was going to be about like the fire and like this group of Ash Navi. Because like it seemed like they started to do that when she was telling her story. They show like a really beautiful, quick thing about where they are and the fire, the catastrophe they survived. But then it goes right back to the water. And the entire final fight and pretty much all of the fighting and everything happens in the same exact water, the same exact area that it did in the second film. So it just feels like we've been there, done that. Like I said, there's nothing bad about it. And in fact, I would actually argue this is the most visually breathtaking in the Avatar franchise. The visual spectacle in here, zoinks. It is incredible. And I really love the introduction of the new Na'vi that we see here, the Ash Na'vi, where they've completely forsaken Awa. They're no longer like very spiritual or anything like that. They're very much like, I'm gonna fuck you up, carve your scalp, let it all burn type thing. Which I think is a great contrast to all the other Na'vi we've seen till this point. And they team up with the Colonel, and there's a really great dynamic with the Colonel where, he does just have the memories of a dead man. He's not actually that guy anymore. He's just not that guy, pal. And Jake is constantly trying to get that through to him, and you do see it start to weigh on him. I thought that was a really cool idea they were exploring there, and I'm excited to see where else that maybe goes. Spider is also a character that I thought was great in the second film and has an even bigger role in this one. But I will say, they make a decision with Spider, and the only family he's never ever known is the Na'vi, the Sully family. That is his family, but he is an alien to them. He has to have a mask on at all times because he can't breathe their air. It's poison. So even though they accept him as a member of the family, he feels like he's a member of the family, there is just this very obvious distinction that he isn't. And I thought that was a really interesting idea. In this film, it overwrites that, where pretty early on, something happens where he does get the ability to breathe their air, so he no longer needs their mask, and that also comes with the thing on the back of his head that I'm blanking on the name of. I was going to call it the Kundalini, but I know that's not it. The Kundalini is from that rabbit hole that we went down on stream a long time ago about that serpent in your spine that can make you come by thinking really hard or whatever. I can't remember what it's called in the film, but he gets that, so he can breathe their air, huff it all in, no problem. He can jack into all life on the planet, connect to the animals, the spirits, everything. So for all intents and purposes, Spider is now a Na'vi in everything except skin color. Which in and of itself is a cool idea, and I think it is a natural progression of the character, but I really liked what I thought Way of Water was setting up for him, where the idea is, you don't have to look like your family, or you don't have to be able to do all the things that your family can do to still be a member of the family. I thought that was going to be an interesting thing that they play around with, but here they do kind of abandon that, and he is just a full Na'vi, basically. Which in and of itself has a lot of cool things about it, so I don't have like a huge issue with the direction or anything like that, but I don't know, I think it would have just hit harder if it didn't end up going kind of similarly to how Jake Sully did, where he does just become a Na'vi. Well, the same thing is happening now to Spider. He did just become a Na'vi. The only difference is he didn't grow fucking 5 feet and get blue skin, but he still has everything else there. Again, not the biggest deal in the world, because I think there is a lot of cool things they did with it in this movie, and I imagine more they'll explore in the future. I just feel like it would have been really interesting if they didn't. Instead of him just becoming a Na'vi, he could still just be that family member that happens to be a human. And that is a really interesting dynamic to play with that I thought they did really well with in Way of Water. Anyway, though, I want to get back to the things I like there. I already pointed out the Colonel is one of the highlights for me, but right behind the Colonel for standouts is Varong. She is the leader of the Ash Na'vi here, and also becomes the main love interest to the Colonel. And I think that's a really interesting thing that they explore there, because he, has been established as someone looking to really fuck up the Na'vi. He is still on Team Human and will do anything that they order him to. They say jump, he asks how high, yet has legitimate feelings for Varong and actually fights with her and for her, defends her when the general tries to force them out, calling them savages and stuff. So it's a really interesting thing to see, he's forming connections now with the Na'vi through Varong and the Ash Na'vi. I think her character is great. She is to the Ash Na'vi what Jake Sully is to the rest of the Na'vi. She is a fierce warrior. She is brutal. She loves guns and fire, loves to burn things to the ground, and tells the story of how she got there to the Colonel, where after a catastrophe, her and her people were starving, so they cried out for assistance, praying for help from Awa. Nothing ever came. They felt Awa abandoned them, so they abandoned Awa. And she leads them. She saves them. And now she is the one that is keeping them all alive and doing everything she can to ensure their survival. And I really appreciate they didn't make her just an unhinged lunatic. Yeah, she does a lot of fucked up things, but she is still very much grounded in that she doesn't just randomly start slaughtering people for no reason, just a loose cannon. She does do smart strategy and tactics. She's not just crazy. She is ruthless, but she's not insane and stupid or anything like that. They do a great job of walking the line between her brutality and still her being a legitimate thinking being that's not just one-dimensional. Also, I want to make a special mention for the action. I think all of the Avatar movies have really great action. This one is no exception. I think the action here is spectacular. I think James Cameron always does a great job with it, and Fire and Ash has wonderful action. Probably the best in the franchise so far, I would say. I just think the Na'vi fighting the Ash Na'vi, every scene where they clash was really, really good. So, crushed it in that department. I will say, though, the catalyst for a lot of the action that happens seems to always be a member of the Sully family getting captured. I think that happened fucking 5 times in this movie. Basically, anytime they turn around, someone's getting captured from their family and used as bait to spawn a fight. I feel in the next couple of Avatar movies, maybe we should explore different means of getting a fight to occur that's not just getting captured. Because my god, it has happened a lot in these movies now. A fucking ton. But yeah, another thing, the music is great. I think most people are probably expecting good music in here, and you're going to get it. Like I said, it's a good movie, but I definitely think this is the weakest in the franchise so far, and that's solely because it's basically everything we've already gotten served to us again. But maybe for some people that's exactly what they want. It's entirely possible. Again, I was entertained. I also feel like the pacing of this film was really good. It never felt like it dragged, and I was never bored. It's a very, very long movie, but it truly didn't really feel like that. I thought James Cameron did a good job of keeping things, moving along, which was great. So yeah, overall, it's good, but I definitely think it does deserve to be the lowest rated in the franchise so far. But anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. You think you're so slick on keeping secrets from me? You thought I wouldn't find out about one of the biggest flops of 2025? You thought you could bury that information without me unearthing it in order to huff the fumes of a Concorde-level failure? You imbecile! Perhaps I'm being a bit gung-ho comparing this to a Concorde-level disaster, but this flop we're about to discuss is a really catastrophic one. And I hadn't heard a peep about this until I just happened to stumble across an article going over it today. That is how under the radar this one has managed to fly, even though presumably millions of dollars were spent on marketing it and developing it. It comes from Amazon, that is the publisher of the game. Raise your hand if you've heard of King of Meat. Anyone that put their hand up I know is a liar. I don't trust you. Go fuck yourself. You're tacky and I hate you. In classic video game industry delusion, some of the executives here at the higher level of the studios behind King of Meat were expecting this game to be pulling 100,000 concurrent players, but unfortunately, reality was a cruel mistress. She came through and slapped the fuck out of them. They couldn't even get a tiny whiff of 4 digits because this game peaked at 320 during a free weekend. King of Meat is typically a $30 game. It's $30 right now. And that's what I paid in order to play this. Anytime I have a chance to be part of history for like these kind of unbelievable bombs, like these absolute septic tank explosions of financial ruin, I have to spend my money to at least be there, put boots on the ground to experience it. So I did spend $30 to play King of Meat to see if it really is just fucking terrible, and that's why no one played it. I've got a whole video of it up on my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. Go subscribe, go check that shit out. Now, like I said, this is a project that had presumably millions of dollars poured into it. This isn't just some like random, Steam stinker that a solo dev put together in one afternoon and only like 3 people on the planet have accidentally downloaded. This was a big production that they put a lot of oomph and elbow grease behind. The biggest being a dedicated Mr. Beast video. On Mr. Beast Gaming, he did an entire YouTuber challenge, beat this game, win $250,000. With 7 million views, he posted it 2 months ago, and it's all to promote King of Meat. He brought out a bunch of YouTubers to exclusively play King of Meat and win money, and it is an expensive production and set they put on here, all to try and get people to flock to King of Meat. They thought by getting Jimmy Beast on the horn for a dedicated video, it would put so much motion behind this project, but unfortunately, it's doing the Black Beetle challenge right now. There's no motion in sight. There's not an ounce of movement. And I can't even imagine the price tag that this must have cost them. Like, I can't even fathom what an integration would cost in a Mr. Beast video, let alone an entire dedicated video for it. Like, that has to be in the 7 figures. This is like a Super Bowl commercial to these companies, no doubt. So to put that much money into King of Meat and not see even a single crumb, not a morsel of return on that, holy shit, that is brutal. It's actually pretty interesting because now I'm really wondering, what kind of return do companies see when buying slots on Mr. Beast content? Because we have very easily accessible data when it comes to King of Meat. Like, even looking in the comment section of the 7 million view video that he posted, which is exclusively an advertisement for this game, people seemed excited about it. Like, they seemed like they were interested in it, that it's a well-received video, and not a single one of them seemed to have picked up the game themselves. It's pretty interesting. But maybe you could chalk that up to maybe it's just not their cup of tea. Maybe Mr. Beast Gaming doesn't have an audience of meat maniacs ready to go spend 30 clams on this product. Or maybe Mr. Beast audience just kind of likes to eyes glaze over and just watch all the flashing colors in the stimulation and maybe don't want to engage with whatever is being advertised there. Also entirely possible. I just find it so interesting because, like I said, I can't even imagine how much this must have cost. Now, this is an Amazon published game, so it's literally chump change to them, even if it is in the 7 figures. It doesn't matter to them. But I'll tell you who it does matter to is the actual developers behind the game. Because according to the article, Glowmade Games, the studio behind King of Meat, is looking like the workforce will be suffering layoffs here. There's been word of layoffs confirmed by multiple Glowmade employees on LinkedIn that come just a couple months after King of Meat's lackluster performance. So it's looking like there's going to be an unknown amount of employees that will no longer be working at Glowmade because of how poorly this has done. And there was apparently even discussions earlier about voluntary redundancies that would impact about a dozen people. It's all a little up in the air, but it's looking like because this game has done so poorly, they're going to be cutting a lot of team members, which I feel bad for everyone that's going to potentially lose their job from this game not performing well. And I think a lot of that falls onto leadership's shoulders. After playing the game and even just looking at like the Mr. Beast video and their ads, I could tell you this was never going to reach 100,000 concurrent players off rip. It's too corporate. This is a game that doesn't have the same feeling as the other like big party games that people actually are hooked on or immediately, bit onto the nipple of. This is a game that does feel like Suits kind of trying to play a formula and capitalize off of how big these friend party games have become, this niche. It doesn't have that same feel to it. And after playing it, I can tell you it's not a bad game or anything, but there's nothing in here that I feel like would ever have me go back to it. Like, I would never choose to play King of Meat over any of the other, like, really fun party games and friend games that I play with my buddies. This feels like a game that would have released on the old Xbox 360 arcade that you'd play maybe one time with a friend of yours, and then you both just say, like, let's just do Castle Crashers or something instead. This isn't a game that I think they should have ever had that kind of expectation on, with these huge fucking shoot for the stars to infinity and beyond fucking Buzz Lightyear style predictions of like 100k concurrent players. That just sets up the entire team for failure, and I feel like if they had just had it be more realistic, well, maybe then they wouldn't be looking at layoffs. They could have calibrated the budget, calibrated the marketing and everything to account for that. But, you know, they went hog wild buying a Mr. Beast dedicated video and shit like that. And a Mr. Beast partnership. He has an entire, like, dungeon in the game that you can play, which, like I said, I couldn't even get enough people in a game to play, so I ended up having to solo it myself. I'll go ahead and put that footage here, I guess. But the thing is, this is one of the biggest flops of the year, and I haven't heard anyone talk about it yet. I had to yap about it. It is fucking fascinating. Mr. Beast Dungeons! What? I see Mr. Beast. Let's do it. Any Mr. Beast meters? Wait. My controller was vibrating. Does that mean somebody's about to show up? Somebody was thinking of playing? No, the estimated time's going up. What's going on? It can't be. I'm alone! Okay, I see how this is gonna go. Time to solo Mr. Beast in here. Is Jimmy gonna talk to me?
Hello, viewers. I'm your host, Curved V.
I probably couldn't afford to have Mr. Beast do any VA for it.
Only two options. Little dynamos, this lot.
Yeah. I can do this. Clean.
Smash that stuff.
Clean. Ooh, close. But I'm in the perfect rotation right now. Oh, yeah. Hit it! Oh, yeah! No!
That looked painful.
He said he'll let me see my family if I can complete Beast Dungeons in King of Meat. Oh, just when you thought he was out of tricks. I did it! I beat the Beast Dungeon on my first try.
They've done it.
I saw something weird today. It comes from TMZ. It's a surveillance camera clip of a guy sniffing a sofa right after an underage girl had got up and left from it. And this clip actually sparked a bit of a debate online, as everything seems to nowadays. Even something as objectively gross and unacceptable as this. There's no audio in the clip. Everyone's just been uploading this with different royalty-free stock beep beep boop bop music like Mr. Krabs was listening to in SpongeBob, so I just went ahead and muted that. That was apparently an underage girl that just got up and left, and this guy wanders in there and immediately just beelines like a homing missile to the sofa where she was once sitting and just dives in like he's bobbing for apples, gets a big huff, and then just leaves. This happened at a dance studio, and apparently one of the owners had contacted the police to report the disturbing incident. The cops watched the video, felt it was strange behavior, investigated, discovered his identity, and were determining whether or not criminal charges are warranted. The girl was apparently leaving a dance lesson, and then he executed Operation Super Sniffer while another dance lesson was in progress. I feel like any normal person would watch that and agree that that is disgusting, creepy shit that is definitely warranting some kind of punishment. I don't know what the charges would be. I don't know if they've written into law, illegal sniffing or something, but I have to imagine there's gotta be something, right? Like, this is behavior that has to have some kind of repercussions. He walks into this dance studio after this child leaves that sofa, and it seems like his main goal there is to sniff where she was. Now, it does seem like there is like a cut between when she leaves and when he enters. I don't know how much time elapsed, but he immediately has like a mission in mind. Like, he goes in there with a plan and does it right away, then leaves after smelling it. I don't know if he's even on a phone call. Maybe that's just a ruse. But, I mean, if he is, he's talking to somebody on the phone. Oh, yeah, business. business, and then excuses himself from the dance studio. Like, it's fucking weird. Since there's not a ton of information about this, it's been a lot of speculation on what he's even doing there in the first place. Because it's not like he just ended up there by pure coinkydink. He didn't just spawn in the second that girl left the sofa. He was clearly already there. And the question then becomes, why? Maybe he has a child that also attends the same dance studio, which would be extremely concerning. I also have to imagine this isn't his first rodeo with this kind of shit, considering he just so brazenly does this just in public here, while there is another dance lesson going on as well. Absolutely, like, no hesitation or anything. He just walks in there, he gives like a little hand gesture, like he was doing a Jedi mind trick to an ant or something, and then he just immediately goes for it. This is a sick freak. Now, as I mentioned, this clip has actually had a bit of a debate with people defending him, if you can believe that. And I'm sure you can believe that, because that is the state of the world right now. The biggest thing people are saying to fight for this guy's honor is that maybe he didn't know that that girl was underage. Maybe he thought that was an adult. Okay, let's play ball with that game theory. Let's assume he thought this was an adult instead of a child. It's still creepy, fucking gross behavior. Even if he did this not at a dance studio but at a bar, it would still be some unacceptable degenerate shit. If he's just spying on women, waiting for them to get up from their seat so that way he can march over there, fee-fi-fo-fumming his way so he could stick his nose where their ass once was in order to get a whiff of the fumes there, freaky style, that would still be fucking weird. Like, it doesn't change that fact. This is unacceptable behavior. And the fact that he does this where a child was sitting makes it significantly worse. I then also saw people unironically saying that maybe he had smelt something bad and wanted to check where it was coming from to make sure everything was okay, like a gas leak or something. Which, I gotta tell ya, sports fans, that is lunacy to actually be trying to make that argument in this case. How many of you, when you smell something bad, your instinct is to go shove your whole face into it? Like, if I smell dog shit and it's like, oh boy, this is yucky, I'm not immediately going to bury myself in that dog shit to confirm the bad smell. Like, this guy was damn near rolling around in the sofa. Like, there is no world where this guy was just trying to investigate a, yucky smell to figure out where it was coming from and what was going on. And it doesn't look like he smells something bad, by the way. He's not like, like he's not scrunching his face up. It looks like he is like delighted to go right where that girl was sitting on the sofa so he could get a big smell of it. It is a crazy, actual, unhinged take to try and say that maybe this guy was trying to figure out, get to the bottom of a mystery of a bad smell. And now the security camera footage makes him look bad. That's nuts. I have to just show you this comment here. I saw this first on a YouTube short, and this comment was in the replies to someone upset about TMZ even bothering to cover something like this. So this is one of the people saying, well, it could have been a bad smell. What if there was a bad smell and he was checking where it was coming from? There's so many reasons why that could have happened. Get a life. There's so many reasons why that could have happened. They're making it sound like this guy tripped and fell or something, or slipped on a banana peel. What do you mean so many reasons why that could have happened? It's not like it was an accident. This guy didn't just lose his balance and plunge face first into the sofa where that underage girl was sitting. He did it on purpose. There's not so many reasons. This comment was so delusional that it would have actually been comical if it wasn't also scary, where this person's going to try and, like, excuse this kind of behavior as maybe he was checking for a bad smell. There's plenty of reasons why this guy might have went over to that sofa to sniff where their child was sitting. So many reasons. Get a life. Get over it. It's not a big deal. It's so fucking peculiar. It's sad. It is sad that something like this can't even just unanimously be condemned anymore. That there has to be people still, for some reason, fighting tooth and nail that A, it's not a big deal, or B, you're just not understanding what actually happened here. Here's the real story, and it's just fucking fanfic people are pulling out of their ass to defend a complete stranger who was just a degenerate. Like, what the fuck? Now, just to be crystal clear, the vast majority of people agree that this is completely unacceptable and that there needs to be punishment coming to this guy for this. I truly don't think this is his first time doing it either. I think he has probably done this many times. This is just the first time he's been caught doing it. So most people agree with that sentiment, but the fact that there's even a handful of people, like a noticeable amount of people defending it, is just so pathetic. It is just so sad. There are some even more outrageous explanations people have drummed up, but I'm just going to give you one more, and it's this little thread right here, which was in reply to the clip. There may be some reasonable explanation for this behavior. He enters, talking to someone, goes to couch, sniffs, continues talking, then leaves. That is not the behavior of a perv who would spend more time with the area where the girl sat. Perv may not be the explanation. Now, I don't know why is, but I will watch the story. He then has a couple of people who agree with him in the comments. The idea that a perv would sniff a couch for only 3 seconds then leave is ridiculous. Whoever released this video should be sued for violating privacy. Employees should be able to do their jobs without having every moment scrutinized by an online mob. There are so many assumptions there, I don't even know where to begin. I don't know where he's pulling this from, that it's an employee doing this. If it is, that's extremely alarming. This other person chimes in. I thought the same. Felt like something smelled wrong, maybe like piss, and he fast checked. I would imagine something different if he really wanted to enjoy that. So basically the Goof Troop's argument here is because he only did it for like 3 seconds, he's not a pervert most likely, because he didn't take his time to enjoy it. And they say that the notion that he is a pervert is ridiculous because he only spent like 3 seconds doing it. That makes no fucking sense. That doesn't compute. Would you also say that the Burbank butt sniffer is not a pervert? This was a guy who cruised bookstores and would periodically sniff women's asses. And he would only sniff their ass for like half a second, maybe a full second. Is he not a pervert because he didn't spend his time enjoying it? He didn't sit there for like 10 seconds doing it. Is the Burbank butt sniffer also innocent? This is stupid. They're unironically trying to say that he didn't meet the time threshold to be a pervert, thus there must be another explanation. Doing the act at all is the act of a pervert. It doesn't matter how long he did it for. What the fuck? That is so unbelievably dumb. And it's not just this group of 3. Like I said, there are quite a few people making the same argument. And then that last guy had an even stupider take about how maybe he was checking for piss. Okay, so the piss patrol walks in here, and the way that he checks for urine is to face plant into it? Who checks for piss that way? Who would possibly do that? I have yet to see any explanation for this other than him just being a fucking degenerate. There is just, I feel like, so little wiggle room that this is some kind of misunderstanding. The only thing that I was able to think of, and I think it is so fucking unrealistic that I don't think it's even remotely possible, but the only thing that would maybe make this a misunderstanding is if it turns out that that guy is that girl's father, and he is on the phone with her. That's who he's talking to on the phone, and she was worried that maybe she shit her pants or something, so then she had her dad go in there because she was embarrassed, so now she's talking to her dad on the phone, telling him where she sat, so then he goes and checks and sniffs to see if there's like a shit smell coming from it in order to let her know whether or not she like ruined the sofa or something. But I think that is very unlikely considering the dance studio contacted the authorities. I feel like the dance studio would probably know if that was the girl's father. And also, again, if he was there to investigate a bad smell, whether she shit or pissed or something on the sofa, he he wouldn't put his whole face into it and like run it around the sofa. Nobody in their right mind would do that. I feel like there is just no possible explanation for this that isn't him just being a fucking freak. So anyway, I wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's really about it. So yeah. Am I the biggest Five Nights at Freddy's fan in the world? Nope. But did I see the first film? Yes. Did I like it? No. But I could understand why others did. So I just saw the second film. Did I like it? Nope. But this time, I can't understand why others seem to like it. I know it's getting like absolutely spanked when it comes to like critic reviews and stuff, but most people, myself included, don't really give a fuck about critic reviews these days. But what I am seeing is a lot of glaze for the film from fans of the property, which I understand that there's a level of enthusiasm for an IP where you will swallow any shit that gets farted down your throat. I understand that. There is a level of fandom where it doesn't matter if it's objectively terrible. You are just happy it exists, and the fact that it is something that you can go put your peepers on for an hour and a half or whatever is good enough. Everything else doesn't matter. You can point at the screen going, I know that! And that's all you need. Oh, also, speaking on that, special shout out to my auditorium in particular. The entire row behind me was talking from start to finish about the lore of Five Nights at Freddy's. I felt like I was listening to the fucking Fazbear Fan Club podcast behind me. The entire goddamn movie. Every time someone's name was mentioned, I heard them talking about their significance to the plot in the games. Anytime they recognized something on screen for all the fan service, they'd point it out. So even though I myself am kind of a fucking homunculus when it comes to Five Nights at Freddy's lore, I promise you, every single Easter egg and fan service moment in here that was sprinkled in the film, I know about now. I know because they pointed it out loudly every single time. One of them even sang one of the songs that is apparently associated with the Easter egg that was presented here. So trust me, I got every single reference in this one. I got the big-time, full-blown Glupshido experience here, for sure. But even outside of that group, I am still seeing a lot of people saying, like, this is just for the fans, and the fans alone. And okay, fair enough, but I would say even if you're the biggest fan of Five Nights at Freddy's, this film is just still kind of weak. However, the cold hard truth of it is, it doesn't matter if the film is weak. The fact that it exists at all is satisfactory to tons of people already. Even if the film is mid or bad, this film does what I think most fans of the property want it to do. It shows them the things that they already loved from the IP, from the games, on the big screen. And they give you a lot to chew on that you'll recognize from the games. And that's enough for people to have a very positive experience with the film. And if you're in that camp, all power to you. I'm happy that you're happy with it. But as someone who is not the biggest fan of the games, I don't think this movie stands on its own two legs overly well. There are two things I think it does better than the first one, though. And it is something that they did highly talk up about, like, listening to feedback from the first one. I do think they did try to make it scarier. And I do think they made it feel much larger in scale because there's more animatronics and it feels like it spans more than just a location. Both of those things are good. Those are my main two positives I can give the film. I think the animatronics look great. I appreciate that there's more of a presence from them. I also think they did a great job with Marionette's design. That character is by far the eeriest part of the cast here in a film that's already devoid of scariness. Not that that's actually a negative I have for it. I don't go into Five Nights at Freddy's expecting to get fucking goosebumps, tingles, and covering my eyes in fear. This is Weenie Hut Jr. horror for toddlers. It is meant to be like a gateway horror franchise for kids, and in that aspect, it does excel. It is a juggernaut IP when it comes to kids' horror property. So it's not like I'm complaining that it didn't make me, a 31-year-old man, afraid. I just wanted to point out that as far as designs go, Marionette, I think, was the most successful, but also the biggest wasted potential, because most of the time you see Marionette, it's when she's possessing somebody else, and in that instance, they just give, like, wacky eyes to the person with, like, Slender Man long arms and, like, little claws, fucking noodle hands, like salad fingers. and it's a much less cool and less original look. But anyway, like I said, another thing I liked is that it does feel much larger than the first one. I love the new Five Nights at Freddy's location. I think it's a very cool set. And I also think they knocked it out of the park when it came to William Afton's pieces. Even though there's only 2 sections, I'm pretty sure, with him in there, they are the highlights of the entire film. They are done really well. The opening sequence, the flashback to Marionette and Charlotte, we're going to be getting into spoilers, spoiler warning. That sequence where she's trying to save that child that William has kidnapped back there and then he is chasing her, I think they did an extremely good job with. The dream sequence with Vanessa confronting her father, William Afton, I also thought was extremely well done. I would have liked to see more of that, because those 2 scenes are the only scenes in the movie that bother with building tension or suspense. The rest of the film, even though, like I said, I understand this is meant as like horror for kids, the rest of the film is literally just jump scares with no attempt at building up to them. So it's just like random loud noise. Here's fucking Chica grabbing a guy through the glass door here. Big loud explosion noise. Breaking glass over here. And when you just have that as your main like scare moment, it just feels a little flat because there was no suspense building up to it at all. But like I said, I do think this one is scarier than the first one. It does seem like they tried to put more of an emphasis on this kind of thing happening, which I appreciate. Like, I do think it's going in a good direction there for the third one, I suppose. But now, like I said, one of the compliments I gave about, like, I love that it feels larger, love the new location. Well, I actually do have, like, a little hemorrhoid that I want to slap onto that butt there for a second, because I do like that, and they set up something that I thought was going to be very cool with, you know, Fazbear Fest, fucking Faz Fest, where, like, they're celebrating Freddy Fazbear and all of this shit, and they talk about it a lot. There's flyers, there's hype around the town, and then the movie is gradually building to a big final showdown. You are led to believe it's going to be at this festival, and it's going to be a fucking bloodbath. But it's not. The final battle just happens in one room of a house. So, like, why even bother setting up the Fazbear Festival? It played absolutely no role in the plot at all, and from what I've read online, the third film, the conclusion here to this trilogy, also doesn't take place at the Faz Festival, so what the fuck was even the point in putting this here in the first place? It did nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it would have been a great final showdown space for this, too. It just feels like a real missed opportunity, and maybe it's what they wanted to do initially but couldn't because of budget or something, perhaps. I don't know. But it just felt really lackluster watching the final battle happen in a room, whereas it could have easily have happened at the festival. In fact, while they were talking right before that final battle, the festival was mentioned. I was like, okay, we're about to fucking take this shit outside, aren't we? We don't. Anyway, though, I want to get more into the meat and potatoes of things. When I mentioned that flashback, the intro, I think that was like probably the strongest part of the film, but it also sets up the main villain's motivation, Charlotte. She is at the OG Five Nights at Freddy's, the genesis of this evil, and she sees that kid get kidnapped, and she tries to tell some of the parents there about it, and they all brush her off. And it's really weird. So, like, she goes up to this guy, and she's like, help, this child just got kidnapped. And he's like, go tell your parents! Get the fuck away from me! What are you? A kid getting kidnapped? That's impossible! You're out of your goddamn... Where are your parents? Go talk to them, don't talk to me. And so he, like, yells at her, and then she's like, oh, geez, okay. So she goes up to some other parents, some ladies, and like, excuse me, grown-ups are talking. Scram, kidnapping? As if, kidnapping, never even heard that. What does that even mean? You're making things up, you're crazy, get out of here, shoo. It's like, okay, really weird. That's extremely weird. And I get that we needed this as motivation for this character, so when she does die because of William Afton stabbing her, it's fuel for her rage, where she hates parents because she believes they are responsible for her death. And she's right to assume that, because if these parents had just listened to her warning them about the kidnapping she just witnessed taking place, she would probably still be alive, and William Afton may have been stopped in the very beginning. What I don't get, though, is in what universe would any parents react like that to hearing that a child just got kidnapped? That blew my mind. When that was happening in that scene, I was like, what the fuck? Why would they be looking at her like she just fell out of a spaceship or something for bringing up a very legitimate concern that she could have just witnessed? Why are we just ignoring that? And then she ends up getting murdered, which ends up getting covered up. Like, surely the parents would have connected dots like, oh, that girl I was telling us about the kidnapping, she's been murdered. Maybe something was fishy going on there. Nah. Surely it was her fault. Just no foul play. I don't know. I think the villain motivation here makes a lot of sense. You know, she died, and in her last moments, she only had one emotion left: rage at the parents that let this tragedy happen. But I feel like they knew what they wanted the motivation to be. It's a strong motivation, but they couldn't get, like, a real logical way of having that come across other than just having, like, these outrageously aggressive, combative parents that would somehow, like, ignore a kidnapping alarm. So that was just a little weird to me. Not the biggest complaint in the world, but just something I wanted to mention. But piggybacking off of this point, I have to make a mention of what actually is a big complaint of mine: how awful the script is. Holy cannoli. Now, I know far be it from me to sin by criticizing Five Nights at Freddy's writing here, being someone that has only played a handful of the games. I haven't done the extensive homework and research required to comprehend the universe. But this film, it unapologetically makes the assumption that everyone seeing it knows every single tidbit of lore before watching this. Which I actually don't fault it for at all. That's not a big negative to me. I would much rather a film cater to the built-in audience. It's the whole point in adapting something. I would much prefer if this was the standard than something like the Halo TV series where it abandons the fan base. I would much rather it appeal to the hardcore fans. So I appreciate that, even though I'm not in that target demographic. So there were things that I had questions about, like didn't fully understand because it seemingly comes out of nowhere. But I learned thanks to the group chit-chatting behind me and basically just reciting Wikipedia pages anytime something happened. They were kind of filling in the blanks on things that were confusing to me. I believe that a lot of, like, the randomness that gets thrown into this film, all cattywampus, actually makes sense if you played the games. Like, it has lore significance to the games more so than it does for the movie. So even though it feels out of place and doesn't make sense in the context of the film, if you played the games, it helps you understand that. So I imagine people like me that haven't played a ton of the games and don't fully understand the world will be equally as confused by certain things that just happen to randomly spring up here. But that's not like the biggest deal in the world to me. I think that's okay, and you can excuse that because, again, it does seem like the main audience here is supposed to be Five Nights at Freddy's fans, laser focused on that. But outside of that, the dialogue between characters is trash. Like much worse than the first one. Like, I actually think they did a big step backwards when it comes to character writing in this film. Not only that, I also feel like they had no idea how to get from point A to point B in a way that makes sense. So, example, at the end of the movie, everything's going tits up, the animatronics have broken free, Charlotte's going out to try and kill the parents and stuff, they're trying to stop her. Well, at one point, Vanessa's car breaks down at the most important moment while they're trying to get to Mike's house. And it breaks down, seemingly like in the middle of nowhere. There's no other cars on the road or anything like that. And she's like, ah, damn! Throws the walkie-talkie. And then it just so happens Mike's friend drives by and he's like, hey, that doesn't look good. You need a ride? How incredibly convenient that he's just out and about at this time of night in the middle of nowhere to give her a ride to Mike's place without asking any questions about why or what's going on. Instead, all he says is, crazy eyes. And that kind of thing is present throughout the entire film with these crazy conveniences, and it feels like everyone in this world just has the ability to teleport. Like, they all have Goku's instant transmission. Every single one of them can go exactly where they need to be instantly. Like, there's no sense of, like, scale where it takes a while to go from, like, Freddy Fazbear's place to Mike's house. It feels like they're neighbors, really. Like, Abby can ride her bike there in what feels like a matter of, like, minutes, even though I imagine it would be miles. But she can get there in minutes, build an entire robot with the help of Chica, and get back in time to sleep, and then go to school for the science fair all in one evening. And keep in mind, this new Freddy Fazbear's place is a place nobody even knew existed because it's been condemned and forsaken for decades. They drove that point home. But I guess it's just like right next to all of them. It's like, it's literally just a couple steps away. It's just weird, is what I'm saying. Like, everything about the script just feels really fucking weird. So yeah, Charlotte becomes the marionette, the puppet, and she wants to kill all parents. Her best friend was Vanessa, so now Vanessa is connected to this original event, and Vanessa knew all about this, even used a music box to like pacify her, keep her asleep at bay. But then her brother gets some spectral scoopers in there who free Charlotte, so now she can go on her rampage killing parents. No parents get killed. In fact, I think there's only one death outside of that spectral scoopers crew, and that's the piece of shit teacher who just gets his head popped like a watermelon. That's something I also want to mention that I think is a positive. It seems like they really did want to push the PG-13 rating. They did try and give you like some gruesome deaths. I appreciated that they tried to go pretty hard there. I think that was a nice surprise. So anyway, back to the narrative. It is now up to Mike and Vanessa to team up to try and stop this from happening, because now Abby gets mixed up in it since Charlotte can control the other animatronics. She lures Abby into a trap, believing that it's her friends coming back, that kind of thing. It's clearly not, and thus they have to save Abby and stop Charlotte. I think the dynamic between Mike and Vanessa here is fucking terrible. Mike is basically just like, I hate you, Vanessa. You didn't tell me about this. I can never trust you again, and I won't even hear you out on anything ever again. I refuse to believe in you ever. I spit on you. Stay away from us. Like, I understand feeling like a bit betrayed and being like a little hesitant to trust her because she kept such a big thing from him. But I would also argue that she went above and beyond and did more than he did to protect his sister. I feel like Mike had the least amount to do here. It was mainly Vanessa. Mike was basically just playing the fucking Five Nights at Freddy's game, which I actually thought was a series of decent scenes where he's like at the security booth and he's got to wear the mask. That was kind of cute. Like, I don't have any big complaints there, but it truly felt like it was Vanessa's story and Mike was taking a backseat in it now, and yet he still has the gall to be like, fuck you, Vanessa. And then the film ends on like a cliffhanger setting up for number 3. And I think that is why I'm so surprised so many people are like still really glazing this, because this film really feels like it is solely here to set up for the finale. So little actually gets solved or anything in that regard in this film. It is all just putting the pieces on the board for the finale. So it doesn't feel like it ever even reaches any kind of like third act or a climax or anything. It just goes until it abruptly stops, until it stops going, getting you ready for the third movie. And that's why I'm saying I just feel like it's kind of weak. Even if you're the biggest fan of Five Nights at Freddy's, you are basically just watching the setup for the third one. Now, if you watch all 3 of these when the third one eventually comes out, I'm sure this one won't feel as lackluster since you immediately can flow right into the third one if you so choose. But now having to wait till the next one, you're left with just an experience that is just setup without anything else. I could keep yapping about the movie, but I don't think there's any value in doing that. I think that's probably pretty worthless, because if you already liked the first film or you just like the property, I have no doubt you're going to like this one. I think it does exactly what fans of Five Nights at Freddy's want, which is just provide them with the things they know from the game on the big screen. So it boils down to, do you like Five Nights at Freddy's? If you check yes on that box, you'll probably like the movie, because it is just showing you all the things you already liked from the property in the games. And if you like the first movie, you'll probably like this one even more, because like I said, it does 2 things better than the first film, which is it does make it feel larger and does make it feel like it's trying harder to be scary or disturbing. So, yeah, if you're already a fan of the franchise, I have no doubt you're probably really happy with this film. As someone who does not really like Five Nights at Freddy's, I do not like green eggs and ham, didn't find a whole lot to love about this one, sorry to say. But maybe the third one. Maybe the third one's where they finally win me over. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. The Stranger Things series finale just aired. 10 years, 5 seasons. The journey is now concluded. I didn't make a review after Volume 2 dropped. I made one after Volume 1. I had a hot take people didn't quite like, perhaps a little too spicy. I thought it was a pretty underwhelming start. Volume 2 rolls around and people are singing a little bit of a different tune there. I thought it was even weaker than Volume 1. Since the finale aired, I'm going to give you my all-encompassing review of the Stranger Things Season 5. So with Volume 2, I thought it introduced even more ass pulls. So now all of a sudden, Mama Wheeler is a superhero. She instantly overcomes her injuries, and as they're being chased by the Demogorgon dogs, the Demo dogs, Robin, Lucas, and Max are in a laundry room in the hospital after the Demo dogs have annihilated some soldiers. And while there, he is still playing Kate Bush to try and help Max back to the corporeal realm. And as they're taking cover by a washing machine, the demo dogs are scouring the area. It's 3 of them. And they're looking around as slow as possible. They're moving slower than I would if you fed me fucking 15 shots of absinthe. Like, it is unbelievable how slow they're moving. Robin even makes a mention to Lucas, like, hey, turn off that fucking Kate Bush. We gotta pipe down here real quick or we're gonna die. And he's like, nope. So he doesn't. The Kate Bush is still playing. Somehow this doesn't alert the dogs in any way, shape, or form to their location. Maybe they're huge Kate Bush fans and didn't want to interrupt the track. Or maybe they're completely deaf. But as the dogs get closer, that's when Mama Wheeler pops in, because she had actually booby-trapped one of the washing machines. She put an explosive in there, and as the washing machine starts, all 3 dogs all of a sudden get alerted to it, I'm guessing by sound, so they're not fully deaf, and then they're just watching the washing machine complete its cycle with the explosive in there, blows up, kills all 3, Mama Wheeler saves the day. And literally, like 2 episodes ago, we just saw that she can't really move and she literally can't speak. But in this episode, not only can she move and speak, but she's like the fucking Terminator and even has a full conversation about how she needs to get her daughter back. So I guess she has Wolverine's healing factor now, I suppose. But that's just indicative of my main complaint of this season, where everything just happens with no real explanation for how that's even possible for it to be happening in that way. Everything is just so fucking convenient, and there is such a complete disregard for stakes anymore because everyone is basically immortal. We're going to be getting into spoilers here for the finale now, so big spoiler warning. I thought for sure in the finale this is where it was going to get dark, like they had hinted at so many times about there's going to be like dark Christmas for Stranger Things, that kind of thing. And still, even in the finale, nobody dies except for one character they brought back, which was Elle's sister, who we hadn't seen since season 2 in the most hated episode in the entire fucking history of the series, basically. Well, second only to the conclusion of volume 2, I suppose. So a character we don't know, can't really care about, who had very little screen time in the season, is the one they decided to kill as the emotional moment. But there was just a complete reluctance here from the writers to actually kill off characters that would have made sense to kill off in that moment for like a whole completed character arc, and to remind the audience that this is an intense situation. This is, life or death scenarios. It's not Weenie Hut Jr. Previous seasons, they had no problem doing that. Killing off Eddie in last season, for example. I thought they executed that very well. It was emotional. But in this season, they almost kind of make his death a joke. Like, it really feels worthless because the Upside Down is no longer a scary enemy in and of itself. The Upside Down is basically just going to the park, except it's dark and cloudy. That's it. Those bats that annihilated Eddie, that he sacrificed himself trying to save everyone with those bats, they're not even here. They don't exist anymore. I guess the bats were so impressed with his courage that they all killed themselves. I mean, you could make a leap saying like the military went in and wiped them all out. Maybe, I guess. That's not something they showed. Or you could talk about like Vecna's pseudo-defeat, maybe having all the bats go extinct. I guess maybe. But even still, that choice to no longer have like actual enemies or terror in the Upside Down takes so much wind out of its sails. You can literally just fucking spring break there, and they spend most of the season doing that in the Upside Down. I just don't like how afraid they were to kill off characters, or even really put them in scenarios of peril where you thought they might die. There was only like 1 or 2 moments where I thought, oh, this character's going to die here, and then they didn't. And I don't want this to get twisted because you don't have to have characters dying left and right in order to make it a compelling emotional story. But Stranger Things, across 4 seasons, did use that as a very effective tool in this universe. So to have it all of a sudden no longer be present in any way, shape, or form, it feels underwhelming, especially for what's supposed to be the gloves coming off final season finale that we've been building to for a fucking decade. And it just felt so easy for them to do exactly what they wanted, everything falling exactly how they needed it to according to plan. And if things were a little cattywampus out of whack, it was like that to fix it. It just felt so simple for them. So I just leave feeling underwhelmed. Now, of course, everyone was talking about and making fun of Volume 2's final episode with Will, taking control of Vecna and turning his head saying, run, that kind of thing. And also the Will coming out scene, a lot of people were clowning on that for being like not very great, especially compared to how they handled similar subject matter in the previous season, where they turned it into like a basically Avengers in-game moment, or like Lord of the Rings and my axe, that kind of thing. It does just feel like season 5 felt very rushed in its writing, where they knew what points they wanted to hit, and they kind of just threw caution to the wind to getting to those points in the plot. Like the Mind Flayer being brought back into the fold. I actually like that explanation for how the Mind Flayer played into Vecna and how they were basically, in this symbiotic relationship with one another. Mind Flayer maybe controlling Vecna, but actually not really. Vecna, Henry, he agreed with everything he was shown there, and they are one entity. Very cool, considering we were all led to believe that it was Henry controlling the Mind Flayer. I thought that was cool. We get a little bit of Henry's backstory, which was alright. I didn't love his backstory all that much, but it was decent. What I did really like was the explanation for what the Upside Down is, being a wormhole. I thought that was great. I thought that was a very cool explanation, and it did add a lot to the finale, where it's like, his plan is to merge the Abyss, which is where, Henry was blasted, banished to the fucking Shadow Realm in the back rooms, sent him there, and then that wormhole ties into L's origins. And now that connects Abyss and Hawkins, and the plan is to bring the Abyss and merge it with our dimension, our world, and they have to stop that. I thought that was all very cool. I really liked that. Like, I don't think it was all bad or anything like that. There are some things I liked. I thought there were even some great moments in the season. But on the whole, it just feels like a lot of it was super rushed. And overall, I find it to be the weakest season in the franchise. And being the series finale, the final season, that just leaves me feeling a little underwhelmed. All I'm saying, just a little disappointing. Because, like, some characters that we had watched for 4 seasons prior barely had anything to do in this season. For example, Joyce and Jonathan, it feels like they're not even related anymore. I don't think there is a single moment in this season where Joyce and Jonathan even spoke to each other in anything that resembles, like, love or family. Whereas before, that was a very fleshed out relationship, and now all of a sudden they're fucking strangers to one another. They just brought in so many characters into the fold that some of them that we had followed for a decade just didn't have a whole lot to do and just didn't do fucking anything, really. And one of the main characters in season 5, Holly, is a character that had nothing to do for the previous 4 seasons, but now has more screen time than I think any other individual character from the main cast. So that's just kind of like a weird decision to make, where now all of a sudden you're bringing in yet another character in an already jam-packed series of characters that now we're spending most of the time with, and kind of sidelining the others, putting them on the bench. Just, it felt like an odd direction to take it. I don't think Holly was like a bad character, and the arc she goes on with being kidnapped by Henry and everything, I thought was a pretty compelling piece to this season. But I also don't think it necessitated that much screen time and that much focus, which was taken away from the rest of the crew, who then, when we see them, they've basically solved all the problems and are in position now to execute their plan, and you're left wondering, well, how the fuck did we even get to this point? You know what I mean? Those are kind of like my broad strokes impressions of season 5 as a whole, but I want to talk specifically now about the finale, because I liked the finale much more than most of the episodes of this season. But that's not to say it's perfect, and I want to get the complaints on the finale out of the way right now. The biggest complaint I have is just how easy it was to defeat Vecna and the Mind Flayer. They look like actual chumps. You build this up, these 2 big bad entities, for so long, and we have seen them be somewhat defeated in the past, but now we see them in, like, prime shape. This is them at their most powerful. And they are easily disposed of, especially the Mind Flayer. Very cool looking enemy in the Abyss. They make the Mind Flayer look hype as fuck. But the Mind Flayer is defeated by the team deciding we need one person to be bait, which is Nancy, who has become basically like a G.I. Joe super soldier. She's killed like a bunch of people now. She's an elite marksman killing everyone, so she's going to be the bait to shoot the Mind Flayer and have it chase her to a cliffside where the rest of the team is going to ambush it. And they come up with this plan while they are being cornered and chased by the Mind Flayer, meaning that they only have like maybe, a minute at most, but more than likely like 45 seconds to somehow have Nancy be bait for the Mind Flayer without getting caught, this giant creature, and the rest of the crew is going to scale an entire mountainside, get to the top in like a minute, and then start like peppering it from up there. Break. And then they do it. Instantly they do it. Nancy outruns it, gets to the the entrance to the cliffside. Everyone's already on top. I guess they fucking teleported it up there, or maybe they had really great climbing gear or free climbed it extremely fast. But they're all up at the very tippy top. Throwing Molotov cocktails and flamethrowers at the Mind Flare. Mind Flare just eats it, just fucking tanking it like, ow, ow, ow. It doesn't like fight back. It doesn't have any special moves or anything that it uses. Dustin and Steve go under and start fucking jabbing it with their spears. And that's how they're able to stop the Mind Flare. While inside, 11 is in a psychic battle with Henry, Vecna. And it's very easy for her to beat him. Because, of course, there's a hive mind, so as they're hurting the Mind Flare, Henry's getting hurt too, but I don't know, it just felt like extremely easy. Like, very easy. She just kind of, like, ragdolls him a couple times, and then, like, he fights back a little bit, kinda, and then he pushes him onto a spike with the help of Will, who's, like, impeding his ability to fight back super well, but I don't know, man. You build up for all this, and then it's that easy to defeat them? It just, I don't know, it just, like I said, feels just a little underwhelming is all. And my other big complaint is the military here. They're just like the evil presence that wants to just make more psychic soldiers, so they want to kidnap Elle, and that's all they really care about. So after they saved the day, prevent the Abyss from crashing through, as they're escaping, the military was aware of their plan because they were able to, intercept the others, put it all together. They ambushed them. Big burp, huge belch. And while ambushing them, that's where Elle makes, like, the heroic sacrifice. And then, fast forward 18 months, the military's completely left Hawkins, and all of the characters are back to life as normal. Excuse me? Nancy herself mowed down, like, 6 soldiers we saw, like, from the top of a truck. She just kills, like, 6 dudes. Hopper killed probably, like, fucking 40 of them. Like, a lot of soldiers died as a result of our team here that we follow. And I mean, like, directly killed by them. Shot. Murdered. Like, not an accident where, like, a piece of debris fell on them. I mean, like, deliberately they were killed by them. And yet, the military just lets them go. I was shocked to see that. I thought there'd be, like, an explanation where, like, in order to prevent the secrets from getting out, they felt obligated to let them go, sworn to secrecy or something. No, nothing like that. Even after losing so many soldiers, even after a multi-billion-dollar plan here with the psychic program and all of this military personnel that is now dead, all of the destroyed equipment, everything ruined, the military still just lets them go. What the fuck? I was so confused. But again, that's what I'm saying. It just feels like a lot of it's just for the sake of convenience with no real explanation. It just feels rushed. Like, that's crazy to me that after all of that, they just immediately, like, release them. There's not even a mention of them, like, spending time in jail or something and reaching some kind of deal. They're just instantly free to go. Like, after Elle sacrificed herself, I guess Dr. K was like, well, time's up. And then just said, all right, hey, scram. We're going to go ahead and leave now. Nothing more to be done here. Unless I missed something, but I don't think I did. And even if I did, I really can't think of any explanation where they'd be like, oh yeah, all those soldiers you killed and everything that you've done here that was highly illegal, that led to so much death and so much destruction, we're okay with that. We're just gonna leave and, let bygones be bygones. That was weird. That was just weird, is all. And I don't want to harp too much on the negatives, because like I said, there were a lot of things I liked about it. But man, come on, for the final fight, it is over in less than 10 minutes and not a single Demogorgon? Like, you're fighting on their home turf. Not a single bat, not a single Demogorgon. It's just Vecna, just Mind Flare, and they just get fucking slammed. They get their hams steamed instantly by the team here. Like, come on. It just felt like such a weak final fight. Like, it wasn't climactic. Like, the actual death of Vecna, I thought they did great. Like, after he's defeated, everything that happened after he died, I thought was solid. Basically, everything once Vecna died, and, well, excluding the stuff with the military, I thought was handled well. Like, I love Joyce being the one to deliver the final blow to Vecna. I love seeing how awful Vecna was to the cast. Every traumatic experience they went through, having a flashback to it, having seen all of these horrible, irredeemable things that Henry was responsible for before Joyce delivering the final blow, I thought they nailed. But not having, like, a real, like, intense final fight just weakens that experience. And to have the Abyss, this new area, this new planet that we are told is the home turf where all the Demogorgon, bats, all the nasty, evil shit lives. This is their home turf. You're expecting it to be salty spittoon, crazy, scary. But then you get there, all of our heroes get there, it is completely empty. A barren wasteland, more empty than a fucking blockbuster. Not a single iota of life to be found outside of them instantly going to Vecna and the Mind Flayer. There is nothing else there that impedes them on their journey. It just feels super rushed. Now I want to get to some of the things I liked here about the final episode. As I said, post Vecna death, I really liked how they handled the characters and where they went from there. The epilogue I actually thought was solid, though I do think it dragged quite a bit. I feel like they killed Vecna pretty early on, and then it was like an hour worth of epilogue, so maybe that was a bit much. But I think overall, they did a good job handling the end of these characters in Hawkins and what that looks like. So seeing, Dustin being valedictorian and giving a really inspirational speech to everyone about, the chaotic good, tying it into Dungeons and Dragons, which, is part of the show's DNA. I thought they handled that great. I thought it was a really good speech. Dustin then moving on to become big bookworm, but still, making time to see his best buddy Steve and Lucas and Max, them just, falling deeper in love over time, having their happily ever after. Will moving to a new area, finding more friends, finding a partner, being accepted. Mike wanting to use his talent for storytelling in order to share, the heroic journey of his friends and his party and what that means in the context of D&D storytelling. It ending with him watching Holly and her friends now playing D&D in that basement because now he and his friends have grown up. Now it's the next generation's turn. I do think they did a good job with the epilogue. Steve, Robin, Jonathan, Nancy, where all they ended up at, 18 months after everything, where they have their own jobs, their own lives, but they want to make times to still see each other because they're never going to find friends like what they have. But they also don't want to be in Hawkins anymore. You have Joyce and Hopper looking to start fresh, move. He gets a new job. Proposes, they're getting married. It's all very touching. I think they did a good job with the emotional beats to wrap up the characters. Now it's time to yap about the big twist with Elle. So, as the military is ambushing them, trying to take Elle after they've saved the world, so that way they can get their psychic program off the ground, seems like, that's checkmate. And then Elle somehow was able to escape their clutches, and she sacrifices herself right in front of everyone. That moment was then undercut with a big twist when Mike revealed that he actually had a theory that wasn't Elle. That was an illusion from Elle's sister. With Elle's sister's dying breath, she made the illusion of Elle getting swallowed by the wormhole's collapse. That way everyone, including her friends, including her father, Hopper, believed she was dead, so that way she could go live a peaceful life off the grid, away from any threats of the military. Though Elle is still alive. That's his theory. And it's an interesting idea as a twist. However, in Mike's own theory, he even says, how was she able to, cast that final spell while being suppressed? Because when they're being captured by the military, they had the psychic suppression system activated, meaning she can't use her powers. The entire season has showed she cannot use her powers, and even in the big reveal moment, she is struggling to escape, not using her powers or anything at all as she leaves. However, there's a huge fucking plot hole here where Elle was somehow able to drag Mike into the void to have their final goodbye and their final kiss. How was Elle able to do that while being suppressed by this military equipment? I guess you could say while she was escaping, she got far enough away that it stopped being effective on her. But I don't think she had enough time to do that. So there's a glaring plot hole that they even point out, how did she cast a spell while being suppressed? That doesn't make sense. And then, when giving the explanation for how that was possible, they still had her use her powers through the suppression with Mike being pulled into Elle's mind with her. That's still her using her ability, right? Through the suppression system. So, like, there's still question marks for how that would be possible. Like, Mike's theory, like, it does sound plausible if you forget about the suppression system being active at the time. Like, I'm sure Hop would have told him about Callie's death, so this would be something that he could start to, like, rationalize as maybe they had this secret plan together. The twist as an idea, I think, is cool, and it does make sense with, you know, Hopper's speech being so emotional, and having Callie hear that, her wanting to maybe do something to save Elle's life so that way she can go live the life that, you know, she's always wanted and always deserved, you know, being able to live peaceful, happy, that kind of thing. But I don't think they were able to really pull it off in a way that makes sense, because you just have to, like, forget how things have already been established in order for this to work. Also, the lab blew up like way before Elle was taken away, and that's where Callie was in Mike's theory, projecting this illusion of Elle. So when it blew up, that should have also fucking evaporated the illusion too, because Callie would have died there way before Elle did, yet the illusion was still there, it persisted. So like there's just multiple things about it, like this theory, that don't really work when you stop to think about it. Now, there is an explanation I've seen people say that I think kind of makes sense here, that it's a coping mechanism for Mike. This is how he's going to accept what happened and move on, by making up this happily ever after for Elle, even though it's not the reality of it. I think that makes a little more sense, where that didn't happen. That is just, you know, a story that he's telling that brings him and the rest of the party comfort, believing Elle is out there, having her happily ever after as well. But the reality is, she did sacrifice herself there in that moment. I think that makes more sense, that this is just his story. This is what he chooses to believe, as opposed to being what actually happened. Just my overall impressions of the season are that it felt rushed, and a lot of things about it I just don't think worked, and kind of betrayed what they had set up for 4 seasons worth of build-up and emotional stakes and weight. And their reluctance to, like, kill any characters, I do think was to the detriment of the season. And I really just don't understand why they kept, like, pretending that this was going to be, like, the darkest season ever. I hope you're ready to have a fucking sad Christmas with Volume 2 coming around and all that. Like, I don't get that. Maybe just the big bait and switch or something, because it really is, like, the truest happily ever after I've ever seen to a show, to a degree where in some cases it literally just doesn't even make sense how they were able to pull it out of their ass that the characters survive. So, I won't yap about it too much. It's already been like fucking 20 minutes. It wasn't a bad finale by any means. Like, I do think there were quite a few things to like about it. But the season as a whole, I think, is definitely the weakest. I think they really wanted to wrap this up, and so they kind of speed ran a lot of things with it, which just is a little disappointing. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yep. You ever been to a dog show with the sole purpose of arguing with the other dudes there about how your dog is the most exotic? What do you mean, no? What's wrong with you? You off your gourd or something? This is what sane, healthy people do.
It is what it is. I don't give a fuck. Why? Because it's exotic. This right here, everybody has. This right here, nobody has. Exotic is something. I got the
nobody got this though.
Everybody got bluffy.
Nobody got this. And exotic got the smash mug, not the long snout.
Long snout. How you figure? That's them 2 fingers.
Snout.
He could breathe. Wait. You got a tail? You got a tail? You got a tail? Oh shit.
It's pure chaos here at the Westminster Dog Show. It's going nuts. There's blood and guts everywhere, and there will be no survivors. Like, this is like a lot of hostility here at the dog presentation. It's like listening to Bills fans and Chiefs fans arguing. All this while holding dogs that they're treating like pieces of jewelry. Specifically, the dude that looks like the Rizzler was set to Wumbo and then found cocaine. The guy that's really like fucking steaming. He just keeps going on about how exotic his dog is and how no one has it, as he's like showing it off like a luxury car.
No high rear though.
This ain't high rear.
Stand them
You
up.
crazy?
Stand that dog up. Stop pulling that rear back.
Not putting no rear
Pulling
back.
that rear back.
Let's do a side shot.
Pulling that rear
Side
back.
shot. Let's do a side shot. Let's do a side shot. Let's do a side shot.
Buddy tries to call him out for high rear, looking to throw a flag on the play, like, nah, it's disqualification, rear too high. And then he's like, "Hi, Rear, that's the most outrageous thing I've ever seen. I do say, my good chap, that is outlandish." It's this whole thing is so absurd. And I feel horrible for the dogs here. They all look like they have been bred for the sole purpose of being in these kind of shows from these fucking weirdos. So I imagine they probably have like a lot of health problems. Like, it's no secret, this kind of garbage can cause a lot of like genetic issues in them. And it's very sad. Especially the one that the protagonist here, the main character, is really liking to show off. That poor dog looks like one of the fucking guardians from Ghostbusters when the main villain shows up. In the way that they're handling the dogs, it's like they don't even view them as a living, breathing creature. They are truly just an accessory that they are trying to win a competition with, and that's all. It's so fucking weird. Now, you may have heard the guy in a coke-fueled frenzy throw down the gauntlet saying, "Side shot." He is now challenging his heckler here to a side profile showdown. And in the dog world, that's like saying parlay to a pirate. It must be honored. So now they're about to do a side profile 1v1 here on Rust to see whose dog is the most exotic.
Pull him to the side.
Let's go. Side shot.
Put that motherfucker to the side, bro.
Waiting for.
Let's see that shit. Fuck what the judge saying. You talking that shit.
I'm gonna talk
what
that
the judge
shit.
saying. You talking that shit. Let's see that shit. Let's see that shit. That shit got that chihuahua face. That shit ain't got a bully face. That shit got a chihuahua face. That's a fluffy chihuahua, nigga.
It is.
Fuck out of here.
It is.
You're talking that shit.
Get that face. But look at that
You know what I'm saying?
Oh shit.
Talking that shit.
Wrong ass bus. Get that fucking bus out of here.
This is high-level dog management right here from the owners. Did you see that technique? He turns his dog to the side and immediately hits the Ric Flair woos, woo, over and over again. Like, did you see that? What happened? This is some impressively pathetic stuff here. I don't know how these dudes go home and look themselves in the mirror without tears in their eyes, crying at the fact that they're such huge fucking losers. It is shocking to me. Even the dogs look embarrassed to be there with them.
Get that bus out of here, baby. Come on, man. Get that bus out of here.
Your dog's scared, fam. Your dog is scared.
Man, be scared.
Your dog is scared.
He's still more
man.
exotic than yours, though.
You wish.
He's still more exotic than
Long
yours.
hair don't
though.
make it exotic, bro. That's a
So
chow
what the
chow.
fuck? What it makes
That's
it
a
then?
chow chow.
What it makes it then?
That's a chow
What it makes
chow.
it then? Do you have it?
That's
no.
a hairy
Do you
mutt.
have
Show
it?
the pedigree.
Do you have it?
Show the pedigree.
Ant-Man, baby.
Ain't no fucking
Ant-Man.
fluffy
Ant-Man, baby.
I can't believe a fight didn't break out right there between those two. The second he called for the pedigree check, oh man, I thought there was gonna be some haymakers swinging there. I thought that was about to get real pugilistic real quick.
Ant-Man all day.
Yeah, show the
Ant-Man all
pedigree.
day.
Show the
I
pedigree.
can show the
Show the
pedigree.
bloodline. There's somewhere down the line. There's some fucking fluffy down there.
Baby.
Ain't no babe. Ain't nothing babe look like that. Not like babe look like that, bro. Not like babe look like that.
I know what I did. I know what I did.
It don't look like it.
It don't have to look like it. Don't
You know what
worry.
I'm saying?
Get ready for what's coming, though. Get ready for what's coming.
Oh, I'm
Get
ready.
Man's out here talking like he's in the NBA championship game. Get ready for what's coming. I'm dunking from the free throw line like Air Jordan. I swear to God. Brother, calm down. You're at a dog show. Get ready for what's coming. Mayan calendar predicted end of the world's 2012. Guess what? It's 2025. I'm shutting the world down with my dog right here. You're not ready for this.
We waiting. We waiting.
Get ready.
There won't be no long snout shit.
This ain't what's now? What's now? What's now?
That shit more Yorkie than bully.
Let's see who can run and come back without breathing.
This shit more Yorkie than
Let's see
bully.
who can run and come back.
You know what I'm saying?
Let's see who can
My
run
dog
and come
fully
back.
functional.
He's functional as fuck.
You know what I'm saying? None of
Fully
that
functional.
bullshit.
That's good, baby. Get that clout off of Bluffy. Get that clout off of the
I don't
Bluffy,
need
my
clout.
guy.
I don't need
Yeah.
clout.
Sure.
I don't need
Sure.
clout. Real bulls
Sure,
back
sure.
in style. And there ain't no fucking bull.
Yeah.
That ain't no fucking bull.
Yeah, hell yeah, it ain't no bull, baby.
Fuck
Got more
outta
front
here.
than yours.
That shit
Fuck
mutt.
outta here.
These owners are getting so feral there for a second. I thought they were about to start eating their dogs there for a moment. Just like actually like, oh yeah, not functional. Well, he can run there and back. And he also tastes great. And then just takes like a bite out of him or something. Shit was going like actually Insano style. This guy's now bubbling over with rage. That ain't no fucking bull. And the other guy's like trying to get on his ass for clout chasing off of his, I think he calls it a bluffy, is what he was saying. I don't really know. But man, they are like actually foaming at the mouth here.
Hell yeah. Let it be a month. Let it be a month. This is a new month. This is the new wave. Look at that front. Come on, baby. Look at that front. I see cameras on this. What about that? Fuck out of here. Get that shit off the table. Fuck out of here.
They're looking at that shit because they don't know what the fuck it is. That's why.
They're looking at it.
That's why. They don't know what it is, bro.
This is the new
wave. They don't know what it is.
Trust me.
They don't know what it is.
Trust me when I tell you. The new wave.
There's just no way it can be this serious. Like, what's on the line? What do you win? A year-long subscription to Chewy or something? Like, I cannot imagine it's worth all of this fuss. These two goofballs are about to blow a gasket. They're arguing like it's an Xbox Live lobby, all over this weird dog show that they're at. Also, apparently this isn't that unusual. 4 years ago, there was an actual brawl at one of these kind of things. This was at something called a bully takeover, which I think is probably like the same competition that we're watching this argument at, since the whole thing they were talking about was like bullies and shit there too. So like, it feels as though like this is less of a dog competition and more of like a place where you can bring your dogs and eat some knuckle sandwiches. It's just such an unlikely event to imagine such a heated argument to arise at, or a violent brawl. And it is a violent brawl. Like, it's like a hockey fight. I can't show you any clips because I think the video would probably get taken down or flagged by YouTube. But like, it's an actual like hockey fight where one guy's grabbing the other guy and they're just fucking exchanging blows. And apparently it was a full brawl. It wasn't just those two, but in that video right there, they were like kind of the centerpiece to all of it. So it's just so weird that these dog shows apparently are so incredibly hostile. Like, maybe all the guys who show up are the ones that are actually neutered, not the dogs, so they just go there with a chip on their shoulder or something. I have no fucking clue. But it is wacky to watch. Anyway, I saw this today and I just had to yap about it a little bit. I don't know what animal there won the competition, but really, there are no winners there. And again, I feel so fucking terrible for those dogs. Not only are the owners just loose cannon, unhinged lunatics, but the way that they have been bred, I think no doubt has led to them having health issues, most likely. And that's just super sad. Anyway, that's about it. So, yep. I saw something super interesting today that I want to yap about. It's become somewhat of a big conversation even outside of these bubbles that I'm tapped into, because even people that know nothing about guns can recognize that there's something wrong with this little puppy here. It's the SIG P320. This puppy's got a real nasty reputation developing. It's got the cheese touch, people talking about it being stinkier than Sir Strumming. I was going to lore dump on you, and I had even made this video setting all of the groundwork and the foundation for everything that had been happening with the P320 up until this point, but I want to show you the video that's sparked this topic for me today that I want to talk about, and it's got a lot of people talking.
Through the firing sequence, through the actual movement of the sear down is less than 1 millimeter. And we're going to see if it'll set the cartridge off. I don't know. We'll try it a couple times. It might not. This safety might be working, but the other safeties might not have been. So let's see. And if you touch the slide, let's see if we can touch the slide and get it to go off. We have it staged at 1 millimeter or less as measured on the table. So this is just a guesstimate. And if we put some input into the slide somewhere, will it go off again? Will it release? Let's see.
Now, without knowing any of the context for why he's doing this experiment in the first place, there's been a lot of confusion from people that don't know anything about the P320, wondering why he put a screw there. Why did he fucking MacGyver this handgun and make it fire by, fondling the slide? There's a lot of people that clearly didn't watch the full video where he explains that, and they do not know about the P320's history and everything going on with that handgun in particular. So now they're just passing this off as like worthless or a useless experiment that demonstrates nothing and proves nothing, saying like, the trigger is fully engaged, so of course he's up there cranking on the slide like I jerk my dick, it's gonna go off, it makes sense. And yeah, I guess that thought does make sense if you're a resident of Stupidville. This shouldn't happen, and it doesn't happen for most guns, but the P320 has been in some serious hot water for alleged uncommanded discharges and a lot of incidents around this gun firing like while in its holster and such, including the recent death of a 21-year-old airman where it is reported that this firearm discharged, and according to leaked reports, now again these are unconfirmed reports, but according to the leaked reports, the handgun was holstered on a desk and then went off, killing him. It is a problem that has been reported for a long time. And this YouTuber, Wyoming Gun Project, just did a video kind of breaking down, can this gun fire without the trigger being pulled? And I think he did a beautiful job at demonstrating that, and we'll get into the screw and the millimeter that he's talking about there in a moment, but I want you to understand that this is a big problem. And the company themselves said under no circumstances can this gun fire without a trigger pull, yet it is provable and repeatable that it indeed can. There's even been a push to stop using this weapon in an official capacity due to how dangerous it could be. It's a widely reported problem, apparently linked to more than 100 incidents since 2016 with at least 80 injuries. Even in my neck of the woods here in Tampa, an officer in 2020 had the weapon fire while in his jacket while he was adjusting it. So dude up here just like fucking popping his collar on the jacket or something, fires the handgun, which reportedly shattered his ankle. There are tons of cases that have been reported, and SIG has actually filed a lawsuit trying to like reverse the ban on this weapon from law enforcement, which I think is a horrible look from SIG, by the way. This is just a big safety concern across the board, and it's something that's been talked about quite a bit for a while now. But yesterday, this video came out from Wyoming Gun Project, and now I just really want to talk about it today because I think it is so interesting and pretty scary.
Basically, we were able to input a millimeter or less of downward movement on the sear and get this slide. By manipulating the slide, we were able to get it to go off and actually fire a primed case 5 times in a row.
That's the whole experiment here in a nutshell. Inputting a millimeter or less of downward movement on the trigger past the pre-travel, and then manipulating the slide in any way. It didn't have to be like hands, by the way. Like the real world application would be if for some reason that trigger was engaged a millimeter or less past the pre-travel, and then you put it in your holster, it would go off. That is answering the question that people have wanted an answer to for a while. How could the P320 fire uncommanded? And his experiment aimed to try and solve that to figure out how it could happen. Now, this isn't some like really wacky specific set of circumstances that are just astronomical odds of happening. Like this isn't unfathomable. A millimeter? That's nothing. That's like the size of Ant-Man's erect nipples when he shrinks himself down to an atomic size. A millimeter or less of movement past the pre-travel, that is something that can very realistically happen over time, like build up in there. There are so many things that could contribute to that happening, which is probably why there are so many reported incidents of this discharging uncommanded.
I have seen some other videos where people have taken their SIG, they've engaged the trigger just a tiny bit and touched the slide, and it's gone off. Now, I just did that for me right there.
This was the experiment people were doing prior to Wyoming Gun Project, where they would lightly pull the trigger, not fully engaging it, but lightly pulling it and then tapping the slide and it would go off. But that's an experiment that obviously isn't the, most reliable because you never really know. Maybe you put more pressure than you thought, and it was a little too up for interpretation whether or not it was a trigger pull and such. So it wasn't the most reliable demonstration, and instead Wyoming Gun Project went the extra step of showcasing how it can fire without your finger even being near the trigger if there is just that millimeter or less worth of movement past the pre-travel.
So I tried to figure out a way, like how can we come up with a way where we can gradually increase the pressure on the trigger to the point where this play in this slide makes a difference? Because this is, none of my other guns do this. And for control, let me just show you another handgun that does not do this. This is a Taurus G3. Look how much play is in this slide. Like literally none.
I found that to be pretty weird with how much the slide moves when you slightly manipulate it, like fucking doing sock puppets on the slide, has it bouncing up and down like it's getting hit with raging wind gusts during a hurricane. I don't know if that's normal for the wobbliness to be set to wumbo or what, but I've never seen it in any of the handguns I've shot either. So like, for example, this is just a Springfield XD. and if you go to like move the slide, there's not even like the slightest give in it at all. But again, maybe that's common in some way, but I'm certainly pretty unfamiliar with a slide moving like that.
Now, why is that important? That is important because the striker mechanism is in the slide, and the sear and FCU is in the frame. So any up and down movement affects the engagement of the sear and the striker hook. In case somebody doesn't know, this is pre-travel on a trigger or free play. Nothing is happening here. No firing process is starting at all. When it hits that wall, that's when it will start lowering the sear.
A super solid explanation on why the movement of that slide is so odd, and then he explains the pre-travel. Then he measures the pre-travel, and then he puts in the screw being his way of fine-tuning the amount of movement that he could get past the trigger wall. And in this case, it would go off with as little as less than a millimeter worth.
Let's see if we can get it off by just touching, or let it, if we can release the striker by just touching the slide. Now, I'm not touching it with my finger. How about that? So this was less than a millimeter, so we'll assume the one that is at 1 millimeter will go off. Okay? So let's try it. That time it didn't. And there it did. So that's kind of simulating of it's rolling around in a cop's holster.
Not a whole lot of movement required to have this go off by just having the slide be bumped or moved or in some way jostled around. That's a big concern. And then he addresses people that inevitably ended up talking about like the screw being there. Like, oh, it's just a full trigger pull with the screw. This doesn't really prove anything. I think he gives a good explanation on why the screw doesn't matter. It's there just to simulate what could happen should a millimeter worth of movement happen to the trigger, which again is something that can very easily happen.
I'm going to get some jerk off that comes in these comments go, we just don't stick a screw in your trigger. This is a tool to simulate, to take the human factor out so that you sane people that will come into my comments and say this aren't going, you pulled the trigger with your finger, bro. I didn't. The FBI report said there was a ledge on, it was either the sear or the striker hook. I don't remember. And you pulled the trigger a little bit, less than a millimeter, less than 1 millimeter. And it caught on that ledge. And then you holstered your gun. Okay, this is a G-code holster. Then you holstered your gun. And it just went off.
I think that right there really showcases it extremely well. Also, there are some holsters that do have like a reported issue where when you holster it, like depending on the angle, sometimes it can actually depress the trigger slightly. So if you happen to have one of those holsters and happen to put it in at that angle, and the SIG P320, the trigger gets depressed a little bit, a millimeter past the pre-travel, it could just go off in your holster. Like, that is an issue.
Let me see if I can set this on the desk and bang the desk and see if it'll, now the camera's gonna shake, so. Whoa! Let's see what we got here. Did it go off? Sure did. Look at that. So how could he set it on the desk and it go off? I just showed you right there. Again, this is simulating what the FBI found as a shelf on either the sear or the striker hook, and it getting caught up on that, or maybe you're putting input on the trigger and you've only gone less than a millimeter through the firing sequence, through the actual movement of the sear down is less than 1 millimeter. And we're gonna see if it'll set the cartridge off. I don't know, we'll try it a couple times. It might not, this safety might be working, but the other safeties might not have been, so let's see.
It is pretty crazy to see the desk demonstration there with just how little has to be exerted on it for it to discharge once there is that teensy tiny tiddlywink of movement past the trigger wall. Now, of course, I don't think this is going to happen all the time to every P320 out there, but the fact that it can happen at all is concerning. It is clearly an issue based on the numerous reported incidents, all of these alleged incidents with this weapon. It proves that there are a lot of circumstances that lead to that little amount of movement there, and it's causing it to discharge uncommanded. And it is something that needs some big looking into and maybe a little sprucing up, because it is seemingly responsible for numerous injuries and, at least in one case, a death. So I just found this to just be an interesting topic and a really great video from Wyoming Gun Project. Again, I recommend you check out the full thing. That's really about it. So yeah. It's crazy to me that there's people out there that think that I'm not familiar with 3i Atlas. You think there's an alien spaceship heading to Earth that I wouldn't know about that would somehow fly under my radar? Come on, be real. Those aliens probably had to contact my dad just to ask his permission to visit us. Of course I'm familiar with the theory that 3i Atlas is an alien spaceship. If you don't know what I'm talking about, 3i Atlas is a comet that is passing by Mars very soon that doesn't really display the typical things you see in a comet. And a scientist, actually a couple different scientists from what I saw, speculated that because it is so anomalous, we have to be open to the possibility that this could be alien tech, and in the event that it is extraterrestrial, we are not prepared. Now, personally, I feel like he should speak only for himself. He's not prepared. Don't rope me in there with you, dork. I've got all kinds of plans and strategies out the wazoo, in case they're three-titted goth alien babes, or in case they're aggressive, hostile species. I've got all kinds of tactics. For example, one's called pants down, ass up, just in case, letting them know I fully submit. Because if these are actually fucking aliens, there is nothing we on this planet can do besides just beg for mercy. Their technology would be so far above our comprehension, we stand no chance. But don't panic. I'm here to tell you, it's just a bunch of hooey. This is such fucking horseradish, man. It's not an alien spaceship. And a lot of other scientists are debunking that narrative because, of course, media is running wild with that about how this is potentially aliens and we have nothing to do, we're vulnerable, we've got to do something, that kind of thing. So it's got people starting to actually believe that it could be. It's not. It's just not. Sorry for blasting you with the cold water of the truth here with the naysaying, farting on all your fun, but it's the truth. There's not a single shred of evidence to suggest this could be an alien spaceship. That whole theory is based off of a single thing. Comet's weird. So we got goofball comet coming by, and they're like, well, I guess it could be alien tech. It is definitely peculiar. This thing is quirky. Maybe it's alien tech. That's it. And this has become so rampant now that this idea that it could be alien spaceships, that you got the crazies latching onto it here. So they have fully fucking attached to this butthole like a hemorrhoid. And now I'm seeing a ton of shit about like remote viewers who are talking about how this is 100% confirmed alien occupants on 3i Atlas.
CERN, they've used their collider to open up a portal to communicate with extraterrestrial beings.
Whoa.
And one of them are the occupants from 3i Atlas.
To be clear, CERN already has a room and a technology to open a portal to talk to extraterrestrials.
Yes.
But recently, they also used it to communicate with the beings on 3i Atlas.
That's correct.
Okay, go on.
Well, I'm convinced it used every buzzword you could find. Throw CERN in there and immediately got people hooked. Now it's legitimate. So, remote viewing, for those that don't know, it's ESP, basically. Or if you're familiar with MKUltra, it's something they tried with MKUltra. In a nutshell, you basically have people claim that they have these powers, so they'll close their eyes and imagine things and then say it to you and you go, whoa. With the MKUltra project in particular, they tried to make it a little more scientific, spruce it up a bit, but not by much. That's also where you're seeing like the declassified CIA shit about how they had these, mutants go in there and remote view to Mars, and they found giants building doohickeys and doodads on Mars, and then one of them tapped our remote viewer on the shoulder and blasted him to the Shadow Realm back to Earth 5,000 years in the past or some shit. It's all just bogus. It is the silliest shit that people actually put real stock into. Remote viewing is not a real thing. There is never, in anything I've ever researched on it, a single piece that even makes me even loosely convinced that there could be something to it. It's just fanfic.
So those beings introduce themselves as such, like so we are the occupants of this object, and they did not show up physically. They show up as holograms. Now, they apparently showed up as holograms. They looked tall, that's what she said, and they communicated telepathically with every single scientist in the room.
Yeah, but why? When you start asking the why question, this whole fucking narrative falls apart. Why would these aliens even bother responding to a bunch of goobers here astral projecting themselves onto their spacecraft? Why? And how would you even be able to get information from them? They don't speak English unless they're out there with fucking Duolingo studying up on their trip over. Like, they're not going to speak any of our languages here on Earth. So even if it's not English, they're not going to know any of the languages here on Earth and be able to communicate it back to you. And I've seen a little bit of cope about how they, like, transmit feelings. Okay. How, though? You don't know their feelings. They wouldn't know our feelings. There's no way you'd be able to somehow make a bridge and figure out what feelings are being transmitted. It's just so fucking stupid, man. But so many people believe this. Like, I've seen this video kind of popping off right now. And it's just some guy saying, like, yeah, so all of us, we were remote viewing, you know, CERN, of course, with their portals that they're able to open. We were talking to the occupants of 3i Atlas, and they introduced themselves as the occupants of 3i Atlas, by the way. They call themselves Atlassians, naturally, no doubt. And, well, we had such an insightful conversation. We even played a game of chess. One of them even gave me an OTPHJ, and I really appreciated the work that he did on my wiener.
Wow.
And they all got the same message, which is that they are coming in peace. And they're just trying to come over here to gather all the star seeds of his planet.
So when you remote viewed, did you pick up on that intention as well?
Yes and no. I believe that the direct reptilians, will be coming to Earth, but as to know what the exact intent, that I could not really say.
They're coming to sap the juice out of our 5G towers. We're flying too close to the sun, so now... he calls them the Draco Reptilians. Now they're coming to take all of our G's. No! But apparently other remote viewers were saying that they're coming in peace to take all the star seeds. If you're on TikTok, you're familiar with that nomenclature. Star seeds are people that believe that they are aliens inhabiting a human vessel at the moment. There's a little more nuance to it than that, of course. There's different degrees of star seeds. There's even a totem pole, like an upper echelon of star seeds that inhabit this planet and the bodies on it. It's a whole lot. That's a big old can of worms. Anyway, though, this sounds a lot like Rapture for the star seeds. So we've got, the galactic hall monitors or whatever coming in here saying, we're just here for your star seeds and then we'll leave. So they're gonna rapture star seeds and skedaddle? But why, though? Why even bother making the whole trip out here?
Well, this is an extraordinary development.
It is.
You remote viewed 3i Atlas. Did you do that on your own, or were you tasked with this assignment?
I was tasked by the same intelligence people I'm working with to look at the object, because those had concerns. But what I saw as a remote viewer was a mothership with occupants on board, and they were mostly Draco Reptilian occupants.
Okay.
We pulled the mask off the Scooby-Doo villain. These aliens are actually Draco Reptilians. I've been saying it all along. I knew from the get-go, you cannot trust the Draco Reptilians. They're always up to something fishy. They're always scheming, those Draco Reptilians. I also love how the guy he's talking to just takes all of it at face value. He's like, wow, this is an incredible development. I knew it. This is incredible stuff. Wow, Draco Reptilians, that's amazing. Extraordinary. So you saw them? Wow. Yeah, no, I'll just take you at your word. I believe you. It's just so crazy, man. He's just spouting gobbledygook, and people just accept it. For some reason, there are people that actually put stock into this whole remote viewing nonsense.
That's what, I saw as a remote viewer.
And that was corroborated by other remote viewers seeing the same thing.
That's correct. Yes.
The ship and Draco.
That's correct. One of them is John Vivenko, who is also a known remote viewer. And he announced it publicly as well. And other people from the Stargate program as well. So they basically all came up with the same idea.
Well, can't argue with that. That's pretty irrefutable. Other remote viewers confirming what the others are saying. We now have a group of people all saying the same thing. They closed their eyes and saw Draco reptilians. We need to take this more seriously. I think I've been clowning on it a bit too much, but that right there at the end, that sealed the deal. It's Draco reptilians and 3-Eye Atlas heading our way, and we've got to get ready. Now, I'm not overly familiar with Draco reptilians, but I'm gonna go take a nap and remote view, see if I can learn anything in my dreams about them. If I find any of their weaknesses, I'll be sure to share it with all of you, but just start preparing the best you can for the arrival of the Draco reptilians. The remote viewers are trying to warn us. They've already touched base with them on 3-Eye Atlas all the way out there in the cosmos. So, yeah, anyway. Pretty cool shit. That's about it. See ya. It only just recently dawned on me, a huge eureka moment, that I haven't been reviewing any of the games that I've been playing. Like, I've reviewed them on stream, but I haven't done, like, a video, like a pseudo-moist meter on any of them for, like, the last month or so. And I've played, like, every major release over the last month. I've, of course, posted all of them to my gaming channel, which I do give, like, a review once I've finished the games. But I haven't done like an actual formal one here, so I'm going to play a little catch-up because gaming journalism has never been worse. And I don't say that lightly. Some of the scores I've seen recently, whoo boy, I don't know what the fuck has gone wrong at some of these outlets. Maybe the chemtrails theory is real, but it's localized entirely to gaming journalists. It's fucking baffling, some of these scores I've been seeing. So, in the glory hole that is game reviews, there's only one cock you can trust. So I want to give you my thoughts on some of the most recent AAA titles that I've beaten, starting with probably my favorite, Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. So when this came out, I was a little tardy to the party. I saw a lot of people were shitting on it. They were saying that it was like really bad because it was kind of 1-to-1 with the original, and also apparently it had like day one performance problems. But since that farty got sharded without me, when I arrived to the shindig, it kind of was just fixed. I didn't have a single hiccup with this game. There was no performance issues at all. And I'm really happy that it was like 1-to-1 with the original, just like upgraded with some quality of life improvements. That's like exactly what I want. But admittedly, I do kind of understand it, because if you went into the game under the impression it'd be like Resident Evil 2 Remake, where it really does feel like an entirely different game, like that is, you know, deviated from the OG, but still like faithful, then I could understand being a little disappointed that this one is so close to the OG. But for me, I love that. I played the original when I was younger, but I know for a fact I didn't beat it. My brain couldn't fathom the Kojima vision and the genius behind the design of the game, and I know for a fact I never saw those credits roll. So, coming out here in my 30s, I knew this time around this was probably going to be special, and it was even more special than I imagined it would be. The game is just so fucking fun. It is this beautiful playground of just insanity that you can pull off. So, like, towards the end of the game, probably my favorite example of that. You can defeat one of the bosses, one of the major antagonists, and you get his camo. When you defeat them using CQC or using only, like, non-lethal, you get a special drop from them, usually camo. So that's how I did my whole playthrough, and when I got to that boss and I got that camo, and the camo is two-sided. On the front, it's the Volgan fit, so as long as that front is facing enemies, they don't shoot at you, but on the back is an American flag, so if they see that, they'll shoot at you. So the final scene of the game, wearing this camo, all I would do is I would make sure I was angled towards all the bad guys, so they'd shoot a few bullets, and then I'd turn and stare at them like with the Medusa stare, and they'd just stop, because they thought I was their commanding officer. So it was just so fucking amazing. Just look at this. Pull me up next to them. I have some strong words for them. I don't need to. They understand their objective. It's to not hurt me.
Snake, behind you!
Eva, step on it. The mind control is working. Eva, give it some gas. Eva, let's get out of here. I feel like if I take out my gun, they're gonna shoot at me. Eva, please. I feel like there's only so long this can work. Alright, I'm gonna go for it. Oh no, we're fine. How about a thank you, boys?
Good one.
Stop shooting! I'm like that, who was that evangelist? The guy that would, like, cure people by staring at them? Brazo, I think it was? With the Brazo stare. It is just so fun to get experimental with all of the crazy ways to engage with the enemies. Also, the game looks amazing. It is a beautiful looking game. The story I absolutely love, even though it is just fucking Insano style nonsense sometimes. It is just so charming and so, like it draws you in. Everything about Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, I think, is just a fucking grand slam. I absolutely loved the game. And I feel like there is so much depth to it. I didn't really do a whole lot of stealth. I was mainly fucking around with all kinds of wacky approaches and wacky ideas. But I already know, because I went back and watched some like people that are really good at stealth doing some crazy challenge runs, that there's just so much to do in this. There's so much freedom to explore and approach every encounter in unique ways. And there's so many like wild mechanics to like even just the story elements where like you can approach even like narrative pieces in so many different ways. So like, for instance, you get captured at one point, you're in a jail cell. Well, one of the ways you can get out is you can make friends with the guard by like throwing your meal back at him 3 times. Like there's just so many things you can do. I cannot glaze the game harder. I think it is a banger. So let's go from Metal Gear Solid into the next AAA game on the docket, which would be Chronos: The New Dawn. I think this game is a sleeper hit. I don't know how well the game is sold. Hopefully it's selling really well because it deserves it. I saw, or rather I heard, some publications gave this like a 5 out of 10 in some cases. Like I know IGN, I think, gave it a 7, which is a little more reasonable, but I think the game is like really good, and I think people just are kind of sleeping on it. This is a game that I think a lot of people have probably seen snippets of at like Jeff Keighley's Game Awards and stuff, because they have like the iconic pussy helmet where you kind of look like Isaac from Dead Space if his helmet was more like astronaut vaginal shaped. And it's a game that does borrow a bit from Dead Space in terms of like atmosphere and aesthetic, but it's not really playing like Dead Space other than the ability to stomp on enemies on the ground for dismemberment to try and stop them from like fusing and being stronger. It's a game that's more similar to Resident Evil, which all of you know I'm a huge Resident Evil guy. I just played all 30 of those fucking games over the last like 2 months. So I really liked it. I think the story was extremely unique. It's a story, well, I don't know if I should get into spoilers when it comes to reviewing games like this. I'm totally fine to do it for like movies and shows and shit, but I feel like maybe for games it's not a good idea. So instead, I'll just give you the basics. You are on a mission. You are looking to collect people for a greater purpose, a greater calling. You meet a friend along the way, and the two of you have a noble goal in mind together. Humanity is kind of doomed after a big apocalyptic infection type thing spread. And where the story goes, I think most people probably won't expect, and I was really drawn into it. I think it was a really good narrative. I will say, though, I do think the finale, albeit I do think it is strong, I think a lot of people might be a little disappointed with a very cliche element that gets introduced that you've probably seen in a lot of sci-fi before, but I do think they handle it well here. I think they do a good job with it, but I think some people might find that underwhelming. I think the game is really good, but it does have flaws. This is not like a 9 out of 10 game or anything like that. It's not a fucking masterpiece, but this is a game that I think is extremely solid that most people will probably have a lot of fun with. The biggest hiccups for this game come from its gameplay. The guns lack any and all semblance of like power. Half the time I couldn't even tell when a bullet fired. So it's gonna feel like you're shooting the fucking noisy cricket from Men in Black, where you see the kickback, but you don't really see anything else. Like, it is powerful, no doubt, but there's not really any way of knowing that. But I still, like, the weapons are still, like, fun to use and everything, but I just thought that was worth mentioning. The biggest thing, though, is the inventory. I hate the inventory in here. I'm totally fine with, like, really strict inventory management. Like I said, I just played all the Resident Evil games. There are some in there that are just unforgiving. They will spank your cheeks red. So you have to be, like, really careful with inventory management. This game takes it to an extreme where you get, like, no inventory slots. You have to, like, fully commit all of your cores, which is what you use to upgrade inventory, health, and all that, to inventory. You can't really deviate from that. You need to beeline inventory, because otherwise you're never going to have space for all the key items, and there's tons of key items. So your guns take up an inventory slot, your bullets take up an inventory slot, your healing items take up an inventory slot, and anything else. Key items like bolt cutters, stuff like that. And that's fine and dandy, but I think it is criminal how little space you have and how small the stacks are. So like shotgun, you can only stack 5. Anything above 5, you make a separate stack scenario taking up 2 slots. And it takes, like, sometimes 3 or 4 shotgun pumps in order to kill an enemy. So, like, it's just really unforgiving. And it just feels tedious for the sake of being tedious. Like, it just becomes a headache, a chore more than anything. Like, I don't think it adds a challenge, because you'll always be able to overcome it. Like, you can integrate melee into things. But it's just so annoying to have to, like, decide between carrying, like, 2 stacks of ammo or leaving space for a key item that you might encounter here pretty soon. I don't know. I just hated the inventory so much. But outside of that, I think the gameplay is good. I don't think there's a lot of enemy variety, so it's going to get a little stale fighting the same enemies over and over and over again for most people. But I think that the story makes up for that. The visuals are top-notch, too. It is a breathtaking game. It looks amazing. And I just think overall it's a really solid experience. I guess if I was to, like, slap numbers on these games, I would tell you to go fuck yourself. I don't do that anymore. I don't think numbers really contribute anything here. I'm just giving you all of my, like, raw thoughts here, vomiting them out, letting you know, did I like it, did I not like it? Or do I think it's worth playing, do I not think it's worth playing? For Chronos, I definitely think it's worth playing. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, also definitely think it's worth playing. Let's go ahead and move on to the next AAA game. So now let's move on to Dying Light the Beast. This is brand spanking new, just came out like a week ago. This puppy is fresh here. This bun is straight out of the oven. And it's hot. This game is a slapper. I think this is the best Dying Light game. And I know a lot of people, myself included, were kind of let down with Dying Light 2. This is such a drastic improvement, it is night and day. I do also think it is better than the first one. And I think a lot of people were probably confused about Dying Light the Beast. I saw in chat when I was streaming this, a lot of people asking if this is a full game or a DLC. This is a full standalone game, and it feels like it too. It is meaty. So I mainly did the main story. I only did like 3 or 4 side quests, and there's a lot of side quests. And at least the ones I did were pretty good. Like, they were beefy, they had a lot to do, and they were enjoyable. They weren't just like really boring side quests that were just kind of afterthoughts. So it seems like they're pretty fleshed out. Point is, it still took me like 15 hours just to go through mainly the main story. And I did do quite a lot of exploring. So in Dying Light the Beast, you get a big sandbox where you can, of course, play and get a little wild with how you approach killing zombies. The movement in this game is silky. It is so fucking smooth. It is buttery. And there are so many movement options. The skill ceiling on just traversing Dying Light the Beast is sky high. There are so many flexible ways of approaching this. I am blown away. It was so fun. But I will say, I really wish they did still have fast travel. Because going from one side of the map to the other, which you're going to do a lot in the campaign, like that did feel a little needless to not just have like a couple of fast travel spots from like main hubs. That'd be really nice. It'd just be a good quality of life change. But since the movement is so good, it was never like a slog to do that or anything. You were still having fun because you were just gliding around the terrain. You even get a grappling hook eventually, which then offers even more ways of traversing and even more ways of like skill expression. There's a lot of things you can do with the grappling hook, like comboing out of moves. The parkour has never been better than in Dying Light the Beast. They crushed the parkour. I really think Dying Light the Beast, the focus was just on making a really fun game. They put all of their eggs in the basket of gameplay which, of course, neglected the story. That is the worst part of Dying Like the Beast. The narrative is not great. It's serviceable. Like, I don't think it's a bad story, it's just very simple. Crane, Kyle, he wants revenge. He's been experimented on for 13 fucking years. He finally breaks free, and he just wants to let the demons out, and he wants to get revenge and kill the guys responsible. Doesn't really get too much deeper than that. And that's fine, because it lets you just go out there and slaughter a ton of zombies, kill a bunch of bad guys. It's great. The melee combat feels super smooth. It feels really good. Everything gameplay-wise, I think, is top-notch. And also, a really surprising standout in this was the music. I actually thought they did an amazing job with the music here, which I did not expect. But again, the emphasis is on the gameplay, and I think pretty much everyone will enjoy the gameplay of Dying Like the Beast. If you've played the previous games, I think you're going to love this one. I think it is across the board an improvement in every area except story. I don't think the narrative is as strong as like Dying Light 1. But I also don't think that they really tried to make it better. They really just, I feel, wanted to deliver a super fun to play game, and in that aspect, I think they very much succeeded. I definitely think it's worth buying. Now let's move on to the most recent AAA game, the final one over the last month or so that I've played through and beaten, Silent Hill F. I actually just finished it tonight, and chat made me aware that I haven't reviewed any games in a while, which is what prompted me to, make this video. Silent Hill F is a mixed bag. I really think there are some things to like about it. I think the atmosphere is great. I think the story is really interesting, but very, very hard to follow and extremely confusing even after you get towards the end of the game, starting to finish the game. It doesn't start to come into focus what it's all really about until the last 20-ish minutes. So a lot of times you're going to be fumbling around in the dark trying to piece together well, what does all this mean? Obviously, there's a lot of symbolism, but what does it all tie into here? And I think for a lot of people, it's not going to really feel like a Silent Hill game. And I do get that. It does feel pretty far removed from what you expect in a Silent Hill experience. It seems like they wanted to get very experimental. And I think it hits more than it shits, but it's not all great. I do think the protagonist here, Hinako, is a very strong protagonist. It's a character with a lot of complexity. I don't want to get into spoiler. I was just about to drop a huge fucking spoiler. I think Hinako is a very interesting character. And there is a lot to unpack with her journey and what she is going through here. And she is surrounded by some characters that I don't think get as much fleshing out as I think they needed to. Like Sukako, Shu, or Rinko. I don't really think you get enough from them to make them compelling characters, side characters here. It feels like it's mainly about Hinako, which is fine, but you start to not care about the others all that much. But I do think it is a good story. I want to make that clear. I think overall it is a very strong story, albeit keeps you in the dark for a really long time fishing for answers. I think they nailed the atmosphere. It's a really, really good looking game. The art direction is great. I like the style of the game. But the biggest problem is the combat. Holy fuck, the combat is annoying. It's not terrible. For the first 2 hours, you're probably going to feel oh, this is refreshingly different. This is kind of interesting. It has dodging and hitting with the big steel pipe and a sledgehammer. And these enemies have interesting movesets that you'll dodge or counterattack on. You have a focus meter where you can do new attacks if you fully fill your focus. You have your sanity meter to also manage. Oh, you also have omomoris, which act as these charms that you can put on that give you bonuses like max stamina, max health, or certain things where if you counterattack an enemy, you get some health back. It seems like there's a lot of depth there. Until you get 4 or so hours in the game and you realize there's only 3 enemy types, really. I mean, I guess there's 5 if you include the ones that have coral on them, and if you include the farty booby monsters and stuff like that. But there's not really a lot of enemies. The first 2 enemies you encounter in this game are within the first 45 minutes, and that is mainly what you see throughout the whole game. So every fight feels the same, and it feels slow. Very, very slow and sometimes unresponsive. And it's slow by design. This isn't supposed to be a Souls game like a lot of people think that it is. Yeah, it has dodging, and yes, it has, right bumper to attack, and there's a heavy attack and stuff. But it doesn't really have a lot of Souls DNA or a Souls formula here, which I think is a good call. But what they have instead is just not very fun. Like, it loses its luster so early because you've already done all the combat has to offer right after the tutorial. It does not get deeper. So it's just the same thing over and over and over again. And as you go throughout the game, it just keeps throwing so many combat sections at you. Pretty much every single facet of this game is kill these enemies, then move forward. So you have to fight through fucking hordes of enemies in a combat system that is just so simple and not really fun. And I know some people have been saying, oh, it's a skill issue, that's why people aren't liking the combat. It's not hard. Granted, I didn't play on max difficulty, I just did normal difficulty. It's not hard, it's just really slow. I think I only died like twice in the whole playthrough, and it was mainly just from my eyes glazing over during the combat sections and desperately trying to fucking brute force my way through, or like avoid them entirely, because it's just not worth the time of like hitting them 6 times to kill them, and just hitting them 6 times takes like 2 minutes, just because of how slow it all moves. I really, the combat did not do it for me. I enjoyed it in the beginning, and I was like, oh, I can't wait to see how this, like, you know, gets deeper and, you know, how it all kind of pans out, because certainly there's more to it. I'm getting a lot of different, like, weapons, so there's probably more to it, but there never is. So the combat was a big letdown. I do like the systems that they put in place, though, where you collect things where you can either use it as a healing item or a booster, or you can offer it to your shrines, which will give you faith, which you can then spend to upgrade, like, your max health, max stamina, or Omamori slots, which, again, as I mentioned, are like charms that'll help you out. I think that's a cool idea, but overall the gameplay is just not great, in my opinion. The puzzles are cool. I mean, Silent Hill's always had really cool puzzles, and I think that's pretty intact here. There's some really creative puzzles in here. Some real brain busters. I got stumped on 1 or 2. I think they did a good job with the puzzles. I like the levels. I really like the environment, especially when you're in the alternate realm. Not gonna get too deep on that, because I'm really trying to avoid spoilers. I think it's a good game. Do I think it's like the strongest Silent Hill? Fuck no. Do I think it's as strong as Silent Hill 2 Remake even? No, I don't. Do I think it's worth buying? Yes. If you like this genre of games already. This is an expensive game. This is one of those $70 price tag games now. So I do think that this is a game that is probably for people that already know they like this genre and don't mind putting up with gameplay that is probably not going to be what they want for the entire, like, 10 or 11 hours they spend going through the game, because you're probably going to want to play through multiple times for all the endings. This is a game that has multiple endings that require multiple playthroughs. And I think this is a good game. I enjoyed it. I don't regret my time with it, but it is not a game I think everyone's going to like. And I was going to throw in a little bonus here for Hollow Knight Silksong now that I've finished the true ending. I gave you the review after doing just the main ending, but my thoughts really haven't changed that much. I love the true ending. It still is my second favorite game of the year, just behind Expedition 33, but I do think Silksong is a masterpiece. Everything I said and gushing grannies over it in my first review of it after finishing the first main ending is still true even after finishing the true ending. The true ending added a lot of content, like going through and doing all the wishes just to get there. Like, it was a journey, and it was an extremely fun one. Now, I will change my thoughts on one thing in regards to this. I now believe it is harder than the first Hollow Knight. The content they introduce going through true ending, holy Toledo, that shit was unforgiving. So I do think Silksong is more difficult than the first Hollow Knight. I know difficulty's actually been like a huge discussion around this game. I'm really happy that they didn't shy away from the challenge and they made it like really tough, because it feels so fucking good. When you overcome the boss, when you overcome what was the big obstacle for you, it just feels so rewarding in Silksong. I think this game is so special, and for $20, I cannot believe the game you get at that price point. This is a fucking masterpiece by all possible definitions. So, overall, the games that have come out over the last month, September has been a slapper. And as of making this video, another one is dropping, Hades 2. I've, of course, played the early access, so I already know this game is a banger too. The games we are getting right now are great. We are in a really nice period here of slapping releases. It's really nice. So I just wanted to drop all those thoughts here for you. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Feels like it's been a while since the last time I covered a good old-fashioned Walmart weirdo, and I got quite a specimen for you today. It's a gentle sir who's going ballistic because, as I understand it, he was upset that there wasn't 3 managers in his section to complain to. I guess he really wanted to, like, run the gauntlet, like, wagging his finger at a manager. Customer's always right. You should know that, or something. Like he's going, like a sports player coming out of the tunnel giving everyone high fives. He wanted to go through and just give a bunch of fucking complaints to a ton of Walmart managers, I guess. And since they weren't there, he instead took his anger out on one of the employees. And apparently, the woman that was filming tried to interject to get him to calm down, which only fanned his flames of anger even more.
You want to call me a dumb bitch again?
Dumb bitch? Okay. Fuck you. So,
I'm recording him for...
Let me tell you what I've accomplished.
Do you have a son?
I don't have any children. I haven't found a capable mate.
Oh, that makes a lot of
sense.
sense.
It sure as hell does make a lot of sense.
That makes...
Turned into like a pseudo-therapy session there for a moment. This guy just came over and just trauma dumped briefly. So she asked, do you have a son? I imagine she was going to ask, do you teach him to treat people this way? But he immediately took that question on the chin saying, no, I haven't found a capable mate. So he's like, he comes over here, yeah, I'm mateless, what about it? No mates? Is what it is, I guess. And then he even says like, yeah, it does make a lot of sense actually why no woman would want to be around me. I get it. Yeah, you know what? That does sound about par for the course. I'm over here just fucking spitting and shitting in a Walmart because there's not enough managers for me to be yelling at. Also, just the sassy way he says it sounds like a child during a temper tantrum. No, I haven't found a capable mate. Oh man, it's pretty fucking pathetic. Anyway, though, he comes over after calling her a dumb bitch and then saying, fuck you. He marches over, he gets his phone out to start recording, which is a pretty common power move that dumb assholes like this try when they're getting, like, called out on something and then they try and, like, go into their defense mechanism of also recording, like, I can do it too, look at this. So now he's recording her because he deludes himself into thinking that people will be on his side if they have his perspective from his camera. So after blowing up on a Walmart employee and then calling this stranger a dumb bitch and then saying, like, he hasn't found a capable mate, there's no woman on this planet capable of handling my seed. I'm a victim of my own masculinity. I'm too much of a man, and women can't handle it. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense why no woman wants to be around me. That I do get. Time to start recording now. Now it's time. I win. Here's my checkmate move.
Tell me about your accomplishments today, ma'am. I can talk to them however I want.
No,
you don't even know what I was saying to them.
It's disrespectful. Look,
You're
speaking to me. You're a large man.
You involved
and
yourself
I'm a
in
small
something that's
female.
not your. It's not your business.
It's my business to protect other
No, it
women
isn't.
from
It's not.
abusive
I
assholes
wasn't
like
abusing
you.
them. You have nothing. You have no idea what
It's
I was even
verbal
saying
abuse.
to them. No, you just wanted to get
verbal
involved.
abuse, and if I'm a woman
The
and you're verbally
only
abusing a
one
woman,
of- the only
I will
one
stand
that-
between you and them every time.
And do what? Do you want to talk about it outside? And I'm going to stand between them. You want to go outside and talk about it, stupid?
So here she's kind of laying the foundation for what led to all this. He was being rude to an employee, she stepped in, and then all of this started blowing up. And now tough guy here's like, so what are you going to do about it, huh? You want to take it outside? He must have analyzed the surrounding area, making sure there was no men nearby that might take him up on the challenge, no doubt. So now that he's confirmed that it's only this woman and the other female employees, now he feels like a real big guy saying, let's take it outside then. Do you want to take it outside, huh? Now, something I want to mention is he's only just started recording. This is the intro to his video from his side of things. So they didn't even get all the prerequisite lore of him being like an asshole to the Walmart employee or what led to this interaction between him and the woman filming. So when he shares this with his fucking Facebook group or whoever he hangs around with, if anybody at all they're going to see is their goofball loser-ass friend going up to a woman, asking her, do you want to take it outside, challenging her to a fight. Wow, bud, I'm sure this one's gonna bang. They're gonna be cheering for you. A big round of applause. Somehow the video he himself is recording makes him look even worse than the full video does. Because now it's just him as like a highlight reel challenging a woman to a fight at Walmart, basically.
Guys, do y'all want to get trespassed?
No, I want to find out who's the manager for the section.
He's being
She's
verbally
involving
abusive
herself in
to
something that's
these
not her
employees.
business. She should just go about her business.
And he's being aggressive.
Calm down.
Bye. What was I abusing you?
I said he was being verbally abusive.
Was I abusing
yes.
her or was I complaining about the manager? Don't lie.
He was using language and everything.
That's right. Why did I get mad? Because you're supposed to have 3, because your manager can't do their job. That's why I got mad.
A little bit, or I will have your
Yes, sometimes it could be.
That's pretty much where the video wraps up right there. The other employee comes over and just threatens to trespass both of them because of all the commotion here, so they get separated. And that's kind of where it is curtains. So the context clues here. If I'm understanding correctly, he was mad because there wasn't a manager there, so he took his anger out on the employee for the lack of manager, saying that there needs to be 3 of them there, I think. 3 managers, maybe? Which to me seems excessive. Why would you have 3 managers in a single section in the store? Unless he's like this raid boss of cringe, like the top tier male Karen, that they need 3 managers just to like wrangle them in, to like hold them down. I feel like that's just way too many managers to allocate to one spot. But maybe he meant like there's supposed to be a manager here and then 3 employees? So he needs like a whole army to take care of him, to like fluff his nuts or something? I really don't even know what the whole complaint is here in the first place. Because clearly there are employees in this section. He was just berating one of them about the lack of manager, apparently. So like, you did have people there to help you. I don't know why he needed to like escalate it and get even angrier at the employee for what I imagine is something very trivial in the first place. Now, the woman who filmed this did make a follow-up to it to give like a little more insight onto what happened next. They did like go their separate ways, but apparently he kept carrying on, and according to her, he was escorted out of the Walmart. Not super willingly. He wasn't, very enthusiastic about that, and she did mention that police were involved with that. Not overly surprising. That checks out. That makes a lot of sense. Much like him not being able to find a capable mate. That also does make sense. And I'm going to let you in on a little secret real quick. Here, come in close. I'll whisper it in your ear. Anyone who says capable mate probably is doomed to be alone forever. You're already kind of too far gone. You are so lost in the fucking sauce. You are probably already a douchebag and already kind of just in a loveless position. The only salvation that you can find is crawling yourself out of that hole that led you to thinking that that's a normal thing to say. No sane person is going to be talking about like, yeah, the reason I have no kids at this age and I'm not in a relationship or anything is just because I haven't found a capable mate. That's just so fucking odd. What a peculiar thing to say. You immediately raise eyebrows with that kind of shit. So that's just a little, free tip right there. Don't end up like this guy. I think it should be a pretty easy fate to avoid. But anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a little bit. It does feel like it's been a while since the last time we analyzed a wacky Walmart meltdown freakout type thing. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I'm pretty sure this is the first video I've ever made with Taylor Swift as the focus for it, and that's because I just don't really have any strong feelings on her or her music. I don't know a whole lot about her, like, in her personal life or anything other than, like, all the breakups and stuff, but that's just not something I tune into super deeply. All I know is she's got some songs in her catalog I like to wiggle my finger to occasionally. Like, I don't dislike her music. I don't hate the songs that she's put out. There are a few boner jams in there. But the reason I'm talking about her today is because she has a new album that just came out, which I didn't even know was around the corner. But something is a bit awry. There's a disturbance out there because for the first time ever, I'm pretty sure, people are saying it's not good. Even her most loyal of fans are criticizing it. A feat I didn't even think was possible. It defies our very fundamental understanding of science. The Swifties vocally expressing disappointment, and not only in the album, but in the way in which Taylor Swift has gone about it. There is a lot of greed at play here that I would have never even imagined as like a money-making strategy. It's so fucking scummy. But Swifties have been well known to support any and everything Taylor Swift does at basically any price point imaginable. You could ask the moon, and they would happily fork over every single doubloon in their piggy bank for it. They would pay $5,000 to be in the same room that Taylor Swift farted in 5 years ago, and they would pay that with a big smile on their face, and go online to rave about the incredible experience being near like a smidgen of ass molecule that Taylor Swift shared the same air as this one room one time. Like, and yet, they are talking about how disappointing this is from Taylor. That's crazy to me. That has to be like an indicator for an impending apocalypse. Like, I bet if you correlate this with the Mayan calendar, we're going to find evidence to the end times right around the corner. It is shocking, to say the least. And since I brought up the end times, I want to tell you that the end of bad hygiene is here, thanks to our soap Cheeky. We've got a new scent available now. It's the Sunday Scaries. It's our vanilla scent, which is a scent that has been requested highly for like the last year, and it's finally here, so you can go to usecheeky.com and get yourself the best soap ever created. So naturally, before getting into like the greedy monetization model for this album, Life of a Showgirl, I'll go ahead and give you my opinion on the album, because I decided to take a little listen. I didn't hate it. Like, I'll be honest, I don't know what all the hoopla is about. Like, it seems like just a very normal Taylor Swift album. Admittedly, there's nothing on there that jumped out at me as a classic that's going to be talked about as one of her finest pieces, you know, one of her top tracks or anything. But it wasn't nails on a chalkboard or anything. It didn't feel like it was just lazy throwaway garbage. Like, I didn't feel like I was listening to "You'll Cowards Don't Even Smoke Crack" or something. Like, it was just very simple. Not to throw shade at "You'll Cowards Don't Even Smoke Crack," of course, but the point is, it just felt like a really normal Taylor Swift album. It wasn't extraordinary, but I don't think it was nearly as bad as I'm hearing a lot of people say. The only track on here that actually did raise my eyebrow was "Wood," which is a song about Travis Kelce's wiener. It's about a little more than that, but that's kind of like the focus, is Travis Kelce's meat. Kind of lyrics that just make you go, ooh, instead of have you snapping your fingers. Forgive me, it sounds cocky, he amatized me. I actually had to look up what that was. It's apparently dickmatized instead of hypnotized, where you get fucked so good that you get hypnotized, apparently. At least according to fan interpretations of that line. There's a lot of layers to this onion, of course. It's very deep songwriting. And opened my eyes, redwood tree, it ain't hard to see, his love was the key that opened my thighs. Girls, I don't need to catch the bouquet to know a hard rock is on the way. Oh. Like, when I heard that for the first time, it brought out the same feeling as the first time I heard Riley Reid freestyle rap. It was just, it was visceral. These lyrics really do feel like something I myself would write as a joke for one of our songs, The Gentle Men. And who knows, maybe Taylor Swift is a fan of The Gentle Men and was inspired by our songwriting styles. Cause like, I could see myself writing some shit like that for a goofy track. You know, penis appointment, you know I'm on time. He's dunking his balls like MJ in his prime. Like, it really does sound like something I would have cooked up for sillies. But, I don't know, the rest of the song, it kind of plays it pretty straight, like pretty serious. And it's just, I don't know. Out of all the songs on the album, that's the only one where I was like, oh. But anyway, enough about the album itself. I think it is just like a very normal, generic Taylor Swift album. Do I think it's anything special? No. Do I think it's anything abhorrent and as awful as everyone else seems to think it is? Also no. But I did see a banger tweet that a buddy of mine sent me that I guess kind of sums it up nicely. I said, Taylor Swift's new album sucks and I didn't even get a single death threat from a Swiftie. That's how bad it is. For those that don't know, since basically the beginning of Taylor Swift's career, anyone that speaks out saying like, I didn't really like that, they get dogpiled by Swifties with death threats, oftentimes racism. Like, the Swiftie online reputation has been pretty scary for a while, actually. And of course, it's not all Swifties, obviously, but it's enough to be kind of like a common thought, a stereotype for Swifties that has been around for a while, where if you say you don't like something about Taylor Swift or her album, get ready for some of the most colorful insults you'll ever read and a lot of death threats. So now, with the actual album itself out of the way, let's talk about how she monetized it, how she tried to squeeze more money from all of her fans, because it is egregious. I think this is probably why there are so few people coming to her defense here, because this is kind of indefensible. This is an article from a site called Defector that kind of broke it all down and gave like their review of it, and talking about the monetization here and how greedy it is. So, Upon announcing the album, Swift put up a vinyl for pre-order on her site, and then another, and then another. Before the album was even released, she had promoted and sold on her site 8 exclusive vinyl variants in different colors with different names, and 8 CDs and 1 sweater which comes with a CD. The vinyls cost $34, the CDs cost $20, the sweater CD cost $70, and one of those was a Target exclusive edition. Don't forget Target. The marketing scheme for each of these releases, which came one after another, was scarcity. They will sell out, you will never have another opportunity, hurry, show your love and devotion. And unsurprisingly, it was a very successful business model. She's apparently sold 2.7 million copies of the album in physical and digital. When she announced it on the New Heights podcast, she promised this album wouldn't have any bonus tracks. Historically, Swift has sold her fans the album and then asked them to buy it again to access extra songs. The Life of a Showgirl, she promised, was fully complete, but then on Saturday night, another countdown appeared on her website, and at the end of it, she announced 4 additional CDs of the same album that fans could buy. These versions cost $8 a piece, and each includes 2 exclusive acoustic versions of songs on the album. That means that in addition to the songs on the album, Swift also recorded 8 acoustic versions, but you can only hear them if you purchase each of the 4 CDs. You have to collect this shit like pieces of Exodia here to get the whole experience. It goes on to say she didn't lie technically. There are no new songs on the CDs, just an opportunity for her to make even more money. So the songs aren't new, but they're a different recording of the same song a different way. There's really no way of justifying that. The whole purpose is just to squeeze more money out of the audience because she knows they are going to lap it up 100%. And they are. Like, it is still making tons of money, even though it's not being received overly positive. Another thing they're putting her feet to the fire for is apparently using AI in this new album rollout. So it's pretty clear that this is big time money making mode here. This isn't really about the artistry of her craft or anything. It does seem like the whole goal here is to try and squeeze as much out of this album as she possibly can, with so many like additions and shit, even cutting corners on to use AI. Like, she has unfathomable wealth. There is just no excuse for not just hiring a real person, a real artist for that. The only reason she'd use AI is to save money, which is pretty crazy considering she's a fucking billionaire. Like, how are you gonna cheap out on this? It's so wacky to me. So it's hard to disagree with people expressing their sentiment that Taylor Swift is just selling out and is looking to just make as much money off this album as she can possibly squeeze without really caring about the art or the community that she's built. Just kind of throwing Swifties into the mud and just treating them like a useful piggy bank she can tap into whenever she wants for delivering very little to them. Like I said, it's hard to disagree with that because why the fuck are there so many versions of this? Why are you using AI? Like, there are just so many things that are clearly just here because it's greedy. And I'm actually pleasantly surprised to see even the most loyal of Swifties calling it out, saying, like, this is unacceptable. This is really disappointing from Taylor. I thought she had reached this point where she was literally infallible in some people's eyes. So it's good to see that there are things people won't stomach when it comes to her greed with this album. I think that's good. So, hopefully, there'll be a course correction here from her team, like with the way this has been handled. I don't know. Maybe. But anyway, I just kind of wanted to yap about it a little bit because this was pretty shocking to see that her album and her business acumen here being criticized by Swifties. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. When I say I'm going to do something, I rarely follow through. It's a bad habit of mine. I get really excited about things and I'm like, yeah, I'm real gung-ho about this, can't wait to do it. And then I don't do it, or I only give like a little half-assed measure and, paddle around in like the shallow end of it, but I never get like deep into something like a big commitment until my Resident Evil marathon. 2 months of playing through 29 Resident Evil games. Some stinky shit. But then some incredible masterpieces. 2 months of almost exclusively playing Resident Evil games, and I finally played through every single one of them, except for one. Degeneration. It's an in-gauge exclusive game. I could not get my hands on an in-gauge to physically do it, and I couldn't get the emulator to work even when I tried reaching out to an expert like Bakba Soup. It's just such a headache, and it wasn't worth the extraordinary trouble to get it to work. So I played every other Resident Evil game except that. Also, I didn't play ports. So anything like Resident Evil 4 on the Zeebo, I didn't play those. I didn't just do every single port either. I just did every individual Resident Evil game and all of the spin-offs. So here is my ranking for all of them, the entire franchise. I think I got some spicy shit in here, so don't expect to see the grandma's tier list here when it comes to this, because I literally ranked them from the worst of the worst to the best. It's not like a S tier, A tier, B tier, that kind of thing. This ain't your grandmother's tier list, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't care about your feelings. This is the definitive, objectively correct tier list, in my opinion. And I'm really happy with it. So, just wanted to make that known up top. If you want to see all of my playthroughs for this franchise, I have them all up on my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. Let's dive in. Oh, I guess one more thing to make note of up top. I thought I had played 28 games, but after ranking all of them, turns out I played 29, I guess. Or something went cattywampus in the way that I numerically ordered them. I'm not sure. I played either 28 or 29. That's how many there are. Alright, let's start. We got a lot of games to go through. So I kind of already spoiled my worst game. It is undoubtedly Umbrella Corp. Umbrella Corp, I think, is the worst Resident Evil game in the franchise. I know it's kind of a lukewarm take, but to make it a little spicier, I don't actually think it's the most objectively bad. I think it's the most shameful. So, to explain, Umbrella Corp is a multiplayer game, but it has a single player component, which is this. It's only 3 objectives. You either grab briefcases, 5 briefcases and you win, or you collect 20 DNA samples and you win, or you hold the location for 5 seconds and you win. And you do that for 2 hours, and that's its single player content. Umbrella Corp is embarrassing. And it's multiplayer. I actually had a really fun time playing, but only because it's so fucking bad that it's good. Everyone's got turbo speed. This is not me at 2 times speed, by the way. This is just the speed of the game. It is just a disastrous game, top to bottom. Just a horrible idea. Melee's also a one-tap, by the way.
I got him.
So you can crawl on the ground and just snake around the entire map and just blast people, which I had so much fun doing. Here, hold on, let me go to a point where I was doing that. Up there. Zombie got me. Not here. Oh. This is me prone right now, by the way. Nice. And I went on a 15-player kill streak. They're not ready for this sneak attack. But yeah, Umbrella Corp, I think, is the worst Resident Evil game. Bar none. Not only multiplayer, but single player, conceptually, everything about it, huge stinkerooski. But I do think there is a Resident Evil game that is objectively worse. And it is... Where is it here? They're so small I can't actually read them. Oh, here it is. Resident Evil Survivor 2. This game is only 30 minutes long. It is a light gun shooter. Kind of. Well, I mean, it is a light gun shooter by, genre. But it doesn't work. So, you can only aim here, and it does all of the shooting and the aiming for you. You just hold straight. You hold W, and that's it. It was originally an arcade cabinet. Exactly, yeah. It might have been better as a cabinet. I find that hard to believe because it is so bad, top to bottom. I just can't imagine it ever being fun. Run, Claire, run! So yeah, I think Survivor 2 is worse. But I can't give it 28. 28 has to be Umbrella Corp. So this gets 27 for sure. Absolutely disgraceful game. It's just arcade Code Veronica. Yeah, it's Code Veronica if all the content was stretched into a TikTok video, or shrunk into a TikTok video. and hardly worked on the pad. It sucks. Survivor 2 super duper sucks. Number 26 comfortably goes to, there it is, Resident Evil Gaiden. Now, I didn't know this, but there are people that fucking love Resident Evil Gaiden. I don't know why, but I mean, there's people that loves all kinds of things, like scat fetishists, and it doesn't make it right. But I hated this. I thought this game was just so terrible. It's the Game Boy Resident Evil game. The map is so big and so counterintuitive to, like, design philosophy. Nothing makes sense with it. But I will say, Barry's here, which helps carry it a little bit. And also the music is hypnotic. H here. Okay, so this is aim. Also, this aim is fucking worthless. All it does is start the fight sooner. But let me show you what a fight looks like. This is how you fight. You just time right here and hit in the middle. Hardly Resident Evil. Very, 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 very bad. And the music really does, I think, trigger like a Winter Soldier event in anyone that might have played this as a kid. I don't know how people liked it. I could see maybe if I was a kid in the early 2000s and this was like the only video game I owned, I'd be like, okay, this is kind of fun, I guess. But knowing Resident Evil games and then playing this is just awful. It'd probably be Reverse. Where is it? Is this Reverse? No. Oh my god, it's missing a game! I just found this list. It's missing Reverse. This one isn't up to date and the DLC is separate. It said 2025, but you're right, they did separate the DLC. So now we know. Resident Evil Reverse, this is the game that shut down a few months ago. Actually, the game that kicked off our marathon, by the way. Kind of sentimental. I didn't even post it on this channel. It actually predates the gaming channel. I posted it on main. So it's this piece of shit.
Guy? Oh my god.
Again, it's one of those games that can be so bad that it's fun.
Farts right now. I'm going ballistic.
So like I did have like a decent enough time playing it.
This community hates to see me log in. I am way too good for this. Double kill. Yeah. Yeah.
Man, it's a but yeah, pretty bad game. It is now lost media. Operation Raccoon City's got to go there. This is another game that apparently has a pretty dedicated group of enthusiasts. I think Operation Raccoon City sucks. This is just like a blatant cash grab where it was trying to just capitalize off this piss filter early 2010s type gaming third-person shooter, like cover shooter. It's just lame. Like, there's just really nothing fun about Operation Raccoon City. The best part about the game was just it being short.
Position 2 also reached. Moving up.
Hunk was here.
3.
Hunk's cool, but he doesn't carry this game.
Girl also achieved. Position 4 inbound.
There's just so little to like about this game to me. I would put Operation Raccoon City probably around there. I think that's fair. Next is going to be Mercenaries 3D. The thing is, I went into this expecting to fully hate it, but I bought a 3DS, and I played it for like 20 minutes for the video. I actually went back and played it again. It's like actually kind of fun. Mercenaries in and of itself is just like a fun game mode, but I didn't think it'd be fun to just like make that an entire standalone game. Kinda is fun though on the 3DS, I'm gonna tell you right now. It's kind of enjoyable. It's like a very nostalgic little thing. Even though I never had a DS, I could just really imagine myself kind of getting lost in this if I ever did, back in the day. Went to the midnight release for Raccoon City, loved the game. Looking back, it's bad. Hey man, if you had fun, that's all that matters. But yeah, I feel pretty confident putting Mercenaries 3D there. Again, it is just Mercenaries on the DS, and it's novel. I got no, like, big complaints on it. Doesn't hold up, like, amazingly well, but it's still a good time. I think now we finally bring in Resistance. I said this during Resistance, much to the chagrin of a lot of like Resistance avid haters. I think it's the best multiplayer Resident Evil game. Now that's a really low bar. It's comparing poop to shit. Like, it's not super different, but I at least appreciate they tried something. So Resident Evil Resistance is the game where you play as survivors and one person plays as like the mastermind. Survivors is boring. Survivors is super boring, but making your deck here, your deck of cards with like what you can spawn in, like the zombies and the build, very fun. Like, there's actually like a pretty big skill ceiling to it. Like, there's a lot you can do. The goal is just to stop them from escaping. I enjoyed that.
What is that?
Enjoyed, I'm using a little loosey-goosey. But I was surprised by how much I didn't hate it. I guess, to be more accurate. I'd probably go Umbrella Chronicles next. I think that's this one, right? Is this Umbrella Chronicles? I'm pretty sure. Hold on. I'm pretty sure it's Umbrella Chronicles. It's a fine light gun shooter. Like I said, I don't think it's bad. We're in the territory where the games I don't think are bad. They're just mid. And Umbrella Chronicles is just fine. So there's a ton of content. Like, you get a lot of bang for your buck here. There's like fucking 45 campaigns here. And it's fine. I don't have a whole lot to say about it. It's just fine. Now is probably when I'd go Resident Evil Survivor, which I think a lot of people are probably going to give me some flack for because people hate this game. I actually found it to be fun. Like, I actually thought this was like a really creative idea for its time. And I think it's like decently executed, to be honest with you. Like, yeah, it's got that crazy glitch where you can't take damage if you're not looking at the enemies. But who gives a fuck? That makes it even more fun. It's skill expression. It's a cool game. They take it first person. It's very interesting. Okay. I don't know if they'll remake it or not, MC. We'll see. Yeah, I think Survivor is a legitimately enjoyable game. It has its flaws, but I really find it to be charming, and I had a actual good time with it. And the voice acting in this one is superb.
Anything. Who am I?
So good. So I'm a bit of a Survivor apologist. I think that's a lot higher than most people would give it. Okay, I know what I'm going to put here, but there's a huge caveat to it. I'm going to put Outbreak here. I really, really like Outbreak. And again, this is another one of those things where, like, Resident Evil was trying to reinvent the wheel. Like, they fucking swung for the fences conceptually. This came out in, what was it, 2003? And it's a multiplayer Resident Evil game that has some really good ideas. You work together to try and survive. Just hold that down. And you go through like a bunch of different scenarios there. It like actually so far ahead of its time here. Like, this is back when Xbox Live was something like unheard of. It tried its own thing on the PlayStation. I don't know if it took off or like succeeded in a big way, but it did build up enough of a community where now they have their own servers for it so you can play still. It's a fun experience. The problem with Outbreak is it is so fucking janky. So like, the input delay, and again, this could be because of like the private servers, but the input delay is brutal. Some of the things like don't function the way that I imagine they did back when it was officially out and functional. So it's just, there's so much jankiness to it that holds it back, and so much lag. But outside of that, really, really fun. So it's like, it's kind of low here, I see, but like, it's solid. Like, it is solid. I think this is where I'm finally going to slide in Resident Evil 3 Remake. Again, the game is, like, good. Like, gameplay-wise, it's super smooth. That shit is silky. It looks good. I do like what they did with Nemesis. Well, until they turn him into just a dog. I do like, you know, like this intro. Okay, does it? And I do think they did a really good job story-wise. Like, they gave the characters a little more, like, fleshing out. But it came at the cost of removing over half of the original game. There's way too much cut content in here. It feels very incomplete and half-baked, considering the original.
My turn, bitch.
But if you've never played the original, maybe you were like totally satisfied with this. The dodge feels a lot better. Like, there is a lot to like about it. It's just, it's worse than the original. And it could have been so much better. It could have been like a Resident Evil 2 remake. There is a lot to like about Code Veronica, but there is so much I fucking hate about it.
Resident Evil.
This game, after finishing the franchise, I can confidently say this had the most backtracking. Bar none. Okay. It felt like I was just caught in an endless fucking Dormammu time loop. Anytime I would progress, I'd have to go back.
Hunters are gonna be fucking awful in this game, I can already tell.
But I really appreciate that the knife is glitched. So when you do like a knife swing, you hit like 25 times. It's actually the first time the knife felt really strong. There's a lot to like about it. I really like the characters in here. It tells a really good story. It's so fucking cinematic. There's a lot to like about it, but I really hated the amount of backtracking. I also hate how easy it is to softlock. Luckily, I had chat backseating to avoid softlocks, but like the Tyrant plane fight, if you don't do this perfectly, your game is just bricked. When is it? When is the plane fight? I think it's around here. It's like the halfway point. And then also at in-game, you can soft lock. Here. And that's just kind of inexcusable. And as annoying. I'm trying to show you that you can soft lock real easy because this fight is some fucking barnacles. But it's such a long video, such a long game, I can't get there in time. There it is. So this is extremely easy to just get fucked in. Chat told me the exact amount that I needed in order to avoid the soft lock, so I was able to squeeze through. I know Bakba Soup, when he played this the first time around, apparently he got soft locked.
1, 2, 3.
So it is easy. It's common. And then you hit him out of the plane with that. Overall, like, it is a good game. I just think it has some very inexcusable shortcomings. Next is going to be Resident Evil 6. I couldn't decide if I was going to do 6 here or if I was going to do 0 here. But I think 6. I do not dislike this game nearly as much as most people. This used to be my least favorite Resident Evil game. I played it when it came out. I fucking hated it. I thought for sure this was going to be in my like bottom 5. Playing through it again this time, it's not. The gameplay is actually really fun. Like the movement, you can schmoo in this game. You have so many options for combat. You can roll, fucking slide around all while shooting. Like there's actual movement tech. It's fun. Like the gameplay is legitimately fun. It has a lot of depth.
A lot of ammo.
The worst part about this game is easily its story and its length. The game is way too fucking long.
So long for that ambush, only to blow it.
Wow.
And yeah, it is a lot of fun co-op. It is a very fun co-op experience. Especially because of, well, especially in the beginning where every single car is like the most hazardous thing you can imagine. Every car is basically just a fucking missile. No one in the city can drive. So anytime you step foot on the road, you just get blasted by 20 cars.
I need
that. We're gaming. Like, and everyone, for some reason, instantly panics, and they made Leon, like, the biggest imbecile ever. They completely nerfed him. He got hit by the Orb of Confusion. So, like, he freaks out every time he sees a zombie. He's like, fuck! Crashes his car. Bus driver does the same thing. It is so, like, cheesy action movie that it's charming. It loops back around to being charming, but it is not great as a story or anything. But I do still think it's fun. The gameplay is very fun. And then here's where I'm going to put Resident Evil 0. Oh man, I should have been reading through my notes. There were some other things that I forgot to mention for some of the ones that I put a little lower. Another thing about Operation Raccoon City that blew my fucking lid off every time it happened is your character takes cover randomly, so there's no button to take cover in this game. You just have to go up to the cover and pray that your character locks onto it. So it's a cover shooter with no actual cover system. I actually really did hate that one. Yeah, I should have definitely been looking through here because I wrote like some very specific notes that I'm blanking on because it's been a while for some of these now. Oh, that's what I wanted to mention with 6. Another thing 6 does that's just inexcusable, a huge sin, is they redid the inventory system. So instead of like the standard inventory system that actually every single Resident Evil game ever had done, it like tried to change it up by having like the scrolling bar, and you don't like mix herbs anymore. You just make pills. You just make Fent and you put it in your tablet. So you have to put it in your tablet box to like pop it one by one. It was just so unnecessary of a change that added nothing except making it more janky. It was a really dumb decision. That definitely sucked. But another cool thing though, the auto connections. So this game has intersecting pathways. So when you get to certain points in the story, like of the 4 campaigns, they intersect. And when you reach a point where they intersect, other players can join your world and you play together briefly. It was cool. Fun idea. And since I played it on stream, chat joined, and the intersection actually kind of slapped. Resident Evil 0, I think, also has a lot to like. Like, it's a very fine game. Like, not fine, I'm being way too harsh. Like, it is a good game that is held back by some really bad decisions.
Oh shit.
So like, it's another game you can get soft locked because of the character switching with Billy.
I'm here, baby. Let's get in it.
You can like, if you don't send the right character at the right time, you can lock yourself out for a long time, which is not fun. That's just a huge headache if you don't know it's coming. But the worst thing about the game is they got rid of the item storage box.
No slots at all.
I hate it. That doesn't make the game difficult, it just makes it tedious. True. So, you don't have a lot of slots for your inventory. You work through both inventories, so you do technically have a lot of slots, but since you can't store anything, what you ultimately have to do is make piles on the floor. So for this, you make I guess you don't have to, you make it anywhere. I made piles on the main lobby for all of the stuff I wasn't using but knew I needed. And when you reach, like, towards the end of the game, here you can see my pile. Since there's no item storage box, you just leave it here. It's persistent. They don't disappear. So when you reach the halfway point in the game, you go to a different spot. And if you don't bring every single one of the items, you are so fucked. You have to make like an hour-long journey back just to retrieve it. It's so stupid. Taking out the item box added nothing. It just made the game more cumbersome. It was a headache for the sake of a headache. It's just a chore for no reason. I really enjoyed the story of this one. I wish they brought Billy back in some capacity. It's kind of a shame that Billy never came back, or Rebecca. Like, they're both really strong characters here. I really like Billy's backstory in the army and the horrors that he went through. I don't know. I thought they did a good job there. I also really like the locations. I hate the Bat Boss, though. The Bat Boss was shitty, but not nearly as bad as people made it out to be. So I'll read the Caveman Cliff Notes. Hard game, but fun. Love story, train car was hype. Mansion map layout was amazing, felt intuitive, rarely got lost. Hated no item box. Baffling decision, complete dog shit. Yeah, basically what I was saying, but in bullet points written like someone was overdosing. I think, yeah, I'm gonna give it to Revelations 2. Revelations is a series I really wish they would continue. They set up some really interesting shit with these. I like the upgrade idea. I don't like the partner here. The AI controlled partner here is the worst in any game I've ever seen. They do not do anything. They actually outright refuse to do anything. They don't fight. They don't fuck. They don't shoot. They don't do anything. They don't work on puzzles. They just stand there idly, brain dead.
No.
But it's a good story. Barry is back. Barry's my fucking boy. The upgrades are creative. Yeah, but Barry, the thing is, it's more dangerous to leave her unattended at a boat on an island full of monsters. See, classic Barry thought processes, by the way. I really wish they would make a Revelations 3 to close the story, but whatever. I also like bringing in a new Wesker family member. I thought that was a novel idea to see more Weskers. Overall, just a decent, good game. I've got no, like, huge complaints other than the AI. I just really hated the AI. Nope, it's actually the shortest notes I have here. Better gameplay than the first, but AI is the most dogshit companion I've ever had, and having no online co-op is baffling stupidity. Forgot about that. Yeah, this game's not that old, but you can't play online co-op, only split screen, and the other player really gets shafted because all they can do is shine a flashlight or throw a rock. Is this it? Is this Dark Side Chronicles? I think this is Dark Side Chronicles. I'm almost positive it is. Dark Side Chronicles is just the best light gun shooter. Just full stop. It is the best light gun shooter they made.
Resident Evil.
I hate the head bob. The head bob really sucks. But it's just... Again, it's exactly what you want from a Resident Evil light gun shooter. There's not a whole lot to say about it. It's just... I think it's just everything you want.
Survivors left.
But, like, what else can you say about a light gun shooter? It's just good. Outbreak File 2. Outbreak File 2 has all of the beauty of Outbreak File 1, but with, I'd say, like, 60% less jank. This game just worked better. I think the scenarios were more interesting.
So, on very hard, you collect something called
and I love the
raccoon
characters.
medals. It's like the whole point. I
You get so many good
yet.
characters. I haven't either, but, you know, I just found a raccoon medal.
Oh, sick.
I see it, I can only hear it, it's fucking awesome. Yeah, you got him.
Don't worry.
It's so fun just playing with your friends. This is Matt right here. He's beating a hyena to death.
I missed him. I gotta run for a sec.
Nope, you're going. Nope. That's my boy.
Stand back up, I dare you.
Oh, I can only hear you now.
Don't worry. He's popping back up. He's back down. I think one more ought to do it. Get up. I didn't hear no bell.
It's so good. I actually really like Outbreak 2 a lot. I think the game, again, took what Outbreak 1 did, but the technology was better, so it just worked better. It didn't really change much from this first game, it just was smoother, and they improved the scenarios. So I really like Outbreak File 2. Next, we have what I think to be a criminally slept-on game that has the best music in the entire franchise, and I'm saying that unironically, Dead Aim. Also, I saw someone in chat mention that this is a light gun shooter. I actually totally forgot that. I think Dead Aim slaps. I really liked this. Hey, the only bad thing about Dead Aim, and you'll see it in the title, if you get the assault rifle, just close your eyes or don't use it.
Fuck.
But this is a third-person and first-person shooter. It's so good. Yeah, this is where I got the silence. You didn't play any as a light gun shooter? Yeah, but this one doesn't even register to me as a light gun shooter. It just feels so far removed.
The map I've ever seen in my life. It's just the blueprints.
I just wish the game was longer, honestly. Exactly, took everything Survivor did, made it better. And man, did they go all out for the music. Boner jams out the wazoo. Where's the save music? Dodge will work if you do it just as they hit you. What, hit the opposite direction twice? Also, the main villain is amazing. The main villain just wants everyone to be beautiful. Well, he wants a utopia of just beautiful people. So then he takes the virus and it gives him titties. That's how he becomes more beautiful. Where is he? Of course. You got it. This boss sucks though. That boss is actually trash. And it gave him tits. It gave him fucking honkers. That's the new virus, baby. God, Dead Aim was so good.
Scared little rats with an ugly, useless gun.
Yeah, you need to hear the music, though. Actually, the best music in Resident Evil. I think it's the best save room theme and just the overall best OST. Oh, it's just hitting all the right neurons. And then they even had their own song for it, too. I even have this on my playlist now. Unfortunately, this section got muted, but, Gunshot here, it's old school new metal. And it plays in the intro of the game as like a AMV almost for Dead Aim. It's like an actual great song. Now we're into the top 10. Dead Aim just barely outside of the top 10. Okay, I think number 10's gotta be Revelations. Again, I like Revelations. I really wish they would finish the story. I also really wish they would go back to this one. Alright, Resident Evil. So, like, Revelation... The only thing I don't like about it, by the way, is this. The scanner. That shit's lame. Don't like that at all.
Inventory.
Oh, really? But everything else is, like, very crisp, very clean, and a really interesting world here.
You think
with Terra Grigia and all that,
things
it's
have-
so cool.
It may have been a huge waste. I thought, well, oh, chat lied to me. Chat said you can't take damage when you're doing that.
Oh, fuck. First Resident Evil game where you can move and shoot, too. Yeah, and it felt good. It felt, like, really good.
Oh, fuck me.
But yeah, you never see these characters again. They just vanish. And they're good characters, too. Like fucking Raymond and everybody. It's a shame. Like, I really think they were building up to something pretty spectacular, only to just let it die. I'm guessing it just didn't sell well. I don't know. I'm not a Revelations historian, but I just really thought that there was a lot of potential here.
At Morgan.
And again, this also has the upgrade system, which I do think is very fun. I think it adds a lot to the gameplay and the strategy of what you're aiming to do. My notes in here are also pretty brief. Far more fun than I expected, insta-kill enemies frustrating, story cool, so much going on, see why people found it a bit convoluted. Very creative boss mechanic. Oh yeah, the boss mechanics were pretty different for most Resident Evil games I had played up till that point. Worst part was the turret shooting sections. Okay, I think I know what I want. This, I think, is going to be very disagreeable for a lot of people, though. I think this next choice is going to be a little spicy. Resident Evil HD Remaster. Well, the remake. We're doing the full, all-encompassing Resident Evil marathon. I know, this is a little spicy. This is a little spicy. I really like it. I think it's great. I thought it was really, really fun. I didn't like playing as Chris. I thought playing as Chris sucked. I would have liked to have just...
can will separate an item.
The problem with playing with Chris is, like, he has all of these fucking pockets, but you can't use any of them. So I just ended up never really having a lot of space to do shit. I love the idea of Crimson Head. I love how they upgraded everything visually. I, of course, missed the iconic shitty voice acting. It was super amazing. But I think this game is spectacular. I might have just got really lucky with that first bait. Great game. I haven't pulled it off since. I feel like there's nothing more that can be said about this game that hasn't been said a million times. And I know people aren't going to like that it's at the number 9 spot, especially considering what I'm putting at number 8. But this is based purely off empirical data. This is the objectively correct ranking, so just know you're wrong if you disagree. Resident Evil 5. I think this game holds up so fucking well. I think Resident Evil 5 is still such a turbo banger. I played through it with Matt, of course, and it's still so fun. It is incredibly nostalgic to me, and it still slaps. Like, it's still just so good. Oh, wait. The only thing that really sucks about it is the turret sections. The turrets are bad. I hate the turret sections. You get rid of some of the turret sections, this game's even higher, but, like, overall, I don't really have complaints about it. Agadina.
Come on!
Oops. Stomping heads is insta. 5's not above 1, it's only above 1 HD remaster. It's not above OG. Don't get it twisted. Wait a minute. Okay, is there a fundamental misunderstanding of the marathon? Did you guys not watch every single one of these over the last 2 months? There's 2. There's Resident Evil HD Remaster and Resident Evil OG. You'll notice OG's not in there yet. But I did like Resident Evil 5 more than the HD remake, I'm sorry to say. I had an incredible time with this.
It's probably bad.
Me and Matt were even talking about, like, how... Like, just look at this! It's so good! We've been talking about how well it holds up.
They're infected, but they're not fully, like, turned yet.
Eyes.
So good. I am a huge fan of Resident Evil 5. Did I even write down, like, a single complaint outside of the turrets? I don't think so. No. Literally no. I even made, like, just a special mention of how amazing Wesker is in this game. And he is great. I had also never played the DLC until this playthrough. One of the DLCs is trash. Sorry to say. I can't remember which one it is, but it's the one where you're going through and you're playing, like, with what happened. You get to see, like, the mission going after Wesker. That was just lame. It was, like, 40 minutes long. That offered nothing. The other one, though, was fun. About how they escape. I think Wesker is the best villain in the franchise. Like, outside of Nemesis, that is. Nemesis, I think, is just the coolest across the board. But as far as, like, actual antagonists go, like, with motives and everything that aren't just a fucking killing machine, Wesker is the best. Second to Wesker, Morpheus from Dead Aim. Morpheus is great, just wants a utopia of beautiful people. It's so silly. I enjoyed this far more on my most recent playthrough than I did when I played it initially. And I think it was helped because I went back to back.
Alright.
I went directly from 7 right into Village. So it flowed really well, and the ending hit very hard. I remember hating it when I first played it. This time around, I think they did an amazing job. Oh! Hey! I think just too much time had passed between 7 and this for me when I first played through. Into the Moonlight? And of course, everyone knows iconic Lady D. Pretty much everything in the mansion here I thought was the best part. Which I know everyone says, but it really is just super good. Duke, of course, the GOAT. Well, he's not better than Resident Evil 4, but he's still great. Just a super solid game. Just really a genuinely solid game. Though, to be fair, I did kind of just forget that it was already down here. I would actually probably do it more like this. I would probably go like this. I'd have Village at 9, HD Remaster at 8, and 5 at 7. That would probably be more accurate. The story's a bit messy. And Village, I disagree. I actually thought the story was pretty, like, well done. The only... Oh, here we go. I do have a big complaint about it, actually. The only thing I really dislike in that is what they did to Chris. Once again, they kind of did what they did to Leon in 6, where they just made him a fucking bumbling moron for no reason. And the characters even call him out. They're like, hey, why didn't you just tell Ethan? Like, why you executed his wife right in front of him? He still thinks you killed Mia. You know that, right? And he's like, yeah, maybe I should have told him. Like, so much could have been prevented if he had just explained himself in the many opportunities he had to do so. It was just plot convenience for the sake of plot convenience. Like, it's something that feels really out of character for Chris. It was just very dumb. They just made him like a big douchebag who just, like, out of spite's like, I'm not telling him. I want him to think I killed his fucking wife. At number 5, it's at number 6, it's Resident Evil 4 Remake. Banger game. Very big banger game. And also, separate ways in this,
Resident Evil
so much better than the original.
Game time.
Separate ways in the OG 4 is just kind of like throwaway. You get like a few extra scenes. Here, oh my god, it's like an entirely different Resident Evil game. You get a whole new experience. Separate ways, so good.
Already at the church.
But I really liked Resident Evil 4 Remake. I don't like...
have more inventory space.
And I said this during the playthrough, I don't like that they took away a lot of like the cheesiness. I liked the campy feel of 4 better. I think the characters are more fleshed out, obviously. Like, Luis gets a lot more to do. And the characters ultimately, of course, get more in them. Like, more like actual development and more to do and say, so you learn more. But taking out some of that cheesiness and the campiness that was in the original, I think just loses a little of the flavor that made it so special. So even though I do think objectively, like, they did a better job writing the characters, specifically Luis, I do wish they had kept that DNA intact, because I prefer that Leon. The wacky Leon, the guy who goes, women. I just think it added a lot to the character. Oh yeah, Ashley's way better in this game too. Ashley in the OG is basically just like a mannequin. She's just like a fucking doll that walks around. So agreed. They did do a better job on Ashley as well. I think this is going to be another one of the spicy ones that people get really mad at me for. But it's going to be a Resident Evil 2 remake. This was previously my favorite Resident Evil game. But coming through on the marathon, there are 4 games I actually like more than Resident Evil 2 Remake now. I think Resident Evil 2 Remake is great. Oh, wait. I totally forgot to put the OG. Sorry, I do like Remake more than OG. Sorry, I forgot 2 was still down here. Sorry, it'd be like this. I completely forgot that I hadn't done 2 yet. I still like Remake more than OG. But I'm going to put them side by side because I actually think 2, like the OG, did some things better than this. So the big thing in the original that I loved was zapping. Conceptually, I loved the zapping idea. Where some of the things you do in this campaign directly influence what the other campaign gets. So what you do in A affects what happens in Leon B, vice versa. The zapping is really, really cool. I like that idea. This was so strong. I really, really liked Resident Evil 2 OG. It holds up super well. It plays smooth. It's still got great everything. It also has my favorite cheesiness still intact. So yeah, OG is great. I do like Remake more though. Remake fleshes out the relationship between Leon and Ada better. The gameplay, of course, just feels extremely good. I'm a huge fan of this gameplay. I think they've kind of fucking nailed this formula now. So I do like Remake more than OG. But they're both great. I think both are amazing, and the police station is iconic. I do think, though, past OG and Remake, they overused the police station like a motherfucker. Every single game had you go to the goddamn RPD. Pretty much all of them. Did I play 29 games, not 28? I thought I played 28. I'll just do a tier above number 1. There's so much lag on this website, it's crazy. Okay. Anyway, though, the order goes OG, Resident Evil OG, is where I was going next. Just over Resident Evil 2 Remake. Now, I know most people view HD Remake better than OG, and objectively, it plays better. It is a more solid game. I get that. But there was something truly special about going back and playing the game that started basically the whole genre. I still think the FMV is iconic. I still think the game plays really well. Like, yes, it's a little janky, but the voice acting, the atmosphere, everything is just so good.
What is this? Wow, what a mansion!
Captain Wesker, where's Chris?
Stop! Stop it! Don't open that door!
But Chris is.
Ah!
What is it?
No.
Maybe it's Chris.
I love it. I really, really, really like this game. The biggest complaint I have about this game is the boss fights. So because the game is so old, and yes, it is clunky, things sometimes don't work the way you would expect them to work. In particular, the snake, whose name I'm blanking on right now. Yawn. I don't know why I couldn't remember the snake's name. That shit fucking sucked on OG. Because the controls would betray you and the hitbox was the most nonsensical shit ever. But outside of that, everything was fucking fun. It was so nice. And that complaint also extends to the final boss with Tyrant. Tyrant has like an undodgeable, unavoidable move that always hits and it fucking blasts you across the entire roof. Really, the main thing you want to do there is just cheese it.
What?
You just kind of want to not activate it until there's 30 seconds left. That's the lesson I learned the hard way. Okay, I can take a hit. Oh, that's bad. Can't escape that, he's too fast. It's just still such a good game. I absolutely love the OG. I had an incredible time with that one. But I understand why people like HD Remaster more. The remake, it is, like, they did clean everything up. It is, like, a better, objectively better game. But this one tugs on me in a different way. This is where it's going to get real controversial. Controversial. Resident Evil 4 into Resident Evil 7. And then finally, my favorite Resident Evil game, Resident Evil 3 OG. I know I kind of already spoiled that, but that'd be my top 3. I think these 3 games, in each of their respective departments, are the best in the genre. For the OG original Resident Evil experience, there is none better than 3. 3 does it the best. Nemesis is the best pursuer, the best, really like the best, like, any kind of creature in the franchise. Everything is tight except the dodge. The dodge sucks. The dodge is terrible. It's best just to forget the dodge exists in this game, because even if you do miraculously pull it off, it's probably still going to lead to you being hit. But I still think everything in like the original Resident Evil formula was perfected in here. I think for the next iteration of Resident Evil gameplay, there is no action Resident Evil better than 4. 4 has mastered the action-oriented Resident Evil experience. It has the beautiful, cheesy action movie lines, the cutscenes are hype, and the gameplay, even to this day, is still extremely fluid. Like, it still is super responsive and fun. There is still a ton of skill expression, a lot of depth to it. It's also like a really chunky game. Like, it's still a very meaty game. I think this is like the perfected action-oriented Resident Evil game. And Resident Evil 7, I think, is the perfect, like, horror action game that Resident Evil has gone for. This, like, I knew I liked Resident Evil 7 when I played it initially. Going back and playing it this time, I liked it even more. And the DLC in this game, probably the best DLC in the franchise. Playing as Joe cemented Joe as a top 5 Resident Evil character, and his DLC was only like an hour and a half. This, I think 7 was really, really good. The biggest problem with 7 is Ethan is a complete wet fart of a character. And not because of, like, him, but the voice acting is so bland and stale. Even when he's going through the most traumatic shit, the best he can do is just be like, but why? Like that, it takes the wind out of the sails, but everything else is great. And it seems like it's almost by design that he's supposed to be that stale, because apparently the idea was the player's supposed to, like, interject himself into Ethan's position, so they didn't want him to talk too much or have too much character. Terrible choice there. The boat section sucks. Boat section wasn't great. Fine. Doesn't ruin it, though. The ship section is bad. I agree. The ship section is a complete... that's a blunder. There's no getting around that. It drags out, it's overly long, it overstays its welcome, and it's not very fun. But even with that aside, it's still incredible. I think it is still an incredible game. And it literally like brought Resident Evil back from the brink of extinction. Because it went Umbrella Corp into 6, people had no interest, and then 7 comes along and it tries something different and it nails it. It's a home run for it. And it's still great. It is still great. I think in all of their respective departments, these were the best in the franchise. OG experience, modern horror experience, and modern action gaming. I think these 3 are just the best. To be honest, you can kind of interchange them however you want. Like, I still, like, except for 3. I really, really, really love 3. But these 2, either one I'd be fine with it in the number 2 position. I think both are amazing. Pretty much everything in the top 10, though, to be honest, I think is just incredible. I was surprised by how many bangers the franchise had. Going in, I thought for sure it'd be like half and half. Definitely not. There were significantly more hits than there were shits. Even the bad ones are fine. Well, that's what I was saying. Even some of like the actual bad ones, like Survivor, I had fun with. Like, it's low on the list here, higher than I think other people would put it, but it's fun. Like, it is still a fun game. Outbreak, it's low on the list just because it's janky, but this game is an incredible experience with friends. Resident Evil 3 Remake, I actually kind of hate it. I hate what they did to the fucking Golden Goose. They ruined that. Great gameplay, though. There are just so many good games in the franchise. I was shocked by how many. What a great day to have ears. I just heard something incredible. Typically, I'm pretty quick to spit on Twitter. If there was a leaderboard for Twitter haters, I imagine I'd be towards the top percentile there. I get up extra early to insult that platform. But I've got to give credit where credit is due. They just implemented an amazing system that allows users to see where accounts were created, like where they're based out of. And I genuinely think this is one of the best changes that platform has seen, especially in the current day and age. I'm sure by now all of you are familiar with dead internet theory. I probably don't need to rehash that. I've even made a whole video going over it. This kind of change to that platform, I think, paints the clearest picture for the reality that we live in for the current cyberspace climate. Tons and tons of accounts that are preaching things about like American politics or this and that have now been outed as being foreign-based, not actually American. And of course, that's only one of many things that have spawned as a result of this change, all of which I think are extremely positive to real people that try and engage on the World Wide Web. Every single day, and I've gone over the stats before, but every single day, people are led to believe that they're interacting with one another when they go to a social platform like Twitter. But the reality is, according to the data, 60% of all internet activity is bots. It's not real. It's fraudulent. You are not interacting with a human, most likely. You are more likely to be interacting with just some kind of fucking rage bait algorithm or something that's constantly like poking you, pushing your buttons to keep you engaged because it's making them money somewhere in the pipeline. Now, to clear up some confusion, it's not doxing its users. I've seen a lot of people crying foul, trying to force feed farts down people's throats about like how this is a huge violation of trust. And I think you guys know me by now. I am someone who preaches the value of privacy, which is unfortunately just completely dead in the modern day and age. No matter what you do, privacy has completely vanished at this point, and people have welcomed it with a smile on their face. So even though privacy has become basically just toilet paper for organizations to wipe their ass with, I do still think that there needs to be something users can do to stay, off the grid to some certain extent. But when it comes to this, I actually think Twitter did a pretty good job of ensuring that it's not actually putting their users at risk from this location data. Something that they made a mention of is that in countries where freedom of speech is limited and there could be like punishment for what users are saying in the region, they can instead just show like the broader region there as opposed to like specifically where they're at, where they could face retribution. I think that is a smart decision there, so that way users aren't just immediately on the fucking chopping block in places where freedom of speech is poo-pooed. So, like, I don't really think it's doxing users, and I actually think this is a very valuable thing because all these accounts now that are really upset about it are ones that are actively trying to meddle and pretend to be what they are not online to influence or brainwash or what have you, or make money off of this impersonation. And I think this is a good step in a direction where people can finally see what's real and what's fake. I think that is very helpful. As things get muddier and muddier, a little bit of clarity on some of these accounts, especially in the political space, that's been the biggest talking point here, because so many politically charged accounts, especially in American politics, turns out they're not actually even American accounts. Turns out they're not even like Americans in general. They're based overseas across the pond. So being able to see that, I think, is extremely helpful, so people can start to maybe break out of their bubbles and their echo chambers and realize, oh, I'm being misled here. These accounts I've been following that are pretending to be like me and relate to me in my country, well, they're not actually real. This is all phony baloney. Now, what's not phony baloney is good hygiene, and it's something you need to take very seriously, and the best way to improve your hygiene is some high-quality soap, so why not get the best soap ever created? I'm talking about Cheeky. Right now, Cheeky's got our big Black Friday sale going on where you get 20% off all of our soaps using any creator code, so go to usecheeky.com and get yourself some soap. Now, I learned about this whole Twitter change from Dolan Darkest, whom he's been like my go-to recently. He has got his finger on the pulse of fucking everything happening online, and he presented a lot of really interesting ones, so I want to show you a couple of clips from his video here.
Pro-Trump, pro-American accounts were based out of Nigeria. One account, simply called American, from Pakistan. Accounts designed to get money for Gaza were based out of Nigeria. Vladimir Putin News was from Pakistan, and there were plenty of scammers pretending to be white women.
I feel like it shouldn't be that surprising to people that a lot of these accounts are actually just fucking bot farms somewhere overseas. It seems like a lot of them were based in Pakistan. Like, it really isn't like the most eye-opening news ever that these accounts are fake. There is a business here where they are fanning flames, keeping people fearful, latched onto their titty, suckling their milk because it's making them money. So they meddle in foreign affairs in order to build a following and make money off of it, and constantly feeding you things that'll keep you afraid and keep you coming back to their pages. But it's not real. They are based outside of the area for which they so passionately fight for and pretend to be from. It is impersonating. It is lying to you.
One account known as Lisa Artist posting "Nobody wished me on my birthday" and posting this AI slop saying "I am ill and fighting with cancer. Can I get likes?" There were plenty more bot accounts just like this, and they were all based in Pakistan.
To be fair, if you were seeing all of those AI trash pictures there and were still like believing that they were the legitimate owner of the account, you need actual help. Like, you need to be fucking institutionalized. Like, even before this changed, it should be blatantly obvious to you that that is a scam. Those are fake. I don't know how much more clear it could be. But here's even more clarity there. So just in case you were fucking delusional, like, you know, Bugs Bunny dropped a piano or like an anvil on your head like it was a cartoon and it made you fucking stupid that you actually thought those were really the women behind those accounts. Well, hopefully this will clear up the confusion around that.
Mariah Carey's account was based in Israel for some reason. Philippa Franson from Sweden tweeting out, "I'm proud to be white." Turns out they are from India. And the list goes on. One anti-Trump Democrat account that claimed to be living in New Jersey was actually from Kenya and deactivated their account after this was exposed.
Worth mentioning briefly that there was allegations that when the update first rolled out, the official Department of Homeland Security's Twitter account said that it was based in Israel, though they said that this was fake news, like it was the result of a glitch or something like that, and now it displays that it's based in the United States. Don't know for sure, and none of the articles have been able to verify if that truly was what was displayed in the beginning. I guess we'll never fully know, but thought it was worth putting in here anyway because it was something that was a big story that arose from this change. It's been pure chaos, pandemonium, as users have the rude awakening that a ton of these accounts they see every day, or maybe even interact with, or maybe really support, well, they're not all that you thought they were. Turns out there's a lot of underhanded tactics and a lot of shadiness going on here. if you can believe that. I actually think that the head of product at Twitter really did kind of sum it up best for why they felt the need to push a change like this forward. This is an important first step to securing the integrity of the global town square. As much as I find that vomit-inducing that they try and call Twitter like the global town square, like it's kind of cringe, that's a really good point. In order, like if you are going to treat it like the town square where everyone congregates and talks and yaps and exchanges a lot of things, keeps everyone abreast on what's going on, well, there needs to be some level of trust, and that's just completely gone as the town square has been infiltrated by bad actors impersonating and pretending and scamming and misleading. So by having the location data be something accessible to the users, it is an effective first step at being able to deduce who actually is even a real person in this town square anymore, or who's just here to exploit and manipulate and scam and mislead.
I think one of the most insane multi-layered scams to come out of this. Last year, a few OnlyFans accounts went viral on Twitter because the models were pretending to be trans in order to get attention when they were actually cis women. Well, as it turns out, these OnlyFans models were actually Indian and African men pretending to be white women who were pretending to be transgender.
That one had to be the silliest one that he brought up there. That one is just kind of like a wacky plan. That is quite the scheme there. So, like I said, I actually do think this is a good change to the platform. I really do. So yeah, I just wanted to yap about it a little bit. That's it. So yeah. I just saw Black Phone 2, so I'll give you a review of it, but as you can probably already guess from the title, it's expanding to a bigger topic of unnecessary sequels. This is now the third sequel film I have seen in just the last 4 months that is completely useless. That is just a blatant cash grab off of a successful one-and-done movie. The triforce of slumber that I'm talking about with these snoozers is Nobody 2, Megan 2, and now Black Phone 2. One thing all three of these have in common is they're not horrible. Like, they're not really bad movies, but it is just so clear when you see them that they had to reach deep into their ass and fiddle around with their colon to pull this poop out here to try and find a way to bring it back so that way they could guarantee some ticket sales. Because those movies, Nobody, Megan, Black Phone, were all pretty successful and well-liked. And, you know, if something is liked, it means it can be monetized thoroughly until you fucking hate it. So, Hollywood doesn't like to leave money on the table. They had to try and find ways to milk these properties for all they're worth. Get in there and start fucking tugging on those udders till they fall off. So now Black Phone 2 comes out. Just like Megan 2, it's kind of a completely different movie set in the universe. Megan 2 went from like a thriller to a goddamn like Spy Kids action movie. Black Phone, I actually just watched it again. Well, I don't even remember if I watched it the first time around, to be honest, because I didn't remember anything from it, but I just watched it literally an hour and a half before seeing the second one, so everything was super fresh. I think it's a really good movie. I'm guessing I just didn't watch it when it came out, because I probably would have remembered it. I watched it today. I liked it a lot. It is a missing persons thriller. It's not really a horror movie, but it has like some supernatural elements that integrate like a little horror to it. But more so than anything, it is a missing person thriller where a kid is kidnapped by the grabber, whom they're trying to make a horror icon now, which I think is so fucking cringe, trying very hard to ham-fist him into like horror culture. But this kid is kidnapped by the grabber, as he has kidnapped other kids and killed them, and he is now trying to figure out ways to escape. And he's getting some phone calls on the phone where he's being held captive from the dead kids, his previous victims, that are giving him little breadcrumbs, little pieces of the puzzle on how he could possibly get out. It's a very cool movie. Black Phone 2, however, has nothing interesting like that. It's kind of like Diet Freddy Krueger meets a season of Stranger Things. Again, it's not bad, and there's some cool shots in here. I'm gonna get into spoilers. Here's your spoiler warning. That's out of the way. This one is much more of just a generic horror movie. Finn is no longer the main character, it's Gwen, which is fine, And I do appreciate that they don't just have Finn move on, as if nothing happened to him. Like, he just doesn't go, back to normal life, lickety-split. He is still struggling with all of the trauma that he experienced from the first film. I think that is a very good extension of his character. It's set 3 years after that. And Gwen is now getting these nightmares, these dreams, which she had in the first film. And these dreams have expanded into something far more sinister, where she's seeing these 3 kids that were brutally murdered at a camp that her mother just happened to work at. And she's also connecting to her mother through these dreams. And that's an interesting expansion of the character from the first Black Phone, the mother, who had the same abilities that Gwen had that apparently drove her mad and caused her to kill herself. And we get a lot more lore about her, which I do think is cool, but that's not the bulk of the film. The bulk of the film is, in order to try and solve the mystery of why she's dreaming of these 3 kids and what the mother's connection is, Finn, Gwen, and Robin's brother, Ernesto, they go to the camp to try and piece it together, and while there, the Grabber starts infiltrating Gwen's dreams, and then it is fully, basically just Freddy Krueger, except a really incompetent version of Freddy Krueger. All of, the fear and the eeriness and anxiety that the Grabber could cause in the first film, all of the tension that would build every time the Grabber was on screen, is just gone in this one. Now he's basically someone cosplaying Freddy Krueger. So every time Gwen sleeps, she's encountering these kids, which happen to be the Grabber's first victims. And I hate this direction that sequels like to go, because again, they have to scrape the bottom of the barrel, because, well, the movies that sometimes they're making a sequel on were movies that were fucking fully closed off and benefited from some mystery, some unanswered questions. This one, of course, does what a lot of them like to do, try and flesh out the evil presence, when a big part of what made that presence so effective was not having those details about them. This movie fleshes him out a little bit. He worked at that camp with their mother, and also another character that is now working at the camp in the current day and age. His name is Mondo. And we learn that the Grabber, he was nicknamed Wild Bill Hickok. So Bill killed 3 kids at the camp, hid their bodies, and now he's escaped hell and wants revenge. So he's going to kill Gwen to get back at Finn. And he also just wants to kill as many people as he can. Spoiler alert, he's very bad at killing people in this movie. He kills nobody at all. Despite having all that power and everything, basically what he does amounts to just picking people up and throwing them a little bit, or choking them poorly. He swings his axe a few times, but he's extremely terrible with his axe, so he doesn't kill anyone. He hurts somebody once, he cuts Gwen's arm with his axe once, and then he just gets fucking blasted with a spirit blast that Gwen is able to use, because she eventually realizes that she's dreaming, which means she can start to influence these dreams. So then she gets a huge force push on him. And this is why I say it gets a lot like Stranger Things, because now she's fighting him like that. It's just so much weaker than the first one, and it's so clear that this is a movie that was made solely because they knew people would go see it off of the goodwill the first one built up. Now, these dream sequences are shot very well. I actually love the style where they make it all grainy and foggy, where it does feel very ethereal, and it's got this really ominous noise going on. I do like the way they distinguish reality from the dream on screen. I think it looks cool. And I know this is directed by the same guy, so it makes sense, but it very much reminded me of those scenes from Sinister where he's looking at the tapes. It was, an eerie feel to what you were seeing. But I think it was just so undercut by having Gwen be like, you fart-knocking, shit-biscuit, fucking dweeb, loser pussy, as she's battling the Grabber in the dreams. I don't know. I don't think it worked very well. Now, I think that's a fine extension of Gwen's character from the first film because she said that same kind of shit in the first one, but she wasn't doing like psychic battles with a demon in the first movie. Here, it just feels so goofy. Like almost that the grabber's not even like a scary presence to them either. The way that she, and really everyone, is able to just like overpower him so easily. And also, there's like two other characters in here, Barb, and I already forgot the dude's name, but Barb and this other guy are also working at the camp. And the grabber, while he may appear in Gwen's dreams, he can also he is just there in reality too. He just he's invisible. And he's skating around on the ice and he like hits them with an axe and kind of like fucks with them a little bit, but he can't even kill them who don't even know where he is or anything. Like, even the people that can't see him are able to just blast him. Like, Finn eventually gets the upper hand on him while completely invisible. Finn cannot see him, and Finn is just bashing his skull into the ice. And everyone's just, like, mocking him and insulting him, like, oh, Bill, yeah, you're going right back to hell. It just makes him feel like almost a joke, you know? Like, he doesn't feel scary or anything. That everything in the first film that was built up for this guy, all of the mystery and how fucked up he was and how unnerving all of it was, when Finn does kill him in that movie, it felt like such a crazy triumph, you know, that all the pieces came together with everything that the kids on the phone were telling him, all of it he had to use to beat this guy. In this movie, all it took was Gwen realizing that she's in a dream, she can start to control things, so she fucking ragdolls this guy. And then Finn, once he like sees where he is on the ice because he got tripped, Finn just goes over and just absolutely just slaughters him like easily. Which, granted, that was like a core piece of what they were doing, is trying to free the souls of those 3 children that were the victims of the grabber that their bodies were never found. By freeing them, it would take away some of his power, so it made him more vulnerable. But a couple of things here. One, he was already being overpowered, like in the kitchen where he was going to like burn Gwen to death. 2 people were able to just rip Gwen away from the grabber, and then he just vanishes after she wakes up. And 2, when she falls asleep and it spawns the grabber, he is present in the physical reality. That is clearly established, especially like at the end of the movie where all the other characters can see where he is skating because it is leaving marks. And then of course he like hits him with the axe, even drags that guy around with the axe. He is there in the physical world once she falls asleep. Why would he even let them get near that lake? All he would have to do is the second she falls asleep, he would then go and just kill everybody else so they can't even investigate the lake to find the bodies and take away his power. I don't know why he wouldn't just do that. Instead, he would rather like monologue to Gwen and like show her the truth about her mother. Instead of, and he did make a point of saying like, you're trying to take my power, which gives me every right to defend it. Like, he does defend it, but only after they like are uncovering a body. Even though he clearly wants to defend it, but has done nothing to do so until it's like way too late. I don't really get why he wouldn't just stop them from ever getting to the lake in the first place. Like, it's not like Gwen kept him at bay or anything. When she would fall asleep, that is when he would spawn in. It summons the grabber. And he is there in the physical reality, just invisible. He could have just killed everybody before they ever even got to the lake while invisible. It just seems to me like he's pretty shitty at what he was trying to do. But I just really feel like everything that made Black Phone 1 good, everything that worked really well for Black Phone 1, is just abandoned in the sequel. But it's not a bad movie. Like, it is still an entertaining film. I think there are going to be a lot of people that go to this and enjoy it. I'm not really one of them. Like, I think it's fine, but after seeing Black Phone 1 literally an hour and a half before this one, it is just night and day in terms of quality of these films. Anyway, though, I really hope this trend of forcing a sequel to movies that don't really have a lot of wiggle room for it, I hope that trend starts to dwindle soon, because I'm pretty tired of it now. This is the 3rd one in only 4 months. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. So I just saw Him. This is a movie that a lot of people are clowning on. It's not doing too hot right now. People are taking their turns spitting at it. And now that I've seen it, I'd like to weigh in. Is everyone blowing it out of proportion, or is this film really as bad as everyone claims it is? Kinda. Like, it's not a good movie, but I don't think it's, like, unwatchably horrible. There was real potential here. The concept alone I find kind of fascinating. A football horror movie. There are so many elements you could explore there, from, like, CTE and stuff like that, and then play with the audience's perception of it. And I've seen other people mention this, but you also have, like, the built-in goat, where it symbolizes something more satanic, and maybe exploring, like, what it would mean to sacrifice everything to become the best at it. All things I feel like would be a fucking easy touchdown here for them to explore with this movie, and kind of expected them to, but it doesn't. It's a film that doesn't really have anything that it wants to get across to the audience at all. Most of the movie is kind of just like a bunch of scenes thrown together without really giving you any reason to care about, like, even the main character and what he's going through. Which is a shame, because the performances across the board are really strong, especially Marlon Wayans. I actually thought he did an amazing job as the villain here, but there's nothing, like, really fleshed out about it. There's nothing to care about, and there's nothing to get invested in story-wise. It's kind of a mess. And most people are saying the same thing, style over substance. And that's very true. It is a stylistically good movie. Like, it actually does show real potential. The cinematography is extremely interesting, especially when they do, like, these X-ray scenes. Then they get, like, really, like, visceral with it. It's very cool. Like, I actually thought they did a great job with some of, like, the wild scenes that they showcase, but it just doesn't go anywhere or contribute to anything. And then the second half, well, not the second half, the last, like, 30 minutes of the movie is dedicated to just getting rid of all of, like, the abstract and all of, like, the mystery of it, and just beating home what it all is. Spoiler alert, it's like cult ritualistic shit. That kind of thing. And then it all of a sudden, all at once, just becomes like a normal Hollywood slop buffet, where it even ends with Cameron Cade, he's the main character, going on a killing spree, taking down all the bad cult members with a sword and an axe, like chopping their head off and disemboweling them. It's very goofy. And it, like, completely betrays everything else the movie, like, seemed to want to be, like, very artsy and very interesting, like, aesthetically. But again, like, it just feels like this film didn't even know what it wanted to do with this concept. And it is a good concept, just poorly utilized. Also, I think a lot of people are extremely misled with this film. I've seen a lot of buzz about how Jordan Peele fell off. Man, is he washed? Because the marketing for him has Jordan Peele's name all over it. Like, if you didn't know any better and you were just going off the trailers, you would think Jordan Peele personally made this film with his own two hands and his own blood, sweat, and tears, start to finish, and no one else even worked on it. His name is plastered all over this film for their marketing push. But he didn't direct this movie. He is a producer of it. He had, from what I understand, no hand in the actual making of this film. He was a producer. So this is not a Jordan Peele film, but because his name is, like, attached to it, they decided to go hog wild with that as, like, its main marketing hook. It's pretty shameful. It's very misleading. So a lot of people, I think, probably expected this to be a Jordan Peele movie, but it's not. At all. Anyway, though, to lay, like, the foundation of what the film is even really about, Cameron Cade is the next up-and-coming great. And there is a football player named Isaiah White, played by Marlon Wayans, who is the undisputed GOAT. He is the best to ever play the game. He is football, damn it. And he is on the verge of retiring, and everyone's looking to Cameron Cade to fill his shoes. He has all the makings of being the next great. But he gets attacked and gets a very severe concussion that then ruins his chances of making it to the league because he has to skip the combine. And Isaiah White decides to kind of mentor him, let him suckle from his bosom of greatness to try and, you know, spruce him up, get him back on his feet to recover from this injury so he can be the player that he should be, that everyone expects him to be. So he takes him into, like, his training camp, his boot camp, which is just hell. And it's real weird and wacky. And Isaiah, he's kind of all over the place. He's on edge. He's fucking going insano style. And he's, like, being tortured almost in order to, like, bring out his greatness. And there's people that are getting, you know, even killed going through all of this training. And you, as the viewer, are left wondering, well, what's it all mean? What's it all for? And the answer is crickets. It's fucking, like, it doesn't go anywhere. at the last 30 minutes, they basically just tell you, oh, it turns out it's a cult, and they pass blood down from one generation of goat to the next. And this is their passing of the torch. But Isaiah doesn't want to give it up without a fight, so now they both have the blood of the goat in them, and one has to kill the other, and then sign the contract with the devil, basically, in order to be the next best football player. And it all happens like that. So they build up like this slow, abstract, like adventure that never really says anything, and then at the end it just fucking vomits it all out at once. It's just kind of lame. I just think they didn't know what they wanted to do here. It felt like the writers were concussed when they were coming up with this. Like, they had all of these ideas, but they didn't know how to make them work together. And at times, it feels like they didn't even know what kind of movie they were making in the first place. Like, it wants to be really artsy and even abstract pretty often, yet it doesn't commit to that at all. Like, it completely gets rid of that by the end anyway. And even when they were in their, like, artsy-fartsy, pinky up mode, it still wasn't saying anything. It wasn't even delivering a message. It was just feeding you chaotic scenes with, like, a wacky score, like a wacky background music and noise making to make it feel eerie and deep. But it doesn't actually do anything. And it feels like it wants to do everything at once. So, like, it's billed as a horror movie. It's not one. Like, there's nothing scary about this film at all, and it doesn't try to be. But it does borrow something from the horror genre, like 2 jump scares. And then they introduce, like, these cultish fans of Isaiah White who only have maybe 2 minutes of screen time, where one of them comes in and tries to hit Cameron with a rock, but then she gets choked out and then thrown against the wall. Again, the idea would probably be to play off of, like, how, sports fans will sometimes worship their favorite player. And, like, there's potential there to explore in a film, but this is not the one that does it. It doesn't even, like, begin to. It just takes, like, the general idea of it and shows you, like, a brief snippet without ever, like, diving into it or giving any kind of, like, actual commentary on it or a resolution to it. It's just, it doesn't really feel like it knows what at all it wanted to do with this concept. Really, the worst part about my experience with him was the meal I ate going into it. I was really hungry beforehand and I had a little time to kill, so I got a tuna sandwich and mac and cheese. A diabolical combination that made an unholy concoction in my gut that had me struggling with bubble guts throughout the entire film. And I will admit, a traitorous fart or two may have escaped my cheeks, but it seems like this movie's kind of flopping. There weren't a whole ton of people in that theater, so the auditorium wasn't exactly, hitting the PU who did that or anything. It kind of just, got to dissipate without disrupting many people's, viewing of him. If I had the ability to beam a thought into a man's head right now, I would go directly to Randy Pitchford's noggin and try desperately to urge him to stop. This is a message directly to Randy. If you are not Randy Pitchford, disregard the following sentence. Put down your phone, I say as I shake him by the shoulders. Oh my god. I have clowned on this goofball for years. Randy Pitchford, I think, is one of the game industry clowns that is always able to somehow make himself look like a fool and damage the company he represents. And this has got to be the best example of it. Borderlands 4 came out, and it is genuinely better than Borderlands 3. Most people are happy with it. I am actually pleasantly surprised by it. I'm not the biggest Borderlands fan, but this one is definitely an upgrade. But it does have a problem. Performance. There are tons of reports from numerous players citing that their performance has been lackluster with a lot of problems. It is a widespread issue that's been reported many, many times. Personally, I haven't yet. I've crashed once, but that's just kind of to be expected with modern games at this point. I just kind of write it off. But I'm lucky in that regard. Not everybody is having as smooth of an experience. And instead of just doing like the very normal, very standard thing of just saying, hey, we see your complaints about the performance, we're sorry, we're working on it, Randy instead goes on a fucking scorched earth tirade on Twitter looking like a damn imbecile. Like, he cannot help himself. He is snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Everyone has been celebrating Borderlands 4 finally being good, and Randy Pitchford says, wait a minute, I can turn this into a bad thing, check this shit out. So I want to go over some tweets here, because this shit is unhinged. He had a layup. And when he went for the lap, he broke all of his fucking bones like Tom Segura. So already comes out the gates bearing the horns here. He's very combative off rip. Every PC gamer must accept the reality of the relationship between their hardware and what the software they are running is doing. He did get community noted, saying, the publisher of a game is responsible of providing accurate, recommended, and minimal specs since the consumer has absolutely no way to check how the game is going to run in the hardware before release. Which is true. Randy is attacking and villainizing people that are saying, like, the game doesn't run super smooth. Which is a really weird decision to do. He's just saying, like, listen, you guys with all your, like, cheap-ass hardware are trying to run our game and complaining that it's not running all that great on your dog shit rig. Like, that's on you. You're gonna have to take some responsibility here for being poor. Alright? You can't just point the finger at us. We can't cater to every single fucking device out there. That's on you guys, and it's time you take a hard look in the mirror. Not exactly what he's saying, but that's kind of the sentiment he expresses. Because he goes on, like, a long rant. The minimum and recommended specs are published. The most common hardware is a 4-year-old cell phone. Borderlands 4 is a premium game made for premium gamers. I'm just going to take a pause right there. Just even saying that sentence out loud put vomit in my throat. Wow. Borderlands 4 is a premium game for premium gamers. Oh my goodness. Jiminy Christmas, Randy. Holy shit. Imagine being this much of an insufferable loser that this thought not only crosses your head, but you actually have the gall to type and post it proudly. Oh my lord, to be a neuron in his brain fucking floating around in there. Wow. A premium game made for premium gamers. Listen, guys, this is a premium experience for only the real premium gamers. You know, the kind of guys to wear sunglasses and smoke a cigarette. They get pussy. Not like you non-premium gamers. This is not made for you. In fact, steer clear with that stench if you don't mind. Just as Borderlands 4 cannot run on a PlayStation 4, it cannot be expected to run on too old PC hardware. Unlike on PlayStation and Xbox, we cannot prevent a PC player with suboptimal hardware for the game to try and play it. So some try and get mad, and some have actual issues we need to fix, and some need to learn how their PCs work at the high end for this specific game in 2025 and use the tools available to them to find the right balance between frame rate, resolution, and graphics features. This is not a game made to run on 10-year-old PCs. This game uses the full capabilities of modern bus, CPU, and GPU. If you're trying to drive a monster truck with a leaf blower's motor, you're going to be disappointed. If you discover your system can't run the game well by accident or wishful thinking and or don't want to try to mess with settings to make things good enough for you, please use the refund feature on Steam rather than have a subpar experience. And don't let the door hit you on the way out, you not premium pile of dog shit. Have fun enjoying life with no one to love you, non-premium little swine you. Randy out here with the venom. Now he got dunked on for this pretty hardcore, because, shocker, it's not just people with old hardware that are reporting issues. It's people with even top-of-the-line equipment that are having performance problems with Borderlands 4. It is like an actual real notable issue. So people were quick to point this out saying like, brother, I've got a rocket ship and I still can't run the monster truck here. It's not a problem on my hardware's end. And they're right. In most cases, well, I won't say in most cases because I don't know every case. In a lot of cases, it is not the person's equipment that is causing the issues. There clearly is something that is, with Borderlands 4 here, not optimized. And it is causing some issues for a lot of players. I don't know why Randy refuses to just accept that, being like, hey guys, look, looks like we do need to fix things. He even like tiptoes around a little bit of like almost taking some responsibility there, where he's like, there are some things we need to fix. You could have just stopped it there. You know, you didn't have to keep typing. Like there wasn't any pressure to keep going and yapping. No one ordered the yappy meal here, Randy. You could have just stopped saying like, yeah, there's some things we need to fix. Like, I don't know why he comes out here and is like, everyone's trying to overclock their fucking TI-84 calculators where they're trying to play Borderlands 4 and blaming us. Randy's rage starts to bubble over and he gets very sassy with this one. Code your own engine and show us how it's done, please. We will be your customer when you pull it off. The people doing it now are clearly dumb and don't know what they're doing, and all the support and recommendations and code and architecture from the world's greatest hardware companies and tech companies working with the world's greatest real-time graphics engine coders don't know what you seem to know. /sarcasm. Legitimately, all Randy had to do was just be AFK. Like, if he just didn't have a Twitter account, Borderlands 4 would still be getting, glazed to high heavens here with, like, the little asterisks about performance issues. And that would be that. And I'm sure those performance issues will get fixed in due time. I'm pretty confident. But Randy, he felt like they were poking the bear, and he had to let the demon out. The bear came out of hibernation, so now Randy's baring his fangs on Twitter. He had the easiest assignment of do nothing and profit. And he just couldn't help but put his dick in his mouth. He just couldn't stop himself from doing it. Now he's looking like a real bumbling oaf. I don't know what he expected from this. Like, he's not even making good points either. He's just rambling and being a douchebag to people that, like, actually really like his games. Like, he's not even attacking people that aren't fans. Like, these are the actual avid consumers of Borderlands that he is now being combative with. And I'm only showing you a handful of tweets, but it's just a never-ending flood of nonsense from him. He is just dribbling out all kinds of bile. I know a lot of you are dead set on playing at 4K with ultra-max settings and using 2 or 3-year-old hardware. You do you, but Borderlands 4 and Unreal Engine 5 are doing a lot, and for me, that trade-off for frames isn't worth it. I play at 1440p with settings super high, and I'm super happy with that trade-off. The game looks amazing at 1440p. If you're not 4K stubborn and just want to have a great fun time with higher perf, please consider running at 1440p resolution. If you've got a beast of video card, you're probably fine at 4K, but if you're in the middle or close to min spec, I would definitely recommend making that trade. Again, Randy, it's not just people that are trying to run this game at significantly higher settings than their hardware will allow that are having performance issues here, man. He has deluded himself into thinking that the game is perfectly optimized, that is smooth for everybody, and anyone having issues, it's their own fault. When that is not the case. He is literally that meme of, you're all wrong. He's just so dislikable. I hate that I can hear this dweeb through the tone of his tweets. Like, I can already just see him slicking back his hair as he makes this one. Fun fact, customer service reports for Borderlands 4 at roughly 1% or so of installs. Using that simple rounded ratio, more than half of the tickets, approximately 55% of customers, are users reporting difficulty with their shift accounts, lost emails, access, etc. The next highest ticket is about FOV controls on console. Working on it. Next, 0.055% of customers are reporting issues with Twitch drops, and 0.04% of customers are PC performance related, with CS flagging 0.009% as valid, and 0.037% of experienced success with education settings coaching. That is less than 1% of 1%, 0.01% of customers using CS tickets for valid performance issues, which is less than 1/5 of the users using CS to get help with Twitch drops. So yeah, haters, put that in your pipe and smoke it. You just got served some facts by Randy Pitchford. You're welcome. Again, this is only like a few tweets out of what I think is like 20, 25-ish that he was ranting and raving for on Twitter. Fucking baffling, man. Again, I don't know how he does it. I know he loves magic tricks. He himself is quite the magic man. He is able to turn good press and praise into vitriol and trash. I am still just stunned that he walked this path. He had the easiest assignment ever. Just don't say anything. Like, if you are so compelled to want to make a statement, just say you hear the complaints and you're working on it. That's all. It's all you had to do. But he just couldn't refrain. He couldn't stop himself from looking like a imbecile. It's like he's addicted to tomatoes being thrown at him. He just loves the sensation. So he did this. And man, is it embarrassing. Randy, just stop. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. You all know I'm not a big Nintendo enthusiast. Love their games, hate the company. I have not bought a Nintendo product in a long time now, and I don't have any plans on starting anytime soon. I just do not agree with the company's business practices. Full stop. And I am proven time and time again to be on the correct side of history with this personal decision of mine. I cannot stand this company. I'm sure a lot of you are seeing the headlines right now about how Nintendo has successfully filed a patent in the US on summoning a character and letting it fight another. Basically, the media is claiming that this patent is going to stop other games from having summoning that will allow the summon to follow you and fight others for you, which is a very basic gameplay mechanic for tons and tons and tons of games. Summoning has been a staple in gaming since the beginning of time, since the first couple of cavemen banging stones together, thinking of video games in his head. Summoning has just always been there. Obviously, this is laser focused on Pal World because Nintendo is deep on that case. They're pulling out all the stops. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to recruit God Almighty to come down and smite Pal World HQ for the sin of stepping on Pokemon's creature-catching toes. But tons of people are worried with the way that the patent is currently filed that this will hit things far beyond just creature-catching games. It will hit tons of products that have summoning as a mechanic, which is a very basic gameplay element. So things like Final Fantasy, Shin Megami Tensei, Persona, or even classes in video games that use pets and minions. So like Diablo with Necromancy, World of Warcraft with Hunter, where you'd summon your pets to go attack the bad guys, that kind of thing. They believe that this patent is also potentially going to have ramifications on that, which again is a very basic gameplay element that games have used for decades. And I've now read through the patent, suffered through all of those pages, because I could not believe that this would even be something that could be successfully filed, because it's unenforceable. Like, you can't expect every game that uses summoning to now not be able to do that because they'd, be fucking suckling off the teat of Nintendo's patent. There's just no world where that would actually go through properly. It couldn't. And after the agonizing misery of going through all of these pages, which at times feel unnecessarily bloated in explanations, especially their background, like, Jesus Christ, you could have boiled that down to like a page or two. Like, holy shit, that's like me explaining a peanut butter and jelly in like fucking 2,000 words. But like, I went through all of this, and it seems like a lot of it is pretty specific, though I do think there is wiggle room for some broad interpretations of the filing. It seems like what they are specifically claiming are kind of pretty like laser guided on Pal World itself. It seems like they're mainly just using patents as a weapon solely for Pal World. But I do think it opens the door that there could be some problems down the line in other avenues, but I would be very surprised to see this patent actually having an effect on any games currently out there that aren't Pal World, which I still think is just dog shit. And I hate this direction Nintendo takes these days, where they patent everything. Everything Nintendo has ever used in a game, Nintendo now wants to patent to stop others from even thinking about exploring creative options with those kind of mechanics. I think that is so anti-creative expression, and it is stifling to creativity in this medium. I think it super sucks. So even if this is specific enough to only hurt Pal World, I still think this is fucking horrible overall, where anytime there's a game that they have issue with, they'll just patent things around it, so that way they can more effectively take them down. So let's go ahead and take a deeper dive here into exactly what they've now registered, what Nintendo owns entirely that no one else can touch anymore. This is their holy grail mechanics. Performing control of moving a player character on a field in a virtual space based on a moving operation input. Performing control of causing a sub-character to appear on the field based on a first operation input. And when an enemy character is placed at a location where the sub-character is caused to appear, controlling a battle between the sub-character and the enemy character by a first mode in which the battle proceeds based on an operation input, and when the enemy character is not placed at the location where the sub-character is caused to appear, starting automatic control of automatically moving the sub-character that has appeared, and performing control of moving the sub-character in a predetermined direction on the field, based on a second operation input, and when the enemy character is placed at a location of a designation, controlling a battle between the sub-character and the enemy character by a second mode in which the battle automatically proceeds. I know that jargon can be a little confusing and hard to understand exactly what it's saying. Unfortunately, that's just how a lot of patent filings sound, like somebody overdosing while trying to explain string theory. This article kind of breaks it down into like what exactly it means. So like, move character in virtual space, summon character, call it sub-character, by which means it's not the player character, for example, a little monster like a Pokemon that the player has at its disposal. Then there's alternating scenarios here where the sub-character is summoned in a place where there's already a character, so then it will fight, and then it is summoned in a place where there is not another character, so it doesn't fight immediately. The final step is about sending the sub-character in a direction, then letting an automatic battle ensue with another character. Then if you look at their flowchart, they have like the entire thing broken down here about the field processing. You move character, control enemy character, they come in contact. Basically it goes through what a battle looks like. So then throwing motion instruction, and then it goes through their checks. Is there selection target? And then if there is, sub-character will appear. Sub-character fights. Basically, if you read through this, it is like the Pokemon formula. This may be a look at the Krabby Patty and what goes on it here, but this isn't actually overly relevant to the patent and their claims in it. This is them laying out their flow as examples of their processing and how all of it plays out. That is not what they are specifically targeting. So that's figures 18 through 22, and they're shown as an example of how their processing is executed in these games. But the patent isn't aiming to just patent everything you read in that flowchart. Reading through this patent, it is looking at these sub-characters that get summoned, and if they are summoned on top of an enemy in a persistent environment, it will automatically fight the enemy. If it is summoned when there is no enemy present, it will follow the player around performing autonomous actions, that kind of thing. Specifically, I believe it would be manual versus automatic. So if a game has both manual and automatic battling for these summons, then these would apply. So like, if you're summoned skeletons or something as a necromancer, if there are no enemies, they will go find one and then automatically fight it, I believe, would then be an application. Again, it is pretty confusing, but what they are listing here with their Pokemon flow is just examples of what, like, they have and what they aim to protect through these patents. The claims are the important parts of what they are filing, which many are interpreting as pretty broad. And there is room that it could be viewed broadly. Yes, it seems like it looks to, put the lock and key on Nintendo's toys so no one ever gets to play with them again. But the way that you can read this filing does apply to more than just, like, the creature catching aspect of Nintendo Pokemon games and stuff like that. Like, I can understand confusion because it is confusing. It is weird. It is messy. And this is entirely uncalled for and unnecessary. And even, again, if it is specific to Power World alone, this threat of a patent that Nintendo owns around summoning and certain things with summoning might just be a deterrent from someone else out there looking to explore a creature catching game or a game that uses some kind of summoning mechanics in, like, a container. Because Nintendo now has, like, the Pokeballs and, like, creatures held in something that you throw. Like, them just having so many patents that they squat on and them being as litigious and aggressive as they are, that in and of itself can just be a weapon. Like that fear of Nintendo coming at you legally for one of your gameplay ideas that maybe doesn't have anything to do with, like, Pokemon, but it could still fall under their interpretation of a patent, that now they don't want to, like, mess around with that idea anymore because they can't afford to get sued by Nintendo. Them just having all of these patents that are applying to broad ideas, even if they are specific enough in the actual filing, is still just scary to a lot of developers, I imagine, that can't afford to be targeted and attacked by Nintendo, even if they haven't done anything wrong. So they might not even take the chance of making that game. I just think it is just so shitty across the board. I feel like I got a little lost in the sauce of my explanation. Basically what I'm saying is, even if these patents are specific enough to only target Power World, which again I think is already shitty in and of itself, but even if it doesn't apply to other things, the confusion around these patents, and since they are targeting very basic gameplay ideas like summoning, people that are developing a game that uses summoning in some way that is even remotely adjacent to a creature catcher might be hesitant about pulling the trigger on development and going down that path because they could be afraid Nintendo would target them because of this patent. So, like, them just going down this path of patent everything, even if it doesn't target everyone now has to be aware of that and be, like, kind of worried, like, well, what's Nintendo going to do with it, and does it apply to my game? Is my game falling under these specific criteria? Because it might be, I'm not really sure. So it just becomes a big problem across the board, in my eyes. It just attacks creativity. It just makes it harder to explore ideas from other people because Nintendo might come after them. And Nintendo is not shy about going after, like, literally anybody. They will target someone that only has, like, 5 followers on itch.io if they think they stepped on their fucking trademarks or something. Like, they will. So it becomes just a blanket threat. Nintendo with patents is a grizzly bear with a bazooka. Truly just unpredictable, but very dangerous for sure. Like, it is just a legitimately concerning thing for developers because now Nintendo will enforce those patents strictly, and you're not entirely sure if, like, well, does my summoning mechanics fall under these criteria? Potentially, I'm not really sure, you know? It just becomes bad. I don't like it. I think it is super shitty, and I'm so fucking tired of Nintendo's antics. I still have no plans on buying any Nintendo products. That has not changed. So, yeah, that's really about it. See ya. You remember a while ago when Overwatch blew up, so every company on the planet tried to bite that bosom and make their own slop-ass hero shooter and flooded the market with garbage? That exact same phenomenon's happening right now with human beings on TikTok. Every single day, there is a new broccoli hair prankster or 3D printed looks maxer that just spawns in, gets a following, and then snowballs from there. And today I just learned about a new one named Hulo, who is a looks maxer that is now facing 15 counts of possession of child pornography, all of which he has publicly admitted to. They have pretty much irrefutable evidence based on what's available, and that's only what's publicly available, not even everything they submitted to police. And despite all of that, there are still oodles of people defending him, even though he has publicly confirmed that the evidence is accurate about his purchasing and possession of child sex abuse material. There are still these revolting mosquitoes, these flies that are attaching themselves to Hulu or Hello. It's probably not Hulu. The streaming service probably would have ceased and desisted him if that was his name. Hulu, whatever it is. They're still attaching themselves to his butthole to suck his farts and fight tooth and nail for his honor, even though he has admitted to these unforgivable crimes. That's the state of things right now. It's sickening. I talked about this same thing happening like with David, how the dipshits for David movement is still defending him, saying he's been framed, even though there is so much evidence publicly available and the case is still ongoing and not looking good for him. They are still willing to die on this hill that David's innocent, and now in this case, Hulu is a good guy and he deserves to be defended. I'll start here before going over Gideon's investigation of it. He has been arrested, and here is all of the charges he is facing here. Now, based on some of the reports I saw, this could carry up to 25 years in jail if he's found guilty on all of these, but it also varies from the different sources I read from. It's a long time in jail here. And the fact that they have these charges against him, the possession of this material, means that they probably have evidence of it. Outside of just Gideon's video where he admits to it, I imagine they have something far more solid, because they wouldn't... Think about all of the other, like, predator catchers, where they do get the pedophile to admit to things, and that becomes inadmissible. There's a lot of times where that can't be used. So you don't see them ever get these kind of charges. The fact that he has 15 counts of this means that they probably do have very solid proof that he had this material.
This is just one of the Telegram messages that he was talking to. Just one. So, as you guys can see first, he messaged first. He said, "Hi. This is what the trader said. CP, teens, and all group links available. Which package are you interested? And what's your budget?" He said CP, $25 max.
So, to give you a bit of context here, like the lore, his ex found out what he was purchasing, the CP that he was purchasing, and then Gideon found out about that because of her blowing the whistle on it. Then they teamed up as well as predator poachers. They went to the police, they submitted the evidence, and then also publicly started to out some of the evidence so that way people could see it and stay away from him. And I've talked about this a lot. I think when it comes to shit like this, putting it out in the public is extremely important. Making sure that it doesn't compromise the authorities' investigation on it, but also alerting the community so they can stay safe as well and avoid these kind of fucking monsters. So I totally understand that approach. And what you were seeing there is some Telegram messages. Gideon goes through a lot of them. This is him trying to purchase CP for $25, and this became a meme in his community, as well as like a couple other looks maxers made it like a joke to try and water it down and like sterilize it, like, oh, it's not that big of a deal, haha, $25 for cheese pizza, which they all keep calling it on TikTok. So he even posted like a 5x5 joke about it.
So his manager, who I will be outing later, is purposely telling his client to make jokes about him buying CP, CSAM. That $25 he spent, He spent $25 to watch and jack off to children's innocence being taken away. And he knows he did that, yet he posted this meme.
Evil shit, man. This guy is purchasing videos of children being raped and then making a meme out of it. And apparently at the direction of his manager. It's actual demon shit.
He said hi, they said hi, CP content available. And he says, how much?
More Telegram messages get posted that show him cruising these telegrams attempting to purchase CP. So Hulo, I'm just going to call him Mason. His real name's Mason. I don't know how the fuck to say his stupid handle online. So Mason was going around trying to purchase all of these videos and did successfully buy them. And was then confronted directly where he just started singing. He just started squealing and confirming all the evidence was true.
You guys can defend him all you want. You guys can make all the memes and jokes and all that. But keep in mind, this man has a 10-year-old sister and an infant sister as well. And listen to what he admitted.
Like that you saw?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
I guess.
Okay. So I'm just going to ask you straight up because you've been straight up with us. You're going to be straight up with this too. Did you masturbate with those videos of 12-year-olds? Or was your hand rubbing your penis at the time that was being
It
watched?
was just, I guess my hand was on my dick like the whole time. I'm just going through everything.
Okay. So was your hand going up and down on your penis?
Yes.
Okay. So it's fair to say that's probably masturbating.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate you being honest about that, dude.
On camera, openly admits to masturbating to videos of 12-year-olds being sexually abused, and the Hulo is innocent gang doesn't care. He is then asked again if the allegations are true, and he confirms they are. That he downloaded those videos, he claims he deleted them. Also, says he, told the police. When directly confronted, he openly admits to it. And it's all on camera. And now he is being charged with 15 counts of this. And still, people are defending him. In Gideon's own chat there, you could see a lot of people saying he's not a bad guy, free him, it's not that big a deal, that kind of thing. You can literally see it in Gideon's own chat. And then on TikTok, his community is standing beside him 100%. As if it's, some kind of mistake that he made that he'll learn from. That's not a mistake. That is pure evil. He is buying videos of children being raped for his sexual pleasure. He apparently tried to say that he was in a dark place when he was doing it, but now he's a changed person, so people are like, oh, he deserves a second chance. No, we can't let his life be ruined over this. He was just in a bad spot. Do you know how many people are in a bad spot that don't turn to paying money to watch videos of children being raped so they can jack off to it? That's not an excuse. That's not a justification. It is pure demonic evil shit. And people are just giving him a pass and fighting tooth and nail for him. They got their fucking shield up going to bat for him like white knights to defend Hulo. Even though he openly admits to it, he is being charged. They're pursuing 15 counts of possession of the child sex abuse material, and still people don't care. They think that this isn't that big of a deal, and that, well, he was in a dark place, so we can't be mad at him for it. They're not even saying that he's innocent, that he didn't purchase these and watch these. They're not even saying that. They are saying they don't care that he did. It's just unhinged, man. It is actually scary. Because it's not a small amount of people. It's not. It is not a small number of people. I know you can always point to these fringe outlier freaks that'll defend anyone and anything. But here, you can find a ton of them. Go to any post that's talking about this, or go to any video, or go to some of the communities. There's even some people in the Looksmaxing community that are going to bat for him. You can find so many people defending him. It's just, I just cannot wrap my head around how we even got to this point. I don't get it. I don't get it. There is just nothing that is just universally condemned anymore. There isn't. Even just objective evil like this no longer gets a complete condemnation from human beings. Sanity is just devolving. It's scary. It is completely unhinged. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this. I think it is a great thing that he is being charged with all of this. He's a fucking disgusting monster. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I got no wacky intro for you on this one. We're going to be covering a degenerate scumbag streamer who appears to have beat his wife on stream. And now, since it's blown up, he's trying to use a Jedi mind trick to convince everyone that their eyes were wrong. That you had a malfunction in your vision. Because he didn't beat his girlfriend. He only pushed her, actually. Your eyes are wrong. You didn't see what you thought you saw, is his strategy. But how about I show you the clip first, and then we'll go ahead and digest that a bit.
Okay, take these off. Take the lids off. Chill. You need to have no drinks in here. Ow! Ow! What I'm drinking?
It was in here. It was on this. I don't even know how. I turned around and...
Calm down.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Turn your thing off and turn the fan off.
Yeah, it looks like he strikes his girlfriend. Who pushes someone with a closed fist? You can see on that first time he brings his arm back, he has it balled up. You can very briefly see like a frame of what looks like a closed fist. Who is pushing someone like that? And also, she responds to the very loud noise that sounds like a hit by saying ow. She says ow twice, both times after he thrusts his arm forward towards her. So if it wasn't a punch, it was a slap. Either way, he is striking his wife. Like, he's trying to claim that it was just a push, which, by the way, is also a really fucking weird defense too. It's like, no, I don't hit my wife, but I push the fuck out of her, actually. I push her so hard that she says ow multiple times. Whoa, guys. Let's pump the brakes. Hold your horses. I don't hit my pregnant wife. That's uncivilized. I just push the fuck out of her until it hurts. I cause her physical pain through pushing, not through punching. I use open hand palm strikes in a pushing fashion like a monk. That's what I do. And that's normal. You guys, you're blowing this way out of proportion. It's fucking disgusting, this freak. And now all of this is over him spilling a drink on his setup and him like panicking and throwing a temper tantrum over it. His wife came in to like try and help, and then she's over in the corner, and then you can see him lunge at her twice, throwing his arm at her twice in what appears to be a punch or a slap. Either way, it is a strike. That is not him pushing her, and even if it is him pushing her, it clearly hurt. He caused her pain. You can hear the impact. Like, you can't talk your way out of that. You can see and hear this through the clips. But here, let's do a little zoomed in version where you can really more clearly see and hear everything.
Okay, take these off. Take the lids off. Chill. You need to have no drinks in here. Ow! Ow!
I think it's pretty obvious. Now, I'll go ahead and show you his response to it, where he tries his best to convince everyone that they're wrong and he doesn't hit his wife in the face, specifically, is what he clarified. He doesn't hit her in the face. And that what actually happened is that he pushed her. And actually, he pushed her to save her life, actually, because her fingers were caught under the PC, and that's what was hurting her. That's what was making her say ow. And him being so brave and courageous, he pushed her twice, just like that, in order to, keep her safe. His pregnant wife, by the way.
They're saying, like, the grunts make it look bad, like the way I was grunting. Brother, I promise you, brother, I don't know what else to say. Like, it's literally like, no, I grunted in that. I mean, I grunted, but I wasn't hitting her, bro. I pushed her. That's the only thing that I did. I didn't fucking hit her. I would never hit her on her face, bro. That's fucking crazy. She was not crying afterwards. What the hell, bro? She literally was like, she was not crying. She just literally said, turn the fucking thing off. Bro, what I was saying is, if I hit her, she would have been like, yo, what the fuck? Why'd you do that for? What'd you hit me for? It wasn't one push. It was one push, bro. It was literally like...
It's so fucking ridiculous. Like, what he's trying to pull here, it relies solely on people being dumb enough, delusional enough, or just genuinely not caring enough to form their own thoughts on what they can see and hear in the clip, and will instead just take his word for it. The word of an embarrassing cringe fungus that can't stop raging anytime anything happens to him in his goddamn Call of Duty game, This guy flips out constantly, and then he starts becoming Donnie from the Wild Thornberries, and then like going crazy and just like punching and throwing and destroying things around his room. He has so many fucking rage moments, and in one of them, he even like charges at his wife again. But in that instance, he doesn't appear to hit her. Instead, he just like body bumps her, or going for like some kind of like chest bump on her as she tries to check on him to make sure that he's still okay and hasn't given himself some kind of fucking aneurysm or blown a gasket.
You fucking stupid! Oh my god, you just got me banned! 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 You just got me banned!
Stop!
You got me banned! You just got
Stop!
You just got me banned! You just got me banned, dog! You just got me fucking banned!
Stop! Your shit! You're gonna ruin your...
I don't care. I don't give a fuck anymore. You just got me banned. You just got me fucking banned. You just got me banned.
There are just so many clips just like this one of this fucking loser. It became his shtick. Like, I'm pretty sure he tried to make this his whole brand image. I can find clips just like this going back to 2024. He is always just freaking out constantly because he is just a maniac, like an actual lunatic person who needs to be institutionalized.
Ooh, I swear to fucking God. You think I'm not? You think I'm not? You think I'm not? You think I'm... Man, I just spilled it. Of course, the 5 seconds I gotta clean up. There's a... Please, on God. I don't know where my remote went. I don't know where my remote went.
Valiant.
Bro. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro. What do I do? Chat, please help me, bro. I don't know what to do. I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't know what the fuck.
He's literally SpongeBob with the ripped pants. This is his one joke. I hesitate to call it that because he actually does just have this level of disorder where he can't control himself. He is just always having violent outbursts, but he tries to use it for his content on TikTok. Like, that's his whole image there, is he's the psychopath guy who's just always fucking angry, it seems. What a complete pathetic loser. How do you even look yourself in the mirror? The shamelessness, man. Like, how? You're just such a fucking weirdo. Now, he does seem to have made a habit out of constantly spilling his drink on his desk because he's always hitting it and freaking out. That kind of thing, always for the sake of his clips on TikTok. But in the one where he starts hitting his girlfriend, or excuse me, his pregnant wife, it seems like he didn't anticipate the drink to spill on his computer and actually cause a problem. So from what I understand, it did actually get in there and cause an issue on his PC, which is why he was freaking out even more so than usual, and then got physical with his wife. Now, to really seal the deal, Jordan Cisco here had a galaxy brain scheme of bringing his wife on stream to defend him and trying to really showcase everything that happened, you know, giving his side of things to make sure everyone understands the truth of the situation. And his wife seems to have a bruise around her eye. That's what it looks like.
I want to see what he says, Jeff.
I'm literally like hyperventilating and shit. And then I come in here, and then she comes in running after me. Then I pick up the PC. I put it on top of that PC. You see that PC right there? I put it on top of that PC. All right, you understand? Let me put it in context, bro. So when she's standing there, I'm putting the PC on right here. Hold on, let me see. Wife, can you come and record this, please? Wifey? By the way, I just wanted before I'm talking about I'm talking about everything else. Like, if I ever did hit her, which is insane, I would never hit my wife, and she's pregnant. She would have.
It looks like you can see like the fucking mark in her face from where he fucking apparently hit her, you know? Looks like she's got a fucking black eye.
Have stuff on her face. I mean, you could.
That's what I say. You guys can look here.
Literally see, like
I have shorts on.
It really does look like that. And his explanation here of, I was stacking the PC on the other PC like Lincoln Logs. You see, that's what was happening here. And then my wife came in and I needed help, and then her fingers got caught under there, so I had to start pushing her, you know, in order to protect her. And she was saying, ow, like it was hurting her because her fingers are under the PC and it's really heavy. It's like tungsten. It's like a tungsten block. Very dense. Fucking 10,000 pounds on her fingers. I had to start just striking at her face to push her off of there.
And I basically, with the cords attached, I was trying to pick up this PC like this. like this, chat, and I was putting it on this PC. You understand? On this PC that I just had. Nobody saw anything. Like, it was insane. This. Laid it flat like this. Then it got on her fingers. You saw it. It was in the corner of the screen. By the way, nobody saw anything. Like, it was insane. Man saw me use one arm motion and thought I hit her. Like, it's insane.
Listen to his story chat. I'll show you the clip. Hold on.
She had her fingers right here. And she literally, that's when she was like, she couldn't get it on the PC. So I pushed her, and she literally was saying ow because of the fucking shit was on her fingers. It was literally on her fingers. This is like, I don't know how much it weighs, but it was on her fucking fingers like this.
The story doesn't make any sense. She wasn't saying ow until you threw your arm towards her, man. And you're saying you only pushed her once, but you can see your arm go towards her twice, and she says ow both times. If the pain was caused by the PC on her fingers, she would have been saying ow or expressing discomfort before you started thrusting your arm towards her, you wife-beating freak. You fucking scumbag. And every sensible, sane person on the planet is calling him out on that obvious lie there. There are no other explanations for what happened here because his official story doesn't pass the smell test. If the pain was caused by her fingers being under the PC, why was she not saying anything like ow until you started doing this at her? And he's saying he only pushed her once, but you can see 2 thrusts towards her. So what, did the second one not happen? That just doesn't exist? He's just rewriting the lore there, just trying to hope that you didn't watch the clip yourself? It's just ridiculous, man.
I'm not, I swear on my life, on my soul, I'm not an abuser. We are in a happy relationship, a very happy, we're literally married, and we've been together for 5 years. Trust me, if there was something up, our whole family would know about it. I'm telling you.
You can hear her saying ow, ow.
I'm telling you, we are in such a happy relationship. She's going to be talking about herself, by the way. I'm going to be out of the room because I don't want y'all to think I'm being like that.
The skin contact that you guys are talking about, where you're hearing it, Jordan was so freaked out in that situation, and I love him, and I've been with him for 5 years. Like, when Jordan flips out, like, I mean, y'all have seen him many, many times. I mean, if he punched me, I mean, it would be very obvious. I'm very pale. Be very obvious if he, like, literally hit me or something. So... her eyes.
She's not really saying that she's not saying he did it either.
What I normally look like all the time.
She goes on to say that if he hit her, it'd be very visible, and that the mark on her eye is just what her eyes normally look like. Now, I haven't seen a picture of them outside of, like, a stream setting, so I don't know if that's true or not, but it definitely does seem like a mark. But she goes on to defend him, and it's just heartbreaking. And even in the initial clip, after the very clear signs of a strike and the sound of the impact, the skin-on-skin contact, she, like, responds, ow, and then, like, kind of shocked, like, you can hear that. And then she goes back to talking to him as if it's normal, like it's just business as usual, like it's treatment she's used to. And it's fucking heartbreaking to hear that. And for him to then put her on stream, like, okay, she's going to talk all by herself. I'm not going to do anything. She's going to talk all by herself. Now she's going to be over here and you can ask her anything you want. She's going to talk all by herself. She's going to be on the... And then she sits there to, like, defend, like, oh, no, it's all good. It's just very sad and scary. I just had to yap about this. I'm wishing the absolute best for her and the baby. I really hope she finds a way out of this relationship. I think the evidence is pretty clear that there was definitely a impact that caused pain. If not a punch, potentially a slap. I don't believe his narrative that it was a push, but even if it was just a push, why are you pushing your fucking pregnant wife? Why? Why are you putting your hands on her aggressively like that? He's saying he only pushed her once, which again is easily disprovable. It's categorically false because you can see twice he thrusts his arm towards her. So if it is a push like he claims, he did it more than he's saying he did, and it clearly was aggressive and a violent push. But I am of the belief that it was either a punch or a slap based on the sound of things. A push doesn't make that kind of sound. But I will reiterate again, if it was a push, it's still completely unacceptable to be violently shoving your pregnant wife, you gross fucking scumbag freak worm person. This whole thing has been infuriating. I really think this should constitute not only a ban, but an investigation. This should probably lead to jail time. I would think, like, they should look into it at least. I think the evidence is pretty clear, but let's see what authorities have to say. I hope there is a follow-up to this, because it's just completely unacceptable. So yeah, I wanted to yap about it. That's really about it. So yeah. A while back, I saw a pretty scary video of a baseball fan plummeting 2 stories onto the field during a game. And I assumed he either passed away from that or was, like, paralyzed. And I didn't hear any updates or anything for a little while, so I had forgotten about that even happening until today, where the first video that got recommended to me from this benevolent algorithm is a follow-up to that from a day ago. It's like the algorithm mind-freaked me, just jacked into my fucking cerebral cortex and knew that I never got closure on that, so it wanted to provide it for me so I would, finally know exactly what happened to this guy.
It's the terrifying tumble from the outfield stands. A baseball fan plunges 2 stories down to the outfield track.
Someone must have fallen. They have emergency crews in right center field right now.
The game comes to a stop. The players in disbelief, some down on bended knee, praying as the fan is carted off on a stretcher. Now, that fan is breaking his silence for the first time, speaking exclusively to Inside Edition.
The title of the video spoiled it, but the fan he's alive and walking. I thought for sure, watching that fall, if he didn't die from it, he would be in a wheelchair, like doing interviews in a wheelchair. But he's not. He's up walking around. He did suffer extensive injuries, but it seems like he's doing a lot better, and hopefully it won't be like permanent, life-changing, down the road, debilitating injuries. Even the fact that he is up and moving around like this is unbelievable, considering the fall he took and landing on his head. Like, it looks like he lands directly on his neck and then just kind of like folds like origami on the ground there. That's a miracle, because that footage that's horrifying. That man ragdolls like it's fucking Killer Bean, and he hits the ground hard. He even bounces up off the ground a little bit, like that scene from iCarly with Gibby going from the fucking top turnbuckle of the set, blasting his belly off the concrete, which, by the way, was a real stuntman who actually got seriously injured doing that. It is crazy that he is just tanking that. Like, he just fucking took that on the chin. He ate that, and now he looks like he is on the road to recovery and will hopefully not be having any permanent lasting effects from it. I was so surprised, and pleasantly surprised, to see that.
What's it like for you to watch this?
I don't know how I'm alive.
Kevin Markwood's injuries were staggering. A broken back, a broken neck, a punctured lung, and every rib also broken.
I wake up with pain every day. My arm, I can't feel my 2 fingers still. But I'm doing better than what I was, that's for sure.
So, what happened? Kevin says he jumped up out of his seat and got excited about a play in the game, but when he came down, he landed awkwardly on this railing, careening off of it and falling headfirst 21 feet onto the field. You almost do 2 full flips.
He's right. He does almost do 2 full flips. More like aerial cartwheels, but semantics, We're not here to talk about, trapeze acrobatics here, aerial maneuvers or anything. But yeah, it is a devastating fall. And like I said, he did have extensive injuries, and he is saying he does wake up with pain, but it's getting better. And those injuries that he's listing, those seem like things that he will be able to make a recovery from. And just the fact he's up walking, able to do these interviews, and just a cast on his arm is nothing shy of miraculous.
Yeah, that was bad.
This is the first time Kevin's been back to Pittsburgh's PNC Park since his harrowing fall. Kevin was at the game with his girlfriend and another buddy. Although Kevin was only 20 years old at the time and underage, he says his buddy bought him some beers that night. Now, the fall was ruled accidental, but his friend has been charged with supplying alcohol to a minor. Look, you can see his concerned buddy climb down to the outfield wall and jump off to check on Kevin.
I feel terrible because it wasn't his fault.
According to this police report, Kevin's girlfriend told detectives he only drank 2 beers before that fateful fall.
2 beers? Are we sure about that? Is that the accurate number of brewskis consumed this evening? I'm no super sleuth. I'm not, fucking hired private eye detective here, but he is shirt off, jumping up and down in the stands here, something tells me probably a little more than 2 beers. If I had $1 for every time I heard someone say 2 beers when it comes to how much alcohol was drank before something happened, I would actually have close to like $1 billion by this point. 2 beers has to be one of the most commonly uttered statements in human history. Now, Cavan's friend who spent probably close to $500 on those 2 beers for him, he did get slapped a bit. He got in some trouble here for supplying Cavan with those beverages since he wasn't 21. But I have to imagine that overall he feels relieved that Cavan not only survived such a freak fall like that, but also that he will be able to walk, like move on from this. Because it does seem like he cares about Cavan. Like he jumped onto the field after him to check on him. Like it seems like he very much was concerned, does care. So even though he himself did get into some doo-doo from all of this, I imagine he's probably just feeling relieved that Cavan survived this.
This had nothing to do with drinking.
No.
This was just an accident.
Right. Tragic accident.
As for going out to the ball game again, he says next time he definitely won't sit so high up in the stands.
I hate to be, ye old Ebenezer Scrooge here, but I'm going to have to throw a flag on the play on this one as well. I'm going to have to challenge this. Are we sure drinking had nothing to do with what happened here? I have a sneaking suspicion it might have. I just feel like if alcohol wasn't involved, shirt probably would have been on, and probably wouldn't have been jumping around like he was on an invisible pogo stick. That just has all the telltale signs of being a little sloshed. He grabs that railing and then does that big jump, like he jumps on it. It reminds me of those wacky trampoline fitness courses where you have a bunch of people like holding a rail and jumping up and down crazy style on the trampoline. I just feel like, I think maybe the drinking did have something to do with it. And I also think that him being drunk most likely saved his life. I remember reading that in the events of accidents, the reason a lot of the drunk drivers walk away relatively unharmed is apparently because when the body is in the inebriated state, it doesn't tense up the way that it normally would. So by being all loosey-goosey, it sometimes is able to avoid catastrophic injuries, and in this case, a potentially fatal one. I think by him being drunk and all like loose, he was able to basically survive this and now walk away from it. Anyway, though, I wanted to share this here because I feel like a lot of people saw that video like me and just made the assumption that this guy is probably either dead or, paralyzed. And apparently that's not the case. Inside Edition has this interview with him. He seems to be moving around. He does mention that he still wakes up with pain every day, but that it is trending in the right direction. And it seems like he will, continue on this road to recovery, which is incredible. Actually, just incredible. So the algorithm said, Charles, you didn't get closure on this story. Here you go. It's a happy ending. Well, it's a happier ending than you thought it was. He's alive and he is doing better. So that's pretty cool. Wishing him even more healing and hopefully makes a completely full recovery. That's really about it. See ya. There's a marketing trend that's existed for far too long now. It's been years, and it's more cringe than when all companies tried to use Gangnam Style to promote their brand. It's this fixation on diluting all logos to just be bold text with the company name, just this minimalist garbage where it removes all fun and whimsy and personality and completely erases all creativity of logos and just reduces them to the company name on a very bland color. It's like the most sterile shit ever. It's not interesting. I think it super sucks, but this has been the norm for corpo dog shit for a while. I still think the most infamous example is when Staples made an entire E3 press conference to unveil their new logo, where they removed the iconic Staples logo to make this, and then they had like paid shills in the audience going, yeah! Wee! All over like this Staples logo unveiling, which again, nobody cares about. It's a worse logo. All you've done is just make a worse logo. And now Cracker Barrel has finally followed suit where they redesigned their logo, and man, did it hit them hard where it hurts the most. right in their fucking precious nutsack of money. Pretty much overnight, they lost roughly $100 million in value. Their stock took a nosedive into the shitter here. And of course, plenty of people make the argument, it's just a logo, this is so overblown and unnecessary, it's not that big of a deal. And I guess I can kind of understand that, but I also understand why so many people are fed up with the enshittification of things. Like, everything seems to like be going in this direction where it gets boiled down to like the same generic sludge, where everything has to be the most bland, samey poop ass. Like, it's just so unnecessary. Like, changing that logo and making it simpler does nothing for Cracker Barrel or for anybody. It's just a waste of time and resources. And there is more to it. It's not just the logo. They are like redoing the menu. They're redoing the restaurants as well. The idea is they want to make it the Cracker Barrel of today and tomorrow is the verbiage that the CEO used. She actually went and did an interview with Good Morning America where she affirms that Cracker Barrel is really happy with how everything's going and that the response has actually been overwhelmingly positive. I don't know if they're just filter feeding her like 5 like tweets on Twitter that are like, actually, this is good. And they're like, yes, we're going in the right direction. But they don't seem at all shocked or rocked or even slightly perturbed that their stock has just nosedived after unveiling the new logo and the plans to like redesign and redo certain elements of Cracker Barrel.
Well, remember, the heart and soul of Cracker Barrel is going to stay the same. And so today we're actually launching a new campaign called All the More, which really highlights how people feel about Cracker Barrel. It's bigger than just a meal. We've got a retail shop. You're going to get great country hospitality with our scratch-made food in our restaurants. And that's really what this campaign celebrates. So we've enlisted a little bit of help from a guy named Jordan Davis. Maybe you've heard of him. He's got a new single and album out, and he's in our ad and is the voice of it as well. And it really, again, just highlights those things that make Cracker Barrel Cracker Barrel.
I know everyone's all excited about Hollow Knight Silksong around the corner, but I tell you what, I am chomping at the bit to get a piece of that Cracker Barrel ad campaign with Jordan Davis being the hired spokesperson for it. I can't wait. That's exciting. Yippee. Thanks so much for sharing. Basically, this whole interview is her just trying to reassure people that the Cracker Barrel they love is going nowhere, even though they are redoing the inside of the restaurant, even though they are changing the menu and redoing some of the dishes, even though they are changing the logo, and even though they have redesigned their philosophy to be more about the Cracker Barrel of today and tomorrow as opposed to the Cracker Barrel of the past. But other than that, like, everything's exactly the same.
Is the food changing?
The food. Well, here's what I'll say about that. Innovation has proven to be really great at Cracker Barrel. People are loving our new menu items. We're reinvigorating our dinner menu.
And a lot of restaurants are leaning and going back to nostalgia, things that the customers are really comfortable
We never
with.
left it.
Yeah, you never left it, but you're changing up. You're kind of going a different direction. Why is that your strategy?
Yeah, because the Cracker Barrel needs to feel like the Cracker Barrel for today and for tomorrow. And again, the things that you love are still there. We need people to choose us, and we want people to choose us because people love this brand.
People love this brand, which is why we're changing it. It's just, I don't know, it feels really contradictory because, like, this is all about her saying, like, no, everything that makes Cracker Barrel is going to stay the same, you know? We never left nostalgia. Except we are leaving nostalgia. We're modernizing. Like, her whole spiel here, like the entire pitch, is about why the modernization of Cracker Barrel is a good thing and it's the right direction to go for the company. The changing of the menu, the new food, bringing back like some old food. She mentioned like a meal is coming back, or I don't recognize the meal by name. I've only been to Cracker Barrel like maybe 10 times in my life. Actually, all of which have been a pretty decent dining experience. I've never actually had like a really bad time at Cracker Barrel. It is kind of cute as like this old-timey experience. But what she's insisting is like that experience will still be there, but modernized. But that clashes. I don't know how you could modernize an old school, like old style experience. Like that would clash by its very nature, I would think. Like if you're improving the food, great. I never had any big complaints about the food at Cracker Barrel, but if you want to introduce more high quality cuisine options and just upgrade it, that's fine by me. Let it rip. I just don't know why that also means you have to redesign like the entire like brand identity and whatever. To me, it reminds me of what video games have also been doing for a while now, which I fucking hate, and I'm always the first to spit on this, where a new entry into a franchise will have the same name as another entry in the franchise, and it grinds my ass so hard. Like Call of Duty Modern Warfare, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, That's actually 6 games I just named right there, because there's 2 of each, and they are so different. So Call of Duty Modern Warfare is different from Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 is different from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 is different from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Like, you see the problem? Like, I hate that shit. I hate that shit. I'm going off on a different tangent. Stop me now before I start getting out of control with the ranting. Point is, Cracker Barrel feels to me like it's doing that same thing, where it's taking Cracker Barrel and introducing Cracker Barrel 2025 on it, which is different. But she's insisting that it's the same, so what's the point in trying to present it as different? Like, just go ahead and make a marketing push that's like, hey, we upgraded our food, we changed these things around, we added new things to the gift shop, some more modern items, we repainted things inside to brighten it up, that kind of thing, whatever. Another thing she mentioned is they're changing the chairs to make more comfortable chairs. Big thumbs up for me. I actually hated the chairs at Cracker Barrel sometimes. My ass is a little bony, so sitting on those chairs is a little uncomfortable for an extended period of time. So changing the chairs there, great idea. Does that also mean that it needs to come with like this whole push of like, Cracker Barrel's new? We've changed the logo and everything. I don't think so, but that's the trend of business these days, where even like the slightest change, you need to introduce the sequel. Like Overwatch. Overwatch 2. We've done almost nothing. And we're calling it Overwatch 2. This is the sequel. It shit sucks. It's just super useless. Like, that's kind of like the DNA that I feel from this Cracker Barrel logo change and like this whole push about like the refreshing of Cracker Barrel. I think ultimately it probably won't change that much, but they have changed the logo. So immediately people will recognize it as something different, even if she's insisting it's going to be the same experience. And I think the logo is worse. It follows another trend I hate of these really boring minimalist logos. I think there's nothing fun or creative about it. It sucks a lot of life out of a brand. It just seems like a huge waste of resources to take a logo that everyone can immediately identify and take everything out of it to just be the name, and then try and present like, Cracker Barrel 2 is here. This is the refresh. But also, it's like the exact same experience that you've always remembered. Don't worry, everything you love about Cracker Barrel is still there. Okay, well then why did you redo the logo, and why are you calling it this huge refresh? It's just, I don't know. It feels super sloppy to me. I'm not surprised to see people aren't really responding well to it. It's worthless.
What if all the customers are coming at you hard enough about the look of the restaurant and they want to go back to the old way? Would you do it?
Honestly, the feedback's been overwhelmingly positive that people like what we're doing. I'll give you another soundbite. I actually happened to be in Orlando last week with all of our managers. We bring them together and every other year. And the number one question that I got asked, Michael, was, how can I get a remodel? When can I get a remodel? How do I get on the list?
Oh, really?
So because the feedback and the buzz is so good, not only from our customers, but from our team members. They want to work in a wonderful restaurant. So
sure, that's all fine and dandy, but it is not really representative of everyone's perception of this redesign and this refresh. Like, you can anecdotally talk about the managers in Orlando shaking you like, when can we get a remodel? And use that as an indicator that you're going in the right direction, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Like, I feel like, and of course I'm not in the board meetings here, but I feel like you could point to the stock price correlating with when the logo design dropped, and then also couple with all of the feedback you can publicly see from everyone, including your loyal customers, and probably make the assumption that maybe there's more people unsatisfied with this than we're thinking. Like, they're currently writing it off as a vocal minority, but I feel like it's probably a pretty large group of people that isn't really excited about this. Of course, plenty of people that are upset about it are people that never eat at Cracker Barrel and probably never would have stepped foot in one in the first place. But there also are definitely some customers that probably are a bit turned off here because it's following the trend of every other business that is diluting everything that they've built into just being like generic slop looking. Even if that's not the case here with Cracker Barrel, people have already seen this song and dance from plenty of other businesses over the years that a lot of people are just tired of it in general. Now, what I will say is I don't think this will last long. Not like the logo and everything and the refresh. I'm sure they will fully commit to that, and that will probably be the norm from this point going forward for Cracker Barrel for a long time. What I don't think is going to last a while, what I think is ephemeral, is people avoiding Cracker Barrel and the stock plummeting. I think this will follow the trend of most shit where once it stops being flavor of the month, people will just go back to business as usual and they'll eat at Cracker Barrel when convenient or with their grandparents or something. Like, they're not going to be canceling trips to Cracker Barrel a week from now. So I'm sure it'll probably rebound to some extent.
or even completely. Maybe it ends up being successful for them. I don't know. I just don't think it's going to stay like this from this point going forward. But I guess I could be wrong about that. Maybe people are just like, you know what, fuck Cracker Barrel for this, and they're done with it. That's possible. I just find it unlikely because that almost never happens. For any business, really. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about this. That's about it. See ya. I just found a loser. Yeah. I just learned about a woman who's dedicated the last year or so of her life to going to businesses with the sole intent of annoying the employees and instigating arguments and confrontation whenever possible. Because that's her content. Can you imagine being such an insufferable asshole?
Can you show me where your microphones are? He said to come by the Apple. I don't see the mics anywhere.
Yeah, if you give me a few minutes, I'm just holding them out.
Just point direction. I can go look. Tell me where they're at.
Desktop
the Yeti, the blue Yeti.
Behind us.
She has so many videos just like this. She walks up to an employee who is already in the middle of helping a customer just to interject and demand an answer to her question about where she can find a blue Yeti microphone. And he points her in the right direction, which she instantly has an issue with. I don't know what she was expecting, him to just like conjure up the microphone out of thin air like a fucking sorcerer, like some kind of wizard or something. But the thing is, all she wants to do is make problems. This is what she does. She has so many videos like this. The Best Buy excursion, though, this adventure, this was by far her magnum opus. This went on for like 10 agonizing minutes or so. Usually her videos are between 1 to 4 because once she starts yelling, shitting and spitting, hooting and hollering at one of the employees, they say enough is enough and either kick her out or they just stop playing ball with it altogether. They've just had enough of her garbage, so they just stop interacting. And this one's a little different because she would de-aggro the employee that she starts pushing the buttons of before they have a chance to either get her out of the store or just be like, can you shut the fuck up? I really don't feel like going through a lot of her videos here because they all play out pretty similarly to what you're about to see unfold in this Best Buy, but I will give you an example of how most of them usually end. Here's one of her Starbucks adventures with apparently a friend of hers.
What do you mean what we were talking? You said you got turkey belly? No, I said turkey bacon. So you got, what type of other sausage is it?
What happened? What happened? What did you sell him?
Yeah, what type of?
What kind of sausage? He doesn't eat pork, so why would you sell him a pork sausage when he asks for turkey bacon? No, do me a favor, we're not going to go back and forth. Just take this back. He doesn't eat pork. You can take this back and exchange it. He asked you to take...
She just happens to be filming randomly walking around the Starbucks about, the emptiness there. And her friend apparently had ordered a sandwich and was served something that he was allergic to, the sausage. He doesn't eat pork. The employee seems extremely confused, saying that, no, this is what he asked for. I even, told him, hey, this is what you're getting. Apparently he confirmed that. But now he's throwing a flag on the play, challenging the ruling here. And luckily, the hero steps in. To me, what this feels like is this was a premeditated, nefarious scheme here, Despicable Me level plan to get a free sandwich here. So this lady and her minion, her fucking goober, had this idea of ordering a sandwich, pretending they fucked it up and demanding another one, maybe trying to get a free sandwich out of it or something. It's very odd how she just happens to be filming in this restaurant just moments prior to walking up here. Why is she butting in here? Why is she even entering in this Thunderdome? She has no fucking business here. Yet, she does because she wants to assert herself into anything that can be confrontational. So immediately, she cross-body blocks her way into this conversation here and makes it extremely hostile, getting extremely aggressive and combative, no, we're fucking done here.
He said to take off the bacon or some kind of whatever you had on another sandwich, and you said you could not take it off, sausage and bacon.
How would you know that, crazy lady? You weren't there. Unless this is part of the script you two rehearsed. You can see she wasn't there. She wasn't within earshot or anything. She was on the other side of the restaurant doing some kind of 360-degree spin around showing that there's not a lot of people there. So she has no fucking idea what was even transpiring over here, but she instead wants to spin this web of lies for the sake of elevating and instigating an issue. Because that is all she does. This is what she does in every single one of her videos, and she has like fucking, I feel like 100 of these. I've personally seen 12 at least. And they all play out similarly to this and the Best Buy one that we're going to go back to in a moment. It is infuriating just watching her do this. I don't know how you live life going through like this, walking the path of the unlovable, unlikable, perpetually alone loser. Apparently she does have some kind of lackey here, some kind of sidekick that she's brainwashed into doing this with her, but it is just so pathetic.
He wanted turkey. That's what he wants. He has a pork allergy.
Would you like to get the turkey bacon instead of this?
Yeah, that's what he wanted in the first place.
Right, like we are okay with that. We're not okay with like bad attitudes.
With bad what?
Bad attitude, like
who said who had a bad attitude?
It's a little bit like too much.
If you sell someone pork and they don't eat it, I have a damn bad attitude. You damn right.
No.
Because we have a pork allergy and you can get sick.
Order like a sandwich.
Don't talk about my attitude. Just change the food and let me leave.
Let you leave? Goober, you're the one that walked over uninvited and handcuffed yourself to this situation. You're not trapped in there with them. They're trapped in there with you in this unskippable cutscene with this fucking terrible NPC. My God, she sucks. I cannot stand this woman. It is unbelievably annoying and she does it all on purpose for her content. These aren't even people to this woman. These are just things for her to yell at and film to post online to try and make money off of the outrage that it can cause. Hats off to the manager though, for standing her ground and calling out this terrible behavior and defending the employee from this woman's bad attitude. I really appreciate that. I think that is great right there. And she's even offering a replacement sandwich, which she's about to take off the table because this woman can't fucking stop flapping her gums here about nothing to make an argument out of nothing. She is offering the solution, which is not satisfactory to this woman because what she wants is a bigger blow-up, so she has to keep poking in order to try and get this manager there, but she doesn't. All she does is just return that bad attitude to her, and that's it, which she hates.
I don't want to talk anymore about it. You already messed up. Let me get the fixture and let us go. That's it.
I'm not giving any refund if you have this, and we have.
I just said, just change the sandwich out and let me
I
go.
will call the security and I will take you out of the store if you continue with this attitude.
What attitude are you talking about?
Like this that you like have right now.
Well, you're the one screaming. I said just change the sandwich.
I'm giving you the same attitude that you are giving
Miss,
us back.
I don't know where you come from, but in America, you have to exchange food that someone's allergic to, and that's what that is.
He has to let us know.
He did.
Okay, so like he's very nice.
Okay, listen, I don't have to talk to you anymore. I don't have to talk to you anymore. Just fix it up and I'm done. The fuck?
You shouldn't be talking to her at all, by the way. You came over here, idiot. You stupid fucking orb of confusion kegeling moron. This video, she actually seems to get pretty heated herself. Usually she's just steaming other people's hams by being fucking annoying to them and treating them as if they are less than her, being very condescending, talking down to them and insulting them. She never really gets like overly heated herself until the end of this clip here, where it actually seems to affect her because this manager didn't roll over going belly up just taking this kind of bullshit from this woman, because most employees that she picks on, they have limited options in how they can respond to it for fear of maybe having repercussions for their job, like if their manager, steps in and like doesn't defend them. So she gets free reign on just insulting them, belittling them, and just making a huge issue for them for nothing. Just being a huge nuisance, a thorn in their side. This manager, though, however, was not having it, and I think that is great. She wasn't able to do her usual bullying of an employee, and in this case, trying to tag team there with her friend to attack that employee for her video. The manager stepped in and gave her a taste of her own medicine, and she did not like that very much. Anyway, though, that's how a lot of her videos go. The Best Buy one, not so much, because like I said, she bounced around to so many different employees before things bubbled over to this point, which actually makes the Best Buy video that we're about to go back into even more annoying.
To the left of printers. Right over here? Thank you. Took that little second to tell me where it's at. Printers, no microphones. Oh my gosh, this place is a freaking zoo. They tell you to go somewhere here, and I still don't see any microphones.
This gentleman tried his best to save us from a fucking disaster. He probably saw the future. He probably had his Sharingan activated and knew the reason this woman wanted a mic was probably to start a podcast, so he sent her on a wild goose chase. He's like, oh yeah, it's probably like over there, like way over there, like outside the store. Like it's somewhere very far away from me. Actually, they stopped making mics. Did you know that? He tried to save us. But she comes over here, cries boo-hoo, calls the wambulance because the mics weren't over there to where he pointed, so now she's going to find more employees to annoy and give them an earful about not being in the right area for the mics.
Yo, somebody got to help me. Yeah, you just stand there doing nothing. Let me get you useful. Hi. Could you do me a favor? I need to find the microphone, the Blue Yeti microphones. The guy said it's over here by Apple. I don't see no microphones at all, not even one. Thank you. Those are the last two? The Blue Yeti?
She did it! Mission complete. She found the Blue Yetis. Jackpot. You would think that this is now kaput. Best Buy can wash their hands of her. She's in the area she needs to be. She's got the items right in front of her. What else could possibly go wrong?
Those are the blues, the only blues I have currently at the moment.
What's the one for $87? It's a Blue Yeti. I don't want the mini. I want the regular size. It would probably be that one right there.
No, this is just...
For $89?
Yeah, it's 89.
It says 87. It says it's $87. Maybe it'll come up cheaper.
I don't know. You have to bring it up. Unfortunately, I'm just...
Just tell me yes or no what it is. The other words, I don't need to hear it. Not to be rude.
89.
But I don't let people just talk words on me like that.
You fucking freak. What do you mean you don't like people talking words at you? You're asking her questions. You're bombarding her with dumb-ass inquiries that she is doing her best to answer because she fucking has to interact with you, unfortunately. And now you're getting mad at her for answering your questions because she's using too many words at you. Oh my god, this lady sucks. Again, I know it's for her content, but I also am very confident this is how she actually is off camera too. If there ever even is a time in her life when she's off camera, it seems like anytime she goes out in public, she is filming it. This is just how she lives her life. Her day-to-day is her experiencing life through her fucking phone screen because she's filming it to post all the time. But I think even when that is seldomly turned off, she is probably still the same exact way, the same exact rude, insufferable, entitled attitude to everyone she interacts with. I cannot imagine a world where people are willingly around her on purpose, subjecting themselves to the torture of her presence.
89 is what this is. This is the Blue Yeti. Let me show you.
Yeah, the Blue Yeti.
Yeah, that's it. That's
the one that we have right now. But it's showing up 88 here. I can't really tell you if it's going to.
It's $1. Yeah, it doesn't really matter as long as it's not $150 like it on Walmart.
Right. I mean,
so this is the little one, right?
Yeah, this is tiny one.
So these are all the same. 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. These are all the same ones.
These are all the same ones. Exactly the same.
Okay, and you don't have anything else more upscale?
This is my only microphone section.
That's it. I'm good. I got it in my hand. Thank you so much. That word, why do they use it so much? Debbie Downer. Anyway, I'm skipping you. Sorry, I have to. Customer service.
If the dollar difference didn't matter that much, why are you making a huge fuss about it and making her go through all of these hoops in order to please you? And then she, of course, walks away and immediately cuts in line. Like, of course, she had to. She's in a rush. Everyone around her, like, those aren't real people. She's the only real person here. And now we get to experience life through the eyes of a fucking angel. So of course they need to part the seas here, make way for her straight to the checkout. She deserves it. She's earned it.
What do you pay for your stuff at? What do you pay? 3 people helping 1 person. Just tell me where to pay, please. I want to get out of this store. Thank you. God. People don't have anything to do. They gotta find something. Find something. I want to know how much this thing is. It says it's $87, but it says it's $89 at the shelf, but $87 online. So let's figure it out.
How about you open your eyes and figure it out yourself? Activate some neurons here, lady. You can probably find where to check out. It's like the easiest thing in the stores to locate because it's the most important thing to the businesses. So they have giant fucking, like, indicators letting you know exactly where to go to check out. Imagine getting lost, failing the most basic task of going to a store.
Okay, let me get some more help. Oh my God, here we go. Okay, who works here? I need help. How you doing? Can you do me a favor and show me where your projectors are? I'm looking for like a Vankyo brand. You have it?
Yeah.
Can you just show me, because somebody pointed to me last time and I don't want to go in a circle. I can't do that. I'm chronic asthmatic, too windy outside. Please show me exactly where we're going. Thank you. I don't shop in here much. I don't want to go to Walmart because they didn't have what I needed and I was already there, so I have to come to you guys now.
Who asked?
It looks like small, it's a white, these are really big. I don't want a big one. I need a Vankyo, something that's compatible with Roku.
Okay.
Do they?
Let me get someone to help you out with that.
Someone that knows about this?
Yeah.
He just left me lonely. He just walked off. He walked off. He ain't gonna help. He ain't sending nobody back here to help me out.
I cut out a lot of her yapping. It's just nails on a chalkboard. She's talking about how, like, the projectors are too expensive. Why would anyone buy it? It has actually only been about 20 seconds since that guy said he's gonna go find someone else to help her here. And she's already making an issue about it and wrote him off as, like, just abandoning her. Which, if he did, that's the right call. Because if you send anyone else back here, it's like feeding them to sharks. It's like just letting them get eaten alive by piranhas, except at least the piranhas would be less annoying. Like, that would probably be more painless than having to interact with this lady.
Excuse me, sir. I know you're here to check out. You can't leave. That's your spot, right?
No.
I'm looking for a projector that I can afford. These are all like $800 and $700.
Yeah.
I bought a projector that was $125, but what's up with those?
Those are cinematic projectors.
Cinematic.
The one you bought was probably a toy.
A toy? Yeah. But you know what? That toy serves me just fine. It spreads on my whole wall. Sure. And I am happy with it. Sure. He said, sure.
Yeah.
But
I can't.
But it's going to foul out. What's that life on that bulb?
Stop asking the guy questions. You just said that the one you have you're very happy with, super satisfied with. What the fuck are you even doing? Yapping to this guy, asking him questions about other projectors that you're not even interested in buying in the first place. This is truly a waste of everyone's time and everyone's patience. It's like, I'd call it rage bait if this wasn't her entire life. This is how she lives. Her happiness is built on top of other people's misery. It's truly pathetic. And this goes on for like another 2 minutes of her just hounding this guy with questions, making him go over to the projectors and talk about it, and she just talks down to him, and I'm not gonna bother even showing you more of it. There's no point. You get the idea on who she is. Just an annoying nuisance. It's so unbelievably infuriating. So yeah, I just had to talk about this loser here today. I saw August the Duck made a video on the Best Buy one, and it sent me down the rabbit hole of looking at all of her other ones, but none of them are quite as grating as the Best Buy adventure. The others are more like the Starbucks one, where it gets into like a shouting match, or she just starts insulting them and they stop like engaging with her eventually. This one, it just never ends. That's about it. See ya.